Chapter 648. Ling Fei, who was ranked Earth, was easily defeated by Song Xianzhou. This was much more shocking than the two Lily Sacred Sect disciples. Therefore, all the martial artists were dumbfounded. What was even more shocking was the guy who fought 3 rounds was not even panting. It was obvious that he was not serious yet. Could it be that this disciple of the sect of all times, who looked like he was only at the 5th or 6th rank, was already strong enough to fight against a martial king? The sword control, Sacred Sect elder frowned. His disciple's move was broken, and he had a sword on his neck. The speed of his defeat was too fast. This was unacceptable, unbearable. Fong Qingye. The sword control, Sacred Sect elder said in a deep voice, "Out, Elder Sure." Cheng Huixin stopped him and said, "He's here to challenge my Lily Sacred Sect. Please watch from the side." "It doesn't matter." Jun Changshao shrugged and said with a look that deserved a beating, "Today my sect of all times is here in Eastern Hao State. We welcome disciples from all forces to challenge us at any time." If the sword control Sacred Sect could be considered as part of the epic mission, then what about disciples from the same state? I'm looking forward to it. This guy is really arrogant. Does he think that there's no one in Eastern Hao State? This is intolerable. The martial artists from all forces in Eastern Hao State were instantly enraged. If they were not in the Lily Sacred Sect, they would have already sent their outstanding disciples to fight. Mu Changhong's mouth twitched. "Jun Patriarch, I'm here to challenge the Lily Sacred Sect, not the entire Eastern Hao State. As long as I can complete the epic mission, Jun Changshao would really dare to declare war on the entire state." "Jun Patriarch." Cheng Huixin raised her hand and said indifferently, "Your disciple is powerful. My sect will have to take this seriously." Swoosh! A graceful figure flew over from afar and landed lightly on the training field. It was a beautiful woman who was about 20 years old. Her long black hair was scattered behind her back, and she looked very lively. "Jiang Qingyu, direct disciple. The Lily Sacred Sect is finally serious. That guy will definitely lose." The martial artists from Eastern Hao State were instantly excited. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Elder Cheng, you should have been serious long ago. It's more interesting this way. Profound arc. Fight with him properly. Don't be so modest anymore." The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. He had been so modest that he had consecutively killed 3 disciples from second-rate sects with decent aptitude. If he were to get serious, how were they supposed to fight? "The Patriarch wants me to let go?" Song Xianzhou shook his head and said, "Miss, please." Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Qingyu crossed her hands, and an aura like that of a tsunami suddenly erupted from her body. Martial King! This personal disciple is a martial king. All the martial artists exclaimed. Just the disciples alone had reached the king realm. As expected of a second-rate sect with a solid foundation, the Eastern Haozhou martial artist sneered. "Kid, are you still showing off?" "Huff!" Jiang Qingyu waved her hands, and the aura she exuded quickly condensed into a materialized palm print in midair. Pressing down on Song Xianzhou, a king-level martial artist's understanding of the heaven and earth attribute was obviously stronger than a master-level martial artist's. Therefore, when she displayed a martial arts technique similar to a palm technique, many of the younger generation who were stuck at the Wuzong level were envious. Earth-shattering fist. Song Xianzhou strode forward, waving his fists fiercely in midair, forming a dense fist print, directly facing the huge palm that was pressing down. TSK, the crowd was disdainful. Undeniably, this guy's fist technique was pretty good, but fighting against a martial king was just like hitting a rock with an egg. Boom! Boom! Suddenly a loud noise was heard. The fist print, which carried the power of an avalanche and an earth-shattering force, blasted onto the huge palm that was pressing down, and instantly cracks appeared. The smiles of the martial artists who witnessed this froze. Break. At this moment, Song Xianzhou stomped his foot on the ground, and his right fist was instantly enveloped in flames. He used earth-shattering fist again. That guy is a fire elemental martial artist. Boom! Before the crowd could even react, Song Xuanzhou's fist, which was enhanced by flames, directly shattered the palm print that was bitterly holding on. Uft! Jiang Qingyu took a few steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Whoosh! Song Xianzhou strode forward, and his body was instantly surrounded by scorching flames. He said, "How can the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the moon?" Boom! Boom! The scorching flames instantly turned into fiery fists and crazily bombarded. Thump! 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 Jiang Qingyu took a few steps back and directly retreated out of the martial arts field. Then she could no longer support herself and fell to the ground with a pale face. Huff, huff! The flames around his body gradually receded, and Song Xianzhou stood proudly. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for letting me win." Even if his opponent was a woman, he would not show mercy to her. Ding! Defeated Lily Holy Sect Disciple X3. Outside the martial arts field, it was completely silent. The martial artists of the Eastern Haozhou all widened their eyes. The Lily Holy Sect had sent out a martial king as their direct disciple, but they still lost. They lost so thoroughly. At that moment, their faces felt like they had been ruthlessly slapped dozens of times, and they could feel a burning pain. The experts furrowed their brows. This sect of all times disciple was a fire elemental martial artist, which surprised them. However, when he attacked, his aura was still at the level of a martial master. How could he beat a martial king to the point where she could not even fight back? To be honest, even if he did not use his martial king strength, Song Xianzhou could still defeat a low-rank martial king like Jiang Qingyu, because regardless of aptitude, physical body, or spiritual energy, he had an absolute advantage. Elder Cheng. Jun Changshao said indifferently, "Your sect's direct disciple is only SOSO." At this moment, he had the right to be arrogant. Crack! Cheng Huixin clenched her fists tightly. Since the beginning, the sect of all times had not changed a second disciple, but her side had lost 3 people in a row, and one of them was a martial king. This was simply unacceptable. Patriarch. Song Xianzhou said, "I'm a little tired." He was a little embarrassed that he had been acting cool for 4 consecutive matches. Patriarch. Li Tiantian said, "Can I fight?" Go. Yes. Li Tiantian stepped onto the martial arts field and replaced Song Xianzhou. Then he glanced at the Lily Holy Sect disciples and hooked his finger. "Ladies, bring it on." This action, this tone, how despicable. Elder. A Lily Holy Sect disciple could not tolerate it and said, "This disciple is willing to fight." Go. Cheng Huixin said. In her opinion, this new sect of all times disciples' aura was much weaker than Song Xuanzhou's. His strength should not be too high. On the martial arts field, the 2 of them exchanged names. Swoosh! Li Tiantian did not think that the lady had the right to attack first, so he rushed over with the cloud-treading steps and did not give her any chance to use the landslide fist. Boom! Boom! Spiritual energy spread out and wreaked havoc on the martial arts field. Plop! Not long after, the Lily Holy Sect disciple who was fighting was sent flying. "Thank you for letting me win." Li Tiantian grinned. The more he looked at him, the more he wanted to beat him up. Sigh. Jun Changshao shrugged and said, "Elder Cheng, your sect's inner sect disciple is too weak." Cheng Huixin was so angry that her hands were trembling. "How about this? Let's change the game." Jun Changshao said, "Each of my sect's disciples will fight 10 rounds with 10 of your sect's disciples. If you lose 1 round, you lose 1 round. How about that?" Chapter 649. A disciple would fight 10 battles, and losing 1 battle would be considered a loss. This was a very exciting way to play. Of course, the martial artists present could also tell that Jun Changshao was indirectly humiliating the Lily Holy Sect. How awesome! Letting a disciple fight 10 people at once, and the opponents were disciples from second-rate sects. Many forces from other provinces began to admire Jun Changshao. After all, others might not have such boldness. Chang Huixin was so angry that she gritted her teeth. The forces from the eastern, vast continent who came to watch the battle could not take it anymore. A sect from the southwestern Yangzhou was so arrogant that they had the urge to curse. Jun Changshao could see the anger in the eyes of the eastern, vast continent martial artists. He shook his head and said, "The world is so beautiful, but you guys are so violent. This is not good, not good." Mu Changhong's mouth twitched. "My Jun Patriarch, if you continue to add fuel to the fire, you'll really become the enemy of the entire eastern, vast continent." Humph. The Sword Control Holy Sect elder who had been silent all this time could not help but say, "Jun Patriarch, can the Sword Control Holy Sect participate in this game?" "No problem." Jun Changshao glanced at the various forces in the eastern vast continent and said, "You can send your disciples to fight. The sect of all times will not refuse anyone. He's too arrogant. Fight, we must fight." "I don't believe that the sect of all times can defeat everyone in the world." The powerhouses from various forces were provoked and glared at each other. If it were not for the fact that they were fighting as disciples, they would have rolled up their sleeves and fought personally. This guy, Mu Changhong, looked like he was about to break down. He could see that Jun Changshao was not only here to challenge the Lily Holy Sect, but also the entire eastern, vast continent. "I've lived for so long, but I've never seen such an arrogant junior." In the beginning, he felt that Jun Changshao's visit to the northeastern Lu Prefecture was to his liking. Now he could not take it anymore. "Jun Patriarch," a sect elder from the eastern vast continent said, "is it possible to send 10 people at once?" "Yes," Jun Changshao said, "it saves time." "All right," the Patriarch said in a clear voice, "the 10 disciples of our great Ing sect will battle the disciples of the sect of all times." Since this guy was so arrogant, he didn't care about bullying him with numbers. Furthermore, he was the one who suggested it, and no one forced him to do it. Shua, shua. The 10 disciples of the Dang sect all went up the stage. Although this was a fourth-rate sect, the disciples they brought were all top-notch. Their average cultivation was between 8th and 9th stage Wuzong. Dang sect, Sun Hai. Grading sect, Qi. Stop wasting time. Li Tiantian interrupted them and said impatiently, "Hurry up and come at me together." The anger in the eyes of the 10 disciples of the Dang sect was almost uncontrollable. "Split up," Sun Hai said coldly. The other 9 disciples quickly spread out as if they had set up some kind of formation and surrounded Li Tiantian. "Go! Shua! Shua!" The 10 disciples had a tacit understanding and attacked almost at the same time. The aura produced by the explosion of their cultivation was quite powerful. Unfortunately, before they could completely set up the formation, Li Tiantian used cloud treading steps and rushed over. His right fist was like a hammer and directly hit the chest of a Dang sect disciple. Bang! He flew out and fainted on the spot when he landed. When dealing with female martial cultivators as a man, he naturally couldn't be too heavy-handed. However, it was different when dealing with male martial cultivators. There was only one word to describe it: boat. Bang! Bang! Li Tiantian moved around frequently and swung his fists. With the force of 10,000 pounds, he instantly sent 2 Dang sect disciples flying. So strong! Everyone was dumbfounded. Just at this moment, a few more Dang sect disciples were sent flying. In just a moment, only Li Tiantian was left in the martial arts arena. That speed, that power, it really gave the spectating martial artists an extremely strong visual sense. As for the 10 disciples of the Dang sect, without exception, they all fainted outside the martial arts arena. They were still neatly lying down. Ding! Defeated Dang Sect Disciple X1. Ding ding ding. Defeated Ding, Sect Disciple X10. The notification sounded 10 times consecutively. It was the most beautiful sound in the world, causing Jun Changshao to be immersed in it and unable to extricate himself. As expected, torturing the disciples of other sects was also part of the mission. This epic mission 6 wasn't targeting the Lily Saint sect, but the entire Eastern Hao Prefecture. Come, come. Jun Changshao waved his hand and said, "Who else is not convinced? Hurry up and send your disciples to fight." At this moment, he couldn't wait to add all his attribute points to taunt, so that all the sects in the Eastern Hao Prefecture would lose their rationality and fight. The Xinfeng sect will fight. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 10 disciples of the Xinfeng sect walked up to the martial arts arena. Jun Changshao said, "Sima Zhongda go." Yes. Sima Zhongda went up, and Li Tiantian went down. Boom, boom, boom. The unique martial arts of the sect of all times were displayed on the martial arts arena, and the disciples of the Xinfeng sect were sent flying one by one. When they came, they were confident, but when they left, they were in a sorry state. Continue. Jun Changshao laughed wildly and said, "Don't listen to me." His expression was very annoying, and it made all the sects in the Eastern Hao Prefecture angry. Therefore, they sent their disciples to fight. They didn't believe that it would be difficult to defeat even one disciple of the sect of all times by sending 10 people. If they sent 10 martial kings, they would definitely have a chance. Sending Wuzong's level was to give Jun Changshao the mission points. Boom, 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 ding, ding, ding. The notifications kept ringing. Cui Bujian, Lin Zhonghang, and the others fought one after another and defeated the disciples of the various sections. The number of epic missions, 6, easily exceeded 60. Mu Changhong was completely dumbfounded. He knew better than anyone that the disciples who fought one after another were not the elite disciples of the sect of all times. For example, Li Qingyang and Yi Xingchen hadn't fought yet. Even the most ordinary disciples of the sects could defeat 10 of them at once. If they sent their elite disciples, wouldn't the disciples of the various sects in the Eastern Hao Prefecture be even more powerless? At that moment, Mu Changhong was relieved. No wonder Jun Patriarch dared to be so arrogant. It turned out that he was really powerful. Fight, fight! Today, I'll let the martial artists of the Eastern Hao Prefecture understand that a 5th-rate sect in the southwestern Yangzhou can defeat you until you doubt your life. Ding Lingchuan's expression was extremely ugly. He had specially sent out an invitation to Mu Changhong to watch the battle. His intention was to embarrass the sect of all times. In the end, not only did his wish not come true, but he was also watching the forces in the prefecture being tortured. City, Lord Ding. Mu Changhong said, "I've embarrassed myself in front of you." Ding Lingchen was silent on the surface, but he was roaring in his heart. "You bastards, can you stop embarrassing me? Can you at least win one battle?" The forces of the Eastern Hao Prefecture fought one after another, but they were completely defeated. Some sect leaders wanted to continue fighting, but were stopped by the Grand Elder of the Sword Saint sect. He said in a deep voice, "Seventh swordsman, fight!" Yes, 7 young men with swords on their backs walked out. The 7 of them were about the same age. They exuded a sharp aura like walking swords. 7th swordsman. He's the most special disciple of the Sword Saint sect. It's said that those who can become one of the 7 swordsmen will definitely be promoted to an elder of the Sword Saint sect in the future. Chapter 650. The 7th Swordsman. It was a permanent position in the Sword Control Holy Sect. Only disciples who had a good understanding of Sword Tao could become one of them. Those who could become the 7th swordsman might not be the strongest in the sect, but as long as they had enough experience, they could easily become an elder. Therefore, as long as one became the 7th swordsman, it was equivalent to becoming an elder. For example, Elder Shur of the Sword Control Holy Sect, was a member of the 7th Swordsman. He might not be outstanding among his peers, but he still became an elder in the end. Patriarch. Zhou Hong's eyes were burning. This disciple requests to fight. The 7 disciples of the Sword Control Holy Sect exuded strong sword intent. He was eager to have a good fight with them. Go ahead. Zhou Hong stepped onto the martial arts field. The sword in his hand was trembling slightly, as if it was eager to accompany its master in a fight with a sword Dao expert. Thud! Zhou Hong stopped. The battle intent in his dark eyes grew stronger. The 7th Swordsman of the Sword Control Holy Sect frowned. Their intuition told them that this person's comprehension of sword Dao was not inferior to theirs. I didn't expect that the sect of all times would have a genius in sword Dao, the Sword Control Holy Sect elder said in surprise. Not only sword Dao, but also knife Dao. Ma Yongning crossed his arms and stood sideways among the disciples. A black kitchen knife hung on his back. What a pity. He shook his head and said, there are no swordsmen on the martial arts field. Although Zhou Hong did not unleash his sword aura, he was not inferior to the 7 disciples of the Sword Control Holy Sect at all. A swordsman. This person was definitely a swordsman. All the martial artists instantly made a judgment in their hearts. On the Falling Star continent, the most boring thing was a fight between sword Dao martial artists. At least half of the time, they were showing off. This was not the case. Zhou Hong and the 7th Swordsman began. They kept a certain distance, and no one spoke. They were like wooden men. A few minutes later, some of the martial artists yawned, and some even picked their nose. Jun Changshao, on the other hand, was watching with rapt attention. He could feel that there was an invisible clash between the swords. There were not many fancy moves in a fight between swordsmen. As long as they made a move, the outcome would be decided in a flash. Clang! Clang! At this moment, the 7th Swordsman took out the swords on his back. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, they swung their swords with tacit understanding, and 7 rays of sword light tore through space with peerless force. It was as if the 7 of them had become one person. They unsheathed their weapons and attacked in unison. There was not the slightest bit of disharmony. Not bad, Elder Shur said with satisfaction. This year's 7th Swordsman was stronger than the previous ones. When he was promoted to an elder, he would definitely be able to carry the banner of the Sword Sect. The experts of the older generation would eventually retire or fall one day. The glory of the sect would still have to be inherited and continued by the younger generation of disciples. Whoosh! 7 streaks of sword chi swept over, creating friction with the space, causing it to distort. So strong! As expected of a sword cultivator, if the 7 of them attack together, their power won't be any weaker than a king. Everyone exclaimed. Looking at the sect of all time's disciple again, he saw that he was still standing in the same spot, as if he hadn't made any moves. Knowing that she was no match for him, she chose to give up? They could finally see a disciple of the sect of all times being defeated. The experts from the Eastern Radiant State laughed. Clang! At that moment, Zhou Hong casually placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and unsheathed it. His wrist shook in the void, and streaks of sword chi spread out. There were so many of them that it was as if there was an inescapable net. Elder Shur's eyes widened. That was because the sect of all time's disciple could attack 1,000 times in a single breath. What did that mean? To explain it in the simplest way, only a sword king, and a high-grade sword king at that, could do it. Bam! Bam! The densely packed sword chi bombarded the 7 streaks of sword chi like cannonballs, instantly shattering them into pieces. More sword lights flew past the 7 disciples of the Sword Control Saint Sect and slowly disappeared in the void. It was like a firework that froze the most beautiful scene in a few seconds. Clang! Zhou Hong casually sheathed his sword. From the moment he unsheathed his sword to the moment he sheathed it, his face remained calm. Uft, uft. The seventh swordsman, who was standing on the opposite side, was instantly covered in sword wounds. The size and depth of each sword wound was just right. They only cut through his clothes and did not hurt his skin. Not bad, Jun Changshao praised. He could release so many sword qi in one breath and control it so that it did not hurt the enemy. His control of the sword Dao was terrifying. Even he who relied on the aptitude fluid to raise his sword Dao might not be able to do that. Nonsense. Zhou Hong was obsessed with the sword Dao. Jun Changshao relied on cheating to raise his sword Dao and did not spend time comprehending it. Naturally, he could not be compared to Zhou Hong. The 7 sword Saint Sect disciples stood rooted to the ground, dumbfounded. How could they not know that the other party had shown mercy? Otherwise, they would definitely be corpses that were still warm at this moment. You won. The 7 of them sheathed their swords and turned to leave. Zhou Hong also left the martial arts practice field. His heart was still calm, without any ripples. His goal was not to win, but to exchange pointers with a fellow practitioner and then comprehend a more profound sword Dao. Then, did he comprehend it after this battle? Yes, but he could not say it. Ding! Ding! As the 7th swordsman left the martial arts practice field, a notification sounded in his ears again. Jun Changshao said, "Who else?" The martial artists of the Eastern Haozhou were silent. Even the 7th swordsman of the Sword Saint Sect was defeated so easily. They did not think that their own disciples had the strength to fight. Since no one is fighting, Jun Changshao looked at Cheng Huixin and said indifferently, "Then we can only go for the finale." The number of people who had completed the epic mission had increased by a lot. He estimated that it had almost reached the maximum level, so he might as well go straight to the main topic. "Xiao Ziji!" Jun Changshao shouted, "Fight!" Stomp! Xiao Ziji took a step forward and stood on the martial arts practice field. During this period of crazy cultivation, his body was even more muscular. Even with the hidden cultivation technique suppressing his cultivation, he unintentionally exuded a strong aura. He is Xiao Ziji, the one whose marriage was broken off by Morong Xan? This child's appearance and temperament are not bad. Even the daughter of the Morong family did not like him. She has high standards. I heard that a few years ago, this Xiao family's direct descendants' spiritual root and cultivation were all gone. I see. No wonder she went to break off the engagement. Ignoring the discussions of the crowd, Xiao Ziji raised his head and looked at the plaque engraved with Lily Holy Sect in the main hall. He said, "Morong Xian, I'm here to fulfill the 3-year promise." 3 years ago, he had made an agreement with that woman in the sect. He had been waiting for this day to come. What he had lost before, he would take it back today. Whoosh! A graceful figure flew over with a mysterious movement technique and landed on the martial arts practice field, like a dancing butterfly. Morong Xian was dressed in clean and neat clothes today, and her figure was perfectly outlined. However, her dark eyes revealed a complicated expression. This girl looks pretty good. Everyone looked at Xiao Ziji and shook their heads. What a perfect couple! But in the end, they would meet on the battlefield. It was really fate. Today, Xiao Ziji looked at Morong Xian and said, word by word, "You and I will end our grudge." Chapter 651. The grudge between Xiao Ziji and Morong Xian was not because of the marriage, but because of the humiliation and dignity that the Lily Holy Sect had brought to the Xiao family. Men could let bygones be bygones in some things, but they had to be serious in this aspect. Now that all the forces were present, Xiao Ziji wanted to defeat Morong Xian fair and square, to prove to the second-rate sects that he was not that bad. Whoosh whoosh! A powerful aura spread out and instantly enveloped the martial arts practice field. Xiao Ziji did not use the hidden cultivation technique to suppress his realm, but released his true strength. "Martial King!" An expert exclaimed. This guy is a martial king. What? All the martial artists from the various sects and forces widened their eyes. Your reaction is quite big. Jun Changshao said. It was not that the martial artist had a big reaction, but it was very rare to reach the martial king level in his early 20s. I heard that there is a disciple called Yi Xingqian in the sect of all times who has reached the martial king level. I didn't expect Xiao Ziji to be at this level too. Some time ago, Yi Xingqian had continuously challenged the geniuses of the mortal class to fight and reach the top of the mortal class as quickly as possible, which caused quite a stir. News about his cultivation had long been spread. A fifth-rate sect actually has 2 martial king level disciples. It's unbelievable. Xiao Ziji's eruption of martial king cultivation shocked all the martial artists. However, they did not know that the hundreds of sect of all times disciples present all had martial king cultivation. If they were to reveal all of it, wouldn't it be scary? Jun Changshao would not allow the disciples to reveal all of their cultivation, because it would be too shocking. When they came, they had also specially instructed that if the opponent was not very strong, they must suppress their cultivation and fight. Even if they had to make it look like they were fighting someone of a higher level, they must not reveal their martial king level cultivation. Of course, it was not to keep a low profile, nor was it to pretend to be weak. It was to tell the Lily Holy Sect that his disciple's cultivation was not high on the surface, but he could also torture your disciple until he could not take care of himself. This guy is so evil. It was unknown whether the Lily Holy Sect had been affected or not. However, the forces of the Eastern Vast State had been dealt a blow because they had sent out 10 disciples in succession, but none of them could defeat a single disciple of the sect of all times. Xiao Ziji's eruption of martial king cultivation shocked many. Morong Xian was also very surprised. She did not expect him to have the same cultivation realm 3 years later. Even so, she did not regret she made the decision made. If Morong Xian, Morong Xian, Morong Xian's, Morong Xian, Morong Xian and Morong, Morong and Morong. The most was Morong of Morong Su. She clearly remembered that when she went to the Xiao family a few years ago, this young man's face was pale and his cultivation was completely gone. He could be said to be trash among trash. Morong. Morong Murtos. Morong to Morong. Murto Morong. The disciples of the Lily Holy Sect, who had followed Cheng Huixin to the Xiao family, felt extremely complicated. Back then, when they went to the Xiao family, they had humiliated Xiao Ziji to his face. They thought that he was just a piece of trash and that it was only right for their junior sister to break off the engagement. But what about today? That man was standing upright in the martial arts practice field, releasing an aura that they could only look up to. It was simply the most blatant slap in the face. After Xiao Ziji's cultivation erupted, he was slowly regaining the dignity he had lost. Moreover, he was not alone. Behind him stood hundreds of fellow disciples, and even the patriarch. They were all his strongest supporters. Today, he had to take back everything he had lost. Sect of all times, Xiao Ziji. Xiao Ziji announced his name, his voice like a loud bell, shocking the minds of the surrounding martial artists. Morong Xian said, Lily Holy Sect, Morong Xian. Whoosh whoosh! As soon as she finished speaking, a strong aura rose from her body and spread in all directions, crazily clashing with the aura released by Xiao Ziji. She's also a martial king. Many martial artists exclaimed, although they were shocked when Morong Xian unleashed her martial king cultivation. It was still within their acceptable range. After all, she was a direct disciple of a second-rate sect. To put it bluntly, Jun Changshao's disciple was unimaginably strong. It was natural for a disciple of a high-level sect to be strong. A battle between kings will definitely be exciting. The eyes of many martial artists who had remained neutral flickered with passion. A battle between young kings could probably only be seen at the dragon-tiger battle for hegemony. It was truly a blessing to be able to witness it. Shua! Xiao Ziji took a large step forward. His right fist was instantly enveloped in flames, and he punched out with the force of 100,000 kilograms. The heat from this punch was the anger that he had suppressed for many years. Today he was finally able to unleash it completely. Fire element martial cultivator. Previously, the sect of all times already had a fire elementalist. He did not expect Xiao Ziji to also be a fire elementalist, since when were martial artists who cultivated the 5 elements so worthless? Boom! Xiao Ziji punched the air with his fist. Whoosh whoosh! The monstrous flames carried the anger that had been suppressed for many years. It seemed to have turned into a roaring tiger, mercilessly pressing down on the woman who had hurt him the most. The explosive power of a king-level martial artist could shake the space with just a wave of his hand. Buzz! Murong Xian's jade-like hands intertwined, instantly forming a defensive barrier in front of her. She's a water element martial cultivator. Water counters fire. She'll definitely be suppressed. Everyone discussed. Cheng Huixin and the people from the 100 Holy Sect laughed. Murong Xian was a water element martial cultivator. Naturally, they knew better than anyone else that since that guy was a fire element martial cultivator, he would definitely be suppressed by water. They were both martial kings. Their attributes were restrained. How could a disciple of the sect of all times win? Boom! Just as everyone was discussing, the monstrous flames slammed onto the water barrier, instantly shattering it and evaporating it. All the martial artists were dumbfounded. The smiles on the faces of Cheng Huixin and the people from the 100 Holy Sect froze. Although the fire element was explosive, the water element was restrained. Now that it was suppressed, it meant that the disciple of the sect of all times had a better understanding and control of the fire element than Murong Xian. Boom! Boom! Xiao Ziji's arm muscles bulged as he punched twice in the air. Whoosh whoosh! The scorching flames instantly condensed into 2 fists that pressed forward. An explosive aura shrouded the martial arts arena. The stone slabs gradually turned red under the high temperature. The martial artists who were closer to the arena could not withstand the heat and quickly retreated. This guy, his understanding of fire was really strong. Buzz! Buzz! Murong Xian stabilized her body and intertwined her hands together. The water element poured out like a waterfall, forming layers of water defensive barriers in front of her. Such a smooth move showed that her understanding of the water element was also very strong. Boom! Boom! The 2 bursting fists slammed onto the water barrier, mercilessly shattering it again. Murong Xian finally could not withstand it and staggered back a few steps. Her face became extremely ugly. This disciple of the Lily Holy Sect is at a disadvantage. Although the water element restrains the fire element, if one's understanding of the fire element is extreme, it can also restrain the water element. Moreover, Xiao Ziji's physical body seems to be extraordinary as well. He can also suppress her in terms of strength. If Murong Xian doesn't have any trump cards, she has no chance of winning. All the martial artists were discussing. Although many of the martial artists from the eastern continent supported Murong Xian, they could see from the short exchange that Xiao Ziji was undoubtedly stronger. Sigh. Jun Changshao said, I thought it would be an evenly matched battle. I didn't expect the disciple of the Lily Holy Sect to be so weak. Everyone's mouth twitched. Brother, you're really arrogant. We're convinced. Chapter 652. Although the disciples of the sect of all times did not use their true strength, they were still martial kings, so it was normal for them to win against the disciples of the Eastern Haozhou sect. However, Xiao Ziji and Murong Xian were at the same level, but after a few moves, he was still suppressed by the former. The battle between them had been prepared for 3 years. If it was a one-sided suppression, Jun Changshao would be very disappointed. Humph! Cheng Huixin said coldly The battle has just begun. Don't be happy too early." Hearing her words, Morong Xan could still turn the tables? That was true. If the direct disciple of a second-rate sect did not have any trump cards, it would be a bit unreasonable. Huff, huff! At that moment, Morong Xan clasped her hands together. 2 rays of light flashed in her eyes, and her soft black hair fluttered without wind. Drip, drip. Rain dripped from the sky, causing everyone to be stunned. The sky was clear. Why was it raining out of the blue? Be careful! At that moment, Jun Changshao shouted loudly. Everyone looked over, only to see the guy with a serious face said, "It's raining, collect the clothes!" Everyone rolled their eyes. Walla walla. The rain was getting heavier, and all the martial artists used their spiritual energy to block it. However, the martial artists with low cultivation were dumbfounded, because they could not stop the rain from penetrating their spiritual energy. After a while, many people were drenched like drowned rats. This is profound spirit water. A martial artist said, there were many types of fire element, and there were many types of water element. Profound spirit water was one of them, and its quality had reached the sacred level. Profound spirit water had a strong penetrating power. Even if the martial artists used their spiritual energy, they could not block it. Tsk tisk. Jun Changshao said, "You do have some ability." Morong Xan's profound spirit water had the effect of dripping water to penetrate stone, but it could not do anything to Xiao Ziji because the rain was evaporated by the scorching flames in an instant. "This is your trump card," he said proudly. Morong Xan did not say anything and made a complicated hand seal. The rain that fell from the sky instantly gathered together, forming a huge water column, like a dragon roaring. It was not over yet. Whoosh! Whoosh! Shwa! Morong Xan's handprint was still being performed, and more water columns were condensing in the air. In just a moment, 9 flood dragons, which looked like they had come out of the sea, had gathered and pressed over from all directions. At that moment, as his water attribute increased, the surrounding heat was suppressed and gradually returned to normal. Huff! 9 water pillars that were like flood dragons, carrying with them a power that could pierce through everything, causing all the martial artists present to turn solemn. This was definitely a high-level water-type martial skill. Cheng Huixin sneered. His disciple had used the saint-grade martial technique that he had painstakingly found for her. She would definitely be able to severely injure her opponent. However, what made her and the other martial artists stunned was, just as the 9 flood dragons were about to attack, Xiao Zuiji actually retracted his flames and stood there proudly, a hint of disdain appearing between his brows. What did that mean? Could it be that he knew he was no match for the profound spirit water and gave up on resisting? Ta! At this moment, Xiao Ziji took a step forward. His exposed muscles suddenly bulged, and he put on a defensive posture. An expert sat in surprise, not relying on his fire attribute to defend. Is he going to resist with his physical body? Isn't he a little too bold? Although the Lily Saint Sect's disciple's water martial skill is very strong, with his understanding of flames, he should be able to resist. Now that he has given up this advantage, he will only fall into an absolute passive state. Many martial artists found it hard to understand Xiao Ziji's approach, and they could only give an evaluation. He was courting death. Morong Xan frowned slightly. She suddenly waved her hands, and majestic water attribute, spiritual energy, poured into the 9 water columns, gathering an even stronger force. Jun Changshao and the Sect of all time's disciples laughed. In their opinion, Xiao Ziji's strength was not the fire attribute, but his strong physical defense. Even without any support, it was easy to resist so many water martial skills. That was right. Such a weak opponent, it was too easy to defeat her. He could use all kinds of methods to let her experience despair. Whoosh whoosh, the first water column blasted over in the blink of an eye. Xiao Zui stepped on the ground and spread out his arms. His spiritual energy spread out and formed a thin layer of defensive air wall. Boom! The dragon-like water column slammed into the wall of spiritual energy, and ripples instantly spread out in the training field. All the martial artists widened their eyes. After Xiao Ziji took the hit, he still stood in the same place, not moving at all. They were sure that this guy had only used his spiritual energy and did not use any defensive martial skills. It was too shocking to take it so easily. Whoosh whoosh. On the other side, another water column blasted over. Xiao Ziji stood in the same place, raised one hand, and directly caught the attack. Although the impact was very strong, he was still as steady as Mount Tai. Boom! 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 At this moment, the remaining water columns blasted over from different directions. Xiao Ziji's legs did not move at all, and his hands moved continuously, blocking the water columns. After all 9 moves, all the martial artists' jaws dropped. Xiao Ziji was still, standing proudly, not moving at all, like a 10,000-year-old tree on the training field. Oh my God! Such a powerful watertight martial skill did not make the disciple of the sect of all times take a step back. This kid's physical body is extremely terrifying. Even if it were a high-grade martial king, it would be impossible for him to remain unmoved after receiving 9 moves. Terrifying, terrifying. Experts from all walks of life commented on Xiao Zuiji's performance. They had enough recognition for this young man. Spiritual energy could be cultivated at any time, but after breaking through to a certain level, it would be difficult for the physical body to have a substantial breakthrough. For the disciple of the sect of all times to be able to train to such a level, he must have gone through unimaginable hardships. Yes, in order to build his physical body, Xiao Ziji had sweated too much and suffered too much. It was because he was too crazy that he could have such a rock-solid defense. How is this possible? Murong Xian's eyes were filled with disbelief. A saint-level watertight martial skill combined with a saint-level martial skill was actually blocked by his bare hands, and he did not retreat. She could not accept this. If this is your strongest trump card, then I'm very disappointed, Xiao Ziji said indifferently. Murong Xian said, I didn't expect you to be so strong in just 3 years. Xiao Ziji looked at Cheng Huixin, at the disciple of the Lily Holy Sect, who had once appeared in the Xiao family and humiliated him, and said they probably did not expect that the person who had wantonly trampled on them back then would have such strength now. Cheng Huixin and the other disciples were all silent. They are right. Xiao Ziji said, You, Murong Xian, are a proud daughter of heaven. I, Xiao Ziji, am a piece of trash, not worthy of you. However, he clenched his fist and said word by word, Today I will let everyone know that even a proud daughter of heaven is nothing in front of a piece of trash like me. Chapter 653. Phew! Xiao Ziji's body once again erupted with scorching flames, and then he rushed over with the cloud steps and angrily shouted, Red sky, raging flame, cut! Crack, crack, crack. As he stomped on the ground, the floor instantly crumbled. Whoosh, whoosh. Flames erupted from his body and gathered in midair, forming a ferocious slash of flames. He used his martial arts skills. He was serious. The temperature that had already cooled down, with Xiao Ziji's complete eruption, became hot again, and the pouring rain came to an abrupt stop. Under the absolute flame, any water element was useless. Not good. Murong Xian's face changed slightly. Buzz, buzz. Psionic energy erupted, the space rippled, and a water curtain-like defensive barrier condensed. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, boom, boom, boom. The red sky, raging flame, cut, suddenly slashed down, shattering all the barriers like a hot knife through butter. Thump, thump, thump. Murong Xian suffered a backlash and couldn't control her body to retreat. Her entire face was extremely pale. However, the remaining power of the red sky raging flame cut did not diminish, and without any defense, she could only watch helplessly. It's over. All the powerhouses shook their heads. Boom! The ground on the training field trembled, showing deep and black flame marks. To everyone's surprise, Morong Xan stood weakly at the edge and was not hit by the scorching flame cut. That's not right. In that situation just now, she shouldn't be able to escape. Xiao Ziji retracted the flame and said expressionlessly, "You lost." Plop! Morong Xan finally couldn't support herself and sat on the hot floor, her hair scattered, her face weak and pale. A moment later, after recovering some strength, she said bitterly, "I lost." Ding! Disciple Xiao Ziji defeated Morong Xan of the Lily Holy Sect. The epic mission 6 is completed, and the settlement is in progress. When Morong Xan said the words, "I lost," Jun Changshao heard a notification. This was definitely the sound of nature. Jun Patriarch had already prepared himself, waiting for the reward after the settlement, and he was very much looking forward to the reward of Shi Wu's mission that was suppressed. More importantly, once Shi Lu completed his mission, he would be able to break through to the Emperor's stage. Everyone in the Lily Holy Sect was silent. Cheng Huixin was so angry that her hands trembled violently. Morong Xan was the disciple he was most proud of. All these years he had spent countless resources and energy to nurture her. He never thought that she would lose to Xiao Ziji. The most unacceptable thing was, and he was the guy who had once presided over the annulment of the engagement. Cheng Huixin's old face was completely smashed. She didn't even look human anymore. Elder Cheng, Jun Changshao said, "Now you should know who's not worthy of whom, right? I'll give you another few slaps. Does it hurt?" Cheng Huixin clenched her fists tightly. Her turbid eyes were filled with anger. "Master," Morong Xan said weakly, "sorry to disappoint you." "Humph." Cheng Huixin angrily flicked her sleeves and left. Morong Xan, Xiao Ziji said indifferently, "The grudge between you and me is over. From now on, we will go our separate ways and never come into contact with each other again." In fact, he could have seriously injured Morong Xan when he used the red sky raging flame cut, but in the end he pulled back his hand and slammed it on the floor. It wasn't that he couldn't bear to do it. Instead, when the flames were about to descend, Morong Xan suddenly gave up all her defenses and transmitted her voice to Xiao Ziji. "Xiao Zuiji, it was my ignorance that hurt you back then. Today, I will pay you back with interest." These words, it was as if she could resist it with her defenses. No one knew what Xiao Ziji was thinking at that moment. He manipulated the red sky raging flame cut and slammed it on Morong Xan's back. But it didn't cause any harm to her. He didn't come here to prove how great he was, but to take back the dignity he had lost. In front of the Lily Sacred Sect's main hall, under the witness of all the martial artists of the various provinces, defeating Morong Xan was equivalent to taking back everything. Seriously injuring her? That would only make him look petty. The disciples of the sect of all times are really strong. From the moves he used just now, he's definitely not an ordinary martial king. Although the battle had ended, it didn't stop the martial artists from discussing. At that moment, the importance of the sect of all times in everyone's hearts rose sharply with Xiao Ziji's victory. This sect had only risen for a short period of time, and their disciples could already crush the disciples of second-rate sections. If they continued to grow, their future would be unimaginable. City, Lord Ding. Mu Changhong cupped his hands and said, "My province's sect has embarrassed itself." At first, he didn't have any hope. In the end, Jun Patriarch's disciple gave him a huge surprise, and his mood was extremely good. The corner of Ding Lingchuan's mouth twitched slightly. He thought that he was going to win, but he didn't expect that his province's forces would lose so badly. Even the Lily Sacred Sect's most valued direct disciple was defeated. Shameful, too shameful. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have sent the invitation letter. He called Mu Changhong over to see how he would be slapped in the face. But in the end, he was the one who was slapped in the face. This was extremely tragic. The various forces of the Eastern Haozhou who came to support the Lily Sacred Sect had collectively become mute. The facts proved that it was useless to have many people cheering for them. What really mattered was strength. Everyone. Jun Changshao glanced at the martial artists of the various sects of the Eastern Haozhou and said, "Who else wants to fight?" The various sects fell silent. Even the Lily Sacred Sect's king class disciple had lost. They already knew their own limits. No one wants to fight. Jun Changshao said, "I'll go home for the new year first." "All disciples, listen up," he said loudly. "Let's return to the sect." Yes, all the disciples shouted in unison. Their powerful voices shook the ancient sect. The martial artists of the Eastern Haozhou were powerless. They could only watch as the arrogant and despotic Jun Changshao left with a group of disciples. This time, not only did Xiao Ziji prove himself with his strength, but he also allowed the sect of all times to gain enough prestige. When the news spread in the martial arts world, it would definitely cause a new round of heated discussion. At that time, the sect of all times would also gain the recognition of all the martial artists. It would also let them deeply realize that this newly risen sect already had the strength to dominate a region. 3 years ago, they were unknown. 3 years later, they could compete with second-rate sections. This speed of growth was amazing. The dignity that Xiao Ziji had once lost was taken back openly. The sect had shown enough strength. It could be said that they had killed 2 birds with 1 stone. However, the best thing had just begun. Jun Changshao walked down the mountain, and a notification sounded in his ears. Ding! A sect disciple has defeated a set target and met the requirements. Epic mission completed. Completion rate 200%. Host has received 20,000 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points 337 for 320000. Ding! Contribution points overflow. Another 20,000 contribution points. It was simply too awesome. Jun Changshao was expressionless. There were no ripples in his heart because he was still waiting for the next mission, completion, reward. Ding! Congratulations to Host for completing Epic Mission 5. Host has received Supreme Grade Aptitude Modification Liquid X5, High Grade True Yang Sword Formula X1, High Grade Cloud Piercing Knife Formula X1, Middle Grade Black Iron Shield Formula X1, Experience Talisman X2. Ding! Congratulations to Host for completing Epic Mission 6. Host has received Saint Grade Aptitude Modification Liquid X2, High Grade Spirit Gathering Pill Formula X1, Beginner Grade Soul Shaping Pill Formula X1, Hard to Stop Knife Modification Stone X1, Experience Talisman X2. The notifications sounded in his ears. Jun Changshao, who was walking on the road, suddenly stopped and squatted down. He covered his entire face with his hands, and his body trembled slightly. Patriarch, Zhan Dijuan said, "What's wrong with you?" "It's coming again." Li Qingyang said, "It's coming again?" Zhan Dijuan was confused. "Ha ha ha! Ah ha ha ha!" Jun Changshao suddenly burst into unbridled laughter, startling Elder Jin so much that he almost jumped up. Li Qingyang said, "Calm down, calm down." He, Su Xiaoma, and the others were used to the Patriarch's sudden laughter, so they were not surprised. Chapter 654. The 2 epic missions were completed, and he received a total of 40,000 contribution points. The rewards were also various aptitude elixirs and high-grade and middle-grade weapon and equipment formulas. It was extremely rich. The best part was, he was also given 4 experience talismans. One of these could increase his level by 1 level. 4 of them would increase his level by 4. The completion of the epic mission would increase his level. Now that he had 2 missions, he might increase his level by a small level. If he used the experience talismans, he might reach the 8th or 9th grade Wu Huang in minutes. No. Jun Changxiao's little heart was beating fast. That was the feeling of being in love. Elder Zhen. He stopped smiling and said, quickly set up an isolation array nearby. Although Zhan Dejuan was confused. Since the patriarch had given the order, he did not hesitate to find an open space and took out the array flag. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, an extremely high-level isolation array was formed. Elder Zhen had been studying the Wonder 32 formations during this period. His understanding of the array was getting stronger and stronger, according to his own deduction. Breaking through to the Formation Emperor was just around the corner. You guys wait outside. Yes. Jun Changxiao immediately stepped into the array. What was this guy doing? After the reward, the next step was to increase his level. Breaking through to the Emperor level would definitely be more shocking than breaking through to the King level. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it was better to keep a low profile. Come on. Inside the isolation array, Jun Changxiao closed his eyes and opened his arms. Whoosh, whoosh! As expected, a majestic aura suddenly emerged from his body. The psionic energy in the two spiritual cores suddenly boiled. At that moment, Jun Changxiao felt as if his soul was floating and merging with heaven and earth. He peered at the attributes of heaven and earth that could not be seen with the naked eye. From the king level to the emperor level, not only the attributes, but also the soul. At this moment, Jun Changxiao was like an unrestrained fish, swimming in the endless sea of martial arts. This strange feeling lasted for a long time before his soul slowly withdrew. Whoosh! Jun Changxiao suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of light flashed and disappeared. His body instantly erupted with a powerful aura. Now, clenching his hands, he said, I am the Emperor. Huff! The aura emanating from his body became even more intense and gradually solidified. In an instant, an incomparably powerful and oppressive chi domain was formed within the formation. If a martial artist of the same realm was present and felt Jun Changxiao's erupting chi domain, they would definitely widen their eyes. This was because the oppressive force produced was far too strong. It was not something that someone who had just broken through should have. Wu Huang's chi domain was determined by the strength of the spiritual energy in his spirit core. Once Jun Changxiao, who had dual cores, unleashed his chi domain would naturally be extraordinary. It was no exaggeration. The strength of his current realm of chi was comparable to that of Wu Huang, who was at the level of 5th or 6th pin. Chi domain could be used to intimidate low-level martial artists, but it was not an absolute suppression. For example, the disciples of the sect of all times had gone through all kinds of tempering in the sect, especially when they had to endure 10 times the pressure on the first level of the training tower. Wu Huang, who was at the beginner level, might not be able to suppress it immediately. Huff! Jun Changxiao's body once again erupted with a powerful and sharp aura. It was Wu Huang's breakthrough, just now. This time, it was a breakthrough to the Sword Emperor. Perhaps because the rewards were given out one after another, the signs of advancement were not released at the same time like the last time in Qingyang City. The advantage of this was that it did not form the momentum of sword martial arts to break through the clouds. Otherwise, even with the isolation array, it might not be able to suppress it. At that time, the entire Falling Star continent would know that both sword martial arts and human martial arts were called emperors. Low-key. It was exactly what Jun Patriarch wanted. Outside, Li Qingyang and the others were waiting. Zhou Hong, who was leaning against a big tree, frowned slightly. He looked at the isolation array and seemed to feel a powerful sword force erupting inside. Junior brother Xiao. Su Xiaoma placed a hand on Xiao Ziji's shoulder. He smiled and said, Are you relieved now? I thought that the personal disciples of the Lily Holy Sect were amazing. It turns out that they are only SOSO. Li Fei said, It was not Morong Xan. It was Xiao Ziji who was too strong. To be exact, under Jun Changxiao's meticulous training, the disciples of the sect of all times were all monsters. Xiao Ziji did not say anything. He turned around to look at the mountain gate of the Lily Holy Sect and muttered, "Everything is over." The grudge between him and Moron Xian was over. From now on, they would go their separate ways and never cross paths again. Whew! Xiao Ziji took a deep breath, put down what he needed to put down, and laughed. "Senior brother Su, let's drink to our heart's content when we go back." Su Xiaoma said, "With your alcohol tolerance, you still dare to drink to your heart's content with senior brother. It's not a problem to put you down. Hey, you sure talk big. All right, after we go back, you and I will fight for 300 rounds. If I don't drink you under the table, I won't be called Su Xiaoma. How boring would it be if it's just two people? Count me in." Li Fei laughed. Li Qingyang laughed. "Junior brother Xiao has untied the knot in his heart. The patriarch will definitely hold a celebration when we return." "What is it again?" "Party," Su Xiaoma said. "Yes, a celebration party," Li Qingyang said. "When the time comes, there will be plenty of wine for you guys to fight." "Does second senior brother want to join as well?" No, I can't hold my liquor. You guys can play." Yi Xingchen, who was sitting on the huge rock, said indifferently, "Childish." He didn't fight when he came to challenge the Lily Holy Sect. It wasn't that Jun Changxiao didn't want him to fight, but that bullying the disciples of the various sects in the eastern Haozhou was enough for the mission. There was no need to bite the Lily Holy Sect. It was fine to step on a second-rate sect to earn prestige, but he couldn't use too much strength to directly step on them. It was just right to stop. This was all thanks to him discovering the secret of Shi Lu's mission. Otherwise, with Jun Changxiao's character of having to complete the mission, he would have probably fought all the disciples of the Lily Holy Sect. Inside the isolation formation, the sharp momentum began to converge, and everything returned to calm. Jun Changxiao broke through from the Sword King level to the Sword Emperor level. The birth of a Sword Emperor would cause a huge commotion. Fortunately, the isolation formation from the Chimin 32 formations suppressed it very well. Continue, Jun Changxiao said. "Break through to a higher level." However, after waiting for more than 10 minutes, his realm was still at the Emperor level. He didn't hear the prompt that his realm had advanced to the second stage at all. Breakthrough. He collapsed. The system said angrily. After breaking through the Sword King level, the host didn't level up. Don't even think about the Emperor level. That's right. After completing the 4th epic mission, he only broke through to the King level and didn't level up. This time was different. Shi Lu and Shi Lu completed the missions together. No matter what, there should be a small realm upgrade, right? Even the first stage would be fine. "Wash up and go to sleep," the system said. Jun Changxiao didn't believe it and continued to wait. In the end, he waited for another hour, but there was still no movement. Sigh. He shook his head and took out an experience talisman. Since completing the 2 epic missions couldn't promote a small realm upgrade, he could only rely on this thing. He crushed the experience talisman. The 2 spirit cores in his dantian gathered a huge amount of spiritual energy. "Come on." Jun Changxiao closed his eyes and said like a little boy, "Break through." Huff, huff. The spiritual energy in the spirit cores kept expanding and then being tempered. However, when everything stopped, Jun Changxiao was still at the Emperor level and hadn't broken through. What's going on? The host has become the Sword King level, and the Martial King level needs more spiritual energy. 1 experience talisman can't achieve a breakthrough. Damn it! Jun Changxiao squatted on the ground and pulled his hair with both hands. Just now, he was thinking that after completing the 2 epic missions, with the help of the experience talisman, he could reach the 8th or 9th stage. It turned out that the ideal was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. P.S. Happy New Year, 10 more tomorrow. Chapter 655. Jun Changshao, who had reached the sword and martial emperor, needed a huge amount of energy to raise his grade. The experienced talisman rewarded by the mission could not be crushed to raise his grade by one. Sigh. Jun Patriarch shook his head and crushed the second experienced talisman. Only then did he successfully break through to the second rank. Pa! Pa! The other two were also crushed, and his realm advanced from the second rank to the third rank. The 4 experienced talisman only increased by 2 ranks, which made Jun Changshao very depressed. The system said, for a normal Emperor stage expert, it would take decades to raise his grade. The host should be satisfied. That's true, although it was harder to raise his realm than before, but he still had the system and various missions. As long as he was rewarded with a few more experienced talisman, it wouldn't be a problem at all. Thinking of this, Jun Patriarch suddenly felt refreshed, and then looked inside his dantian. After breaking through to the Emperor stage, although the 2 crystal cores were smaller than before, the psionic energy they contained was extremely majestic, especially when there was an additional attribute that looked like clouds and mist out of thin air. This was the energy needed for flight. Any martial artist who broke through to the Emperor stage would condense and thus have the ability to fly. To be exact, with this kind of energy, one could get rid of the shackles of heaven and earth and fly freely in the sky like a bird. That was why it was called the power of flight. As his level increased, the power of flight would become stronger, and his speed would also increase a lot. Jun Changshao was not in a hurry to test his flight. After all, he had the armed combat wings before, and had already experienced the pleasure of flying faster than others. What he cared more about now was the various formulas rewarded by the system. Schwa. It merged into the space ring. The mission reward formulas were all placed quietly. With a thought, they were automatically matched. A lot of new weapons and equipment were born in the forging pavilion. Jun Changshao casually tapped on the True Yang sword and immediately listed out the required refining materials. The material of this sword was not much different from the cold light sword. Moreover, he could refine one. The members of the procurement hall had been actively purchasing. As long as there were ores outside, they would buy most of them, so the stock was very rich. This was the benefit of preparing for a rainy day. Otherwise, even if he had a high-grade weapon formula, he would have to spend a lot of effort to find ores to refine it. Ding! Jun Changshao focused on refining. Then he looked at the cloud-piercing saber, black iron shield, and other equipment. Unfortunately, he lacked certain ores, so he couldn't forge them. When I go back, I have to ask the purchasing hall to speed up the purchasing process. Jun Changshao naturally hoped to mass-produce the high-grade weapons produced by the system and equip his disciples with them to increase their strength. He opened the pill pavilion. Needless to say, high-grade qi-gathering pills were definitely very suitable for cultivation. What Jun Changshao was most concerned about was the elementary-grade soul-molding pill. He said, "This item is only 1 word away from the body-molding pill. Could it have the effect of molding one's soul?" Smart, the system said. Jun Changshao said, "We also need to mass-produce them so that each disciple can have one." The effects of the body-shaping pill went without saying, and the soul-shaping pill would definitely have miraculous effects as well. Inside the spatial ring, there was also a fist-sized rock. It was surrounded by fluorescent light and looked very strange. Jun Changshao asked, "What is this?" "Sealing blade. Modify soul stones," the system replied. Jun Changshao said in surprise, "It can modify the sealing blade?" "Yes. How do I use it?" "Fuse your soul into it." Jun Changshao released his soul force and spread it out. The moment it touched the stone, it seemed to be melted by high temperature and turned into a sticky liquid. The system said, "Quickly fuse with the sealing blade." Schwa. Jun Changshao took the sealing blade and then manipulated the melted liquid to fuse with it. Gulp! Gulp! The liquid enveloped the entire blade and then turned into bubbles. This blade that was given by the first wish was a divine weapon in the lower realm, but when Jun Changshao broke through to the king realm, it seemed to be powerless, especially when facing the half-step Wushang. It completely lost any value. So he threw it into the cold palace and didn't want to use it again. The level was getting higher and higher. Many martial arts equipment were destined to be abandoned or replaced by new ones. For example, among the martial arts that he bought before, only self-chop was useful. Martial arts, such as rupturing fist, were no longer suitable for the needs of disciples above the master realm. I hope this modification can give the hard blade a new life, Jun Changshao whispered. Although he had the armament wings and the body of holy flame, he still felt that it was not safe enough. If this blade could become strong again, he would undoubtedly be more at ease. Half an hour later, the hard blade absorbed all the strange liquid and quietly suspended in front of Jun Changshao. Although from the spatial ring, the size and specifications of the blade were normal. As for its power, he would only know when it was pulled out. Shua! Jun Changshao raised his hand and grabbed the hilt. Although it was not out of the sheath, he could feel a heavier aura, so he concluded, "Old friend, after the modification, your power should be stronger." Whoa! The hard blade trembled slightly, as if responding to its master. "Come." Jun Changshao came out of the spatial ring and raised his hand. "Let me see your evolved body." Xiu, the space shook. The heroic Jun Changshao's mouth twitched violently, because the hard blade in his hand was much smaller than before the modification. It could be described as an embroidery needle. This is a blade after all, or the Ru Yi Jing Gubang, whatever. Jun Changshao waved his hand and pinched the opening talisman between his fingers. Pa! He crushed it. 2 fingers quickly clamped the hilt that couldn't be any smaller, but he couldn't pull it out no matter how hard he tried. "Don't waste your energy," the system said. "The modified hard blade requires a new opening talisman to be unsealed." Ga! Jun Changshao stood still. After a while, his mouth twitched. "You mean I can still use it before the modification, but after the modification I can't use it?" "Correct," the system said. "Can you come out of the thought sea? I want to beat you up. I also want to beat you up, but I can't. Come out. Come in." The host and the system began their daily bickering. The hard blade had been modified. As for its power, there was no new opening talisman, so it was temporarily unknown. However, Jun Changshao could also speculate. This kind of modification was nothing more than an increase in power, and that kind of suppression would also increase. At that time, it would definitely be able to bind the Emperor stage, the half-step Wushang, and even Wushang. As long as he got a new opening talisman, he could do whatever he wanted in the falling star continent. Awesome, super awesome. Jun Changshao walked out of the isolation array with a smile of exultation. He had seen all the reward items. Next, he would spend all the excess contribution points on the way back to the sect. An extra 20,000 points, great. The Patriarch's aura seems to be much stronger than before. When Jun Changshao walked out of the array, F4 of the Sect of all times, the Grand Elder of the Extreme Coldness Palace, and the others all noticed that the aura he unintentionally emitted was stronger than before. Before entering, he was a king stage, and after coming out, he was an emperor stage. How could he not be strong? Chapter 656. Let's go. Jun Changshao snapped his fingers and brought the disciples back to the sect. On the way, he opened the system store skillfully and considered what goods he should buy. From the looks of it, his realm had increased to the emperor level, and he had many more weapons and elixirs. He really didn't have any specific needs. However, the overflowing contribution points would be cleared after 24 hours. Even if he didn't need them, he had to create them. Jun Changshao secretly said, "The modified hard-to-keep blade can't be unsealed, which means that I still have no trump cards. I can consider buying a talisman of heaven and earth for emergencies." Even if his realm had increased, he still needed a reliable trump card to save his life at a critical moment. The talisman of heaven and earth that could increase one's cultivation was undoubtedly very suitable. As for the side effects of a year with the space-time secret realm, it was not a problem at all. It was decided. Ding! The host has spent 10,000 contribution points and obtained Talisman of Heaven and Earth X1. It has been transferred to the space ring. Ding! Sect contribution points 237 for 320000. After buying it, Jun Changshao looked at the goods and found that there was a small annotation on it. The content was, "This item is limited to 2 pieces." He had already accepted this kind of limited purchase. Not only was there no wave in his heart, but he also wanted to laugh. "I have a few thousand contribution points left. I'll buy it from the mid-tier store." June Patriarch had developed a habit. He had to save enough contribution points before he could feel at ease. It was this habit that allowed him to have enough contribution points to buy the Talisman of Heaven and Earth when the Supreme Elder of the Extreme Cold Palace came. Otherwise, how could he subdue him and clean the Sect courtyard? Ding! Ding! A series of cumbersome prompts sounded. Sect Master June had a very good grasp of the situation. He had used up the remaining 3,000 plus contribution points. What did he buy? There were AK-47, AWM sniper rifles, and various levels of aptitude liquids. The higher the level of firearms, the harder it was to show its value. But the main thing was that it was cheap and could be equipped with the Wolf Rider Hull. At that time, the Wolf Rider Hull would ride the Hurricane Wolf and hold the AK-47, killing on the battlefield. The scene would be as beautiful as a painting. Screech! The cry of the Black Eagle of the Demon Ridge resounded in the sky of the eastern vast state. Awoo! Awoo! The disciples of the Sect of all times galloped across the land on their hurricane wolves, sometimes in a V shape, sometimes in a straight line, looking very smug. Just as they left the eastern Haozhou's earth staircase, Jun Changshao suddenly stopped. He frowned as he looked at the dark forest in the distance. The disciples following behind him all stopped in their tracks. "Patriarch," Li Qingyang asked, "why did you stop?" "There's someone in the forest ahead." Someone? The Grand Elder of the Extreme Coldness Palace released his spiritual sense and discovered that there was indeed a group of black-robed martial artists in the forest. It was at least 700 or 800 meters away. He was actually able to spy on them. Wasn't the range of his spiritual senses a little too exaggerated? As the Grand Elder of the Extreme Coldness Palace, who was half a step away from Wushang, his spiritual sense could easily extend to a distance of 1,000 miles. Naturally, his spiritual sense could also shrink to a distance of a few hundred miles. At this distance, even a peak martial king would not be able to compare. Now, Jun Changshao was able to spy on them even though they were 700 or 800 miles away. It was really unbelievable. That forest is filled with ferocious beasts. Maybe there are mercenaries hunting the ferocious beasts, Jin Dejuan said. No, Jun Changshao said they're waiting for someone. Waiting for who? Waiting for us. Zhen Dejuan looked confused. In this unfamiliar place, who would wait for us? Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, several streams of light flew over from the dark forest. Then they hovered in the air and revealed 6 martial cultivators wearing strange masks. Li Qingyang and the others did not recognize them. However, Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingqin knew them. That was because they had been chased by 4 Wu Huang, wearing the same masks when they had just come out of the northwest He State's royal city. Judging from their auras, the 6 of them were obviously stronger than before, especially the masked man standing at the front. His aura was very strong, as if he had merged with heaven and earth. He was either a peak Wu Huang or a half-step Wu Sheng. Jun Patriarch. A hoarse old voice came from the mask. My master wants to see you. Are you interested in accompanying me? Jun Changshao said, I'm in a hurry to return to the sect. I'm not interested in accompanying you. You almost kidnapped my disciple in the Northwest state. I haven't settled the score yet. How dare you show up again? Do you think I'm magnanimous enough to let bygones be bygones? The masked man said, June Patriarch, I'm here to invite you today. You have to go whether you want to or not. Very domineering and arrogant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, a large number of black-clothed martial cultivators hiding in the distant forest galloped over on wind-type, ferocious beasts. There were more than 1,000 of them, all wearing strange masks. Roar, roar. Angry roars sounded. In a short moment, this group of masked martial cultivators flew over and surrounded the hundreds of disciples of the sect of all times. The evil aura they emitted gathered together, causing people to tremble in fear. I'm so scared. Su Xiaoma pretended to be scared. Li Fei, Tianqi, and the others grinned, looking at the disciples of the sect of all times. Even if they were surrounded by so many ferocious masked martial cultivators, not only were they not afraid, they were even emitting a strong fighting spirit. Many of them did not fight when they went to the Lily Saint sect. Now, a group of martial cultivators with ill intentions suddenly appeared. Naturally, they could vent it out. June Patriarch. The leading masked man said in a deep voice, If you don't want any disciples to die, it's best to follow me. This meant, if they did not cooperate, they would attack. Who are you? Jun Changshao touched his nose and asked. He could immediately order the disciples to fight, but he had to ask clearly if these masked fellows were from the Darkness sect. That person said, Follow me to see the master, then you will know who we are. I won't say. Jun Changshao shrugged and said, I naturally won't go. June Patriarch. That masked man said coldly, Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Elder. A person standing at the side said, This brat clearly doesn't want to go. Let's just attack. The other masked men agreed and gathered spiritual energy in their hands. I've drunk all the wine in the world, but I've never drunk a forfeit wine. I want to try it today. Jun Changshao laughed. These words were really despicable. The leading masked man raised his hand and said indifferently, If that's the case, then I'll let June Patriarch have a taste of this forfeit wine. Shwa, shwa. Thousands of black-clothed masked men, riding on fierce beasts, leaped up one after another. They either took out their weapons or gathered their spiritual energy to attack. These people were very strong, and their average cultivation was at the peak of Wuzong. Moreover, there were even dozens of King level S among them. To be able to send out such a force, it was hard to imagine how strong the force was. Shwa. Jun Changshao's eyes were cold and fierce. Kill them all. Clang, clang. The disciples of the sect of all times, who had long been eager to give it a try, all took out their weapons and welcomed the masked men with burning eyes. Hoo-hoo! For a time, the sky was filled with a strong killing intent. Chapter 657. Boom! Boom! Su Xiaoma and Li Fei were the first to rush over. They gathered explosive spiritual energy under their feet and kicked the two black-clothed men away. Putong! Putong! The two masked men fell heavily on the ground. There were footprints on their chests. They were dead. This wasn't a spar, nor was it a drill. Therefore, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei didn't show any mercy. In the Lily Holy Sect, if the disciples of the sect of all times were to fight with no regard for their lives, the female disciples would use all kinds of methods to show how they would be killed instantly. Boom! Boom! On the other side, Yang Yuhua rushed over like a bull. Although she was attacked, her speed didn't decrease at all. Bam! In the end, he hugged a black-clothed man and pushed him forward, sending 4 or 5 black-clothed masked men flying. He was the number 2 meat shield of the sect. At this moment, it was vividly displayed. Boom! Boom! Long Xiang held the Overlord's spear and fought with several enemies. Wherever the spear went, there would be a bloody storm. Puchi! Puchi! The sword flashed as if it was harvesting grass. Putong! Several black-clothed, masked men fell together. Their heads rolled neatly on the ground. Trash! Yi Xingqian held the cold ray sword and his eyes were filled with disdain. Huff, huff! At this moment, a king-level expert attacked from behind. The spiritual energy he gathered instantly turned into a palm as heavy as a mountain. Whoosh! Yi Xingqian suddenly turned around and his sword flashed. Puchi! A cold ray arrived first. The rank 1 martial king didn't even have the chance to dodge before his head was cut off. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. The enemies who were about to attack all stopped subconsciously when they saw this. Oh my God! A martial king was killed instantly. The disciples of the sect of all times were too scary. Don't be agitated, don't be agitated. However, this was the most normal way of doing things because disciples like Li Qingyang and Xiao Zueji were killing king-level martial artists with cold and ruthless moves. In a short period of time, a few hundred of the 1,000 masked men in black were killed by the disciples of the sect of all times. Among them, more than 10 king ranks died. Elder Wu Huang, who was hovering in the air, said, "These sect of all times disciples aren't simple." No wonder Master sent so many people. The leader of the masked men was also very surprised, but he still said indifferently, "You guys go." Yes, the 5 Wu Huang slowly descended. Huff! A powerful aura filled the air and instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. With so many Emperor-level powerhouses activating their Qi domains at the same time, the resulting pressure was extremely strong. The disciples of the sect of all times were unable to control their bodies after a slight resistance. Huff, huff! Right at this moment, an even thicker Qi field pressed down from the sky, clashing violently with the Qi fields formed by the 5 Wu Huang warriors. It was Jun Changshao who released the Qi domain. At this moment, he was standing on the Black Eagle of the Devil Ridge. He looked calm and at ease. The 5 Wu Huang warriors who were hit by the Qi domain were horrified. The Qi domain released by the patriarch of the sect of all times was far stronger than theirs. If they didn't release it together, they would definitely be defeated instantly. Wait, this guy can condense Qi domains? The leader of the masked martial artists was surprised. You're Wu Huang. Boom! Boom! The invisible 5 Qi fields were instantly destroyed. The 5 martial emperors were sent flying backward, spitting out blood one after another. The confrontation of Qi domains was similar to the internal strength of martial arts masters. Once defeated, the meridians would be damaged. Weak, Jun Changshao said. He had just broken through to emperor level, but he could use Qi domains to suppress 5 powerhouses of the same level. This was really awesome. Evil Saint Wu Ju and the elder of the Extreme Coldness Palace were dumbfounded. They thought that Jun Changshao would send them to deal with the 5 Wu Huang warriors, but they were all injured by releasing Qi domains. And when did he break through to emperor level? Just now. It was less than half an hour. The Qi domains of the 5 Wu Huang warriors were broken. Li Qingyang and the others were relieved and continued to fight with their opponents. Jun Changshao didn't use Qi domains to suppress his opponents because his disciples could kill them all without using his strength. Yes, absolutely crushing. It would just take some time to kill them all. The leader of the masked martial artists in the sky could see that although they had more people, the gap between them and the disciples of the sect of all times was too big. So he immediately raised his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! His subordinates received the order and retreated as soon as possible. They were full of confidence when they attacked, but when they fought with the disciples of the sect of all times, they were filled with despair. Especially, what made them fearful was many people released the aura of a martial king during the battle. They didn't see the scene of hundreds of people releasing their martial king cultivation. Otherwise, they would be scared out of their wits. You think you can come and go as you please? Jun Changshao waved his hand and said, "Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive." Yes, the disciples shouted in unison, and then rushed over with their movement techniques. "Pucci! Pucci!" The masked martial artists in black, who were too slow, were instantly killed by the disciples of the sect of all times who were chasing after them. Those who ran far away couldn't escape because they would be caught up soon. After cultivating for so long, it was rare for them to experience real combat. The disciples of the sect of all times wouldn't end so quickly, so they had to chase them to the end. "How dare you!" At this moment, the masked martial artist in the sky shouted in a deep voice. A thick aura whizzed over and instantly pressed down on the disciples of the sect of all times. As expected, this guy was a half-step wusheng. At this moment, a half-step wusheng's aura also appeared behind Jun Changshao and instantly collided with the masked martial artist's aura. Such a strong qi domain was naturally not released by Jun Patriarch, but by the Supreme Elder of the Extreme Coldness Palace. He and the masked martial artists in black were both half-step wusheng, so the qi domain released was extremely strong. The space was compressed and instantly distorted. However, the disciples of the sect of all times were not affected and continued to chase after the martial artists who were escaping. Boom! Boom! Flowing light flashed and sword light flashed. The fleeing martial artists in black were killed one by one. To be honest, even if they sent another 2,000 or 3,000 martial artists, it would be difficult to cause any trouble to the hundreds of sect of all times disciples who were at the martial king level. They had been waiting here for a long time, but in reality they were waiting for death. Whoosh! Whoosh! How could the 5 Wu Huang allow them to kill their subordinates wantonly? So they all rushed down when the elder and the half-step wusheng were fighting for the qi domain. With their strength, it would be easy for them to kill the disciples of the sect of all times. However, before they flew down and attacked, the evil saint of 5 treasures blocked their way and said calmly, "Your opponent is me." One look and one sentence revealed a terrifying aura, which made the 5 Wu Huang's hair stand on end. This hunchbacked elder's strength should be at the martial emperor level, but for some reason, it made them feel that his strength was unfathomable. If they knew that standing in front of them was a senior from the evil sect, Wu Sheng from thousands of years ago, they would be so scared that their legs would tremble. Whoosh whoosh! The evil saint of 5 treasures waved his hand and a strange attribute spread out. It was as if dark clouds were pressing down, causing the area to become extremely dark. The 5 Wu Huang said in shock, "He is an evil cultivator." Chapter 658. When the evil saint of 5 treasures released his attributes, the other Wu Huang immediately realized that he was an evil cultivator, especially when they felt the pressure coming down on them. An ominous feeling rose in their hearts. This person was very strong and very dangerous. Die. The evil saint of 5 treasures smiled coldly. The strange attributes came down like a dark cloud, and at the same time, it contained an extremely strong qi domain. Not good. The 5 Wu Huang shouted in fear. Under the suppression of the domineering qi domain, they couldn't move at all. They could only watch as the terrifying and gloomy power came down on them. No! Desperate voices sounded in the sky, but it was useless. Bang! 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 Continuous explosions sounded in the sky. Li Qingyang and the others who were chasing after the deserters looked up and saw the sky full of minced meat and blood falling down like rain. Hiss! Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others gasped. Those were 5 Wu Huang, but they were killed by the patriarch's servant in an instant. This was too shocking. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, 5 Wu Huang died just like that. It's a pity. The 5 Wu Huang were killed by the evil saint of 5 treasures. It was very powerful and cruel. This showed that even if he fell to the emperor level, he would still be the emperor level. Boom! On the other side, the great elder of the extreme coldness palace and the masked man who was competing in qi domain had already won. The latter was slightly at a disadvantage and had to take a few steps back. Actually, he wasn't weak. It was mainly because the evil saint of 5 treasures had killed the 5 Wu Huang in an instant, which shocked him a lot. He couldn't calm himself down for a while and exposed his weakness, a battle between experts, especially for this kind of half-step Wu Sheng. A slight mistake was enough to determine the outcome. Puchi! Puchi! Below, the disciples of the sect of all times were still chasing after the fleeing masked men in black, and they killed them all in a short time. Li Qingyang led his junior brothers and started to skillfully loot the crates. Since the ancient times, not even a blade of grass would grow. Thousands of his subordinates and 5 Wu Huang were wiped out, and the half-step Wu Sheng became a general without an army. This speed was too fast, so fast that he couldn't accept it. Friends, Jun Changshao crossed his arms and said, I would like to invite you to my sect of all times for a chat. Are you interested? Those words sounded familiar. Wasn't it just what she said just now? She wanted him to change the meaning. Jun Changshao, the masked man in black, said in a deep voice, You've killed so many of my people. In the future, this old man will definitely pay you back double. Whoosh! Space rippled, and he melted into it and disappeared. He had slipped away. The half-step Wu Sheng had already grasped the power of space. If he wanted to leave, it would be very difficult to stop him. In fact, the masked man might not be afraid of the extreme coldness palace's grand elder, but the evil saint of 5 ultimates was very strange, which made him very afraid, so he could only leave. His subordinates and the 5 Wu Huang did not return, which was very sad. To be honest, this unknown organization had already overestimated the sect of all times, directly sending a half-step sage and 5 Wu Huang. Unfortunately, Jun Changxiao's 2 servants were very strong. Since they had come, they could only return with their halberds broken. Hoo-hoo! The piled-up corpses gradually turned into ashes under the fire, and interspatial rings on their bodies had already been taken away by Li Qingyang and the others. Jun Changshao was not in the mood to count the resources. He held his chin and muttered, Where did they come from? The first time, they sent 4 Wu Huang to Northwest to Prefecture, and the second time they sent so many experts. He didn't think that the other party was an ordinary darkness sect. Master, evil saint of 5 ultimates walked over with a strange mask and said, This mask is a bit familiar. Oh, Jun Changshao said you've seen it before. No, evil saint of 5 ultimates said, I've heard of it. This guy had lived for a long time and had just come out of the cemetery. Since he had heard of it, it meant that the organization wearing this kind of mask had existed for at least 3,000 years. Speak, Jun Changshao said. Evil saint of 5 ultimates said, I've heard that the Demon Emperor sect, the leader of the demon sects, had internal strife after the Demon Emperor fell. A group of experts left and luckily escaped the pursuit of the other sections. They then joined the darkness sect. If they were to take action, they would wear strange masks. There was no record of this in the ancient books. He only found some remnant ancient books by chance and learned about it. Jun Changshao was silent for a while and said, Could it be that the ones who have caused trouble for the sect of all times are the remnants of the Demon Emperor sect? It's hard to say. Evil saint of 5 ultimates told him what he knew. As for whether it was true or not, it had been a long time. The remnants of the demon sect might have been eradicated by the other sections. Jun Changshao rubbed his temples and said, First they wanted to kidnap Sinner and Xingqian, and now they're inviting me. What's their purpose? The system said, the host sect is growing too fast. It's normal to be targeted. Jun Changshao could understand this, but he couldn't accept that the other party was hiding in the dark and he had no information at all. The group of people that Evil Saint of 5 Ultimates mentioned by Evil Saint of 5 Ultimates also provided a little clue. He might as well follow this clue and investigate. Maybe he could gain something. Phew! Jun Changshao stood up and said, Return to the sect. Patriarch, Su Xiaoma pointed to the thousands of wind-type beasts that were trembling on the ground and said, "What should we do with them?" The mounts brought by the black-clothed masked men were quite fierce at first, but when the Black Eagle of the Demon Ridge released a little pressure, they were scared to death. Bring them back to the Sect for training. The Wolf Rider Hall just happened to be lacking mounts, although these wind-type beasts were not as good as the Hurricane Wolves. At least they could be used. It was unknown which force the masked men in black came from, but from the looks of it, they were definitely giving June Patriarch a big gift. Whoosh whoosh! The wind blew past the area where the battle had just occurred, as if nothing had happened. After a long time, the people of the 9 fourth-rate sects in the northeast Lu Prefecture who had left the Lily Saint sect arrived one after another. This sect of all times is too terrifying. So many martial kings and a few Wu Huang were all killed. That guy who seems to be an evil cultivator. His strength must be unfathomable. The 9 Patriarch relied on their spiritual senses to capture the battle between the sect of all times and the group of mysterious masked men from afar, especially when they witnessed Evil Saint of 5 ultimates instantly killing 5 Wu Huang. At that moment, they truly realized the strength of these disciples that Jun Changshao brought was simply terrifying. If they were to play a life and death battle in the Lily Saint sect, the disciples of the various sects in the Eastern Vast State would definitely not be defeated so easily. Terrifying. The palace master of the Extreme Coldness Palace could not help but secretly say, "It's too terrifying." When Jun Changshao brought his disciples to kill, it was obvious that he did not send any elites. Otherwise, his sect would have been destroyed long ago. In fact, when he went to the Extreme Coldness Palace to cause trouble, they were all present. It was just that their cultivation was not high at that time, but now they were all martial kings. This sect of all times is not to be trifled with. After witnessing the battle just now, the 9 sects had a new understanding of Jun Changshao's sect, and an even stronger fear rose in their hearts. Chapter 659. A few days later, the news of the sect of all times challenging the Lily Saint sect and beating up the disciples of the various sects in the eastern vast prefecture spread throughout the Falling Star continent. 1 against 10. They fought many rounds and did not lose a single round. It's too miraculous. The direct disciple of the Lily Saint sect, Morong Xan, is a water-type martial king. In the end, she was completely suppressed by the fire-type cultivator of the sect of all times, Xiao Ziji. She didn't even have the strength to fight back. How did the disciples of this sect cultivate? The news of the challenge continued to spread. Many cultivators were discussing it in shock. Without a doubt, the sect of all times had successfully established their prestige in the Falling Star continent by stepping on the Lily Saint sect. Who dared to doubt that they had defeated an ancient second-rate sect? No more. At this moment, all the sects and forces in the Falling Star continent had taken the sect of all time seriously. They no longer thought that it was just a rising sect. Some even began to discuss whether this sect would participate in the upcoming dragon and tiger battle for supremacy. There aren't any decent sects in the southwest Yangzhou. The sect of all times will definitely participate. To be able to defeat a direct disciple of a second-rate sect, if they participate in the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy, they will definitely achieve good results. I can't wait. The martial cultivators of the Falling Star continent hoped that the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy would begin soon. This way, they could personally witness the intense clashes between the geniuses of the various sects. Of course, many sects participating in the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy remembered the sect of all times and began to actively collect information so that they would have a higher chance of winning if they met on the day of the battle. The sect of all times. Jun Changshao returned with his disciples and held a celebration party that night. That night, Xiao Ziji drank a lot and was dead drunk. Even though he was lying on the ground, he was still hugging an empty wine jar and smiling foolishly. During the Azure Sun County Sect tournament, he had also gotten drunk and cried while hugging a wine jar. That was in Liang City. He had won the championship in front of his former family and used his powerful body to tell them that although he couldn't cultivate, he could still rise. Now that he had defeated Morong Xayan and untied the last knot in his heart, he was completely relaxed. Trash? That was in the past. The current me has been reborn from the ashes. On the roof, Jun Changshao looked down at Xiao Ziji, who was giggling, and murmured, "Your story won't end just because you defeated Morong Xayan." That's right. Defeating destiny was just the beginning. It wasn't just Xiao Ziji. Every disciple in the sect had only just begun. They still had a long way to go. As a patriarch, Jun Changshao would protect his children like a parent, allowing them to slowly grow up and become stronger. They could only bully others, but not be bullied by others. The next day, Xie, Guangquin, Ai Shangyao, various forces in Azure Sun County, and even Ma Yunting from Blue Mountain's sect came to congratulate him. Defeating a second-rate sect was a joyous occasion. The hospitable Jun Changshao from Shandong was naturally happy to receive friends from afar. Patriarch. As soon as the banquet began, Li Qingyang hurried over and said, "A middle-aged man who claims to be the county governor of Azure Sun County has come to visit." County governor? Xie Guangquin and the others were stunned. "Invite him in," Jun Changshao said. The white-haired yin he swaggered in with a wine gourd hanging from his waist. However, before he arrived, the smell of alcohol wafted over. This guy had drunk a lot and was drunk. County governor. Xie Guangquin and the other 7 city lords stood up respectfully. "Ha ha ha." Yun he laughed and sat down at the banquet. He took out his wine gourd and said, "Kid, you defeated a second-rate sect and showed the might of Azure Sun County. Come, let me toast you with this cup of wine." City Lord Xie and the others' mouths twitched. "My county governor, the sect of all times, defeated the Lily Saint sect. Not only did they show the might of Azure Sun County, but they also showed the entire southwestern Yangzhou. That's right. When the news spread throughout the prefecture, all the cultivators were so excited that they were about to fly. First, they went to Lu Prefecture in the northeast. Now, they defeated a second-rate sect in eastern Hao Prefecture. The glory that the sect of all times brought to the southwestern Yangzhou was unimaginable. It was mainly because they were not familiar with Jun Patriarch. Otherwise, many forces in the prefecture would have come to congratulate them. "Please." Jun Changshao raised his wine cup. Cloud Crane raised his head and gulped down a large mouthful of water. The 8 city lords' mouths twitched. They had not seen the county governor for many years, but he was still so addicted to alcohol. Azure Sunday, Jun Changshao waved his hand and said, "Prepare a bowl and chopsticks for County Governor Yin." Yes, Li Qingyang left. The disciples of the sect of all times discussed among themselves. Most of them were locals of Azure Sun County. They had known about the county governor since they were young. They did not expect him to be so ordinary today. When the bowl and chopsticks were served, Yin he did not eat. Instead, he took another sip of wine and said, "Kid, don't just focus on developing the sect. Develop the Azure Sun County more. Otherwise, how can you live up to your status as the deputy county governor?" Deputy county governor? Xie Guangquin and the others were dumbfounded. Ugh. Jun Changshao took out his waist token and said, "It's tiring enough to manage a sect. I don't want to manage a county as well. Therefore, it's better for the county governor to do it personally." Right now, he wanted to be a hands-off boss. Why would he want to be a deputy county governor? "No. Yun," he said, "since you've accepted the waist token, you're the deputy county governor of Azure Sun County. You have to do it all the way. F***CK. You're blaming me now. All of you." Yun, he pointed at Xie Guangquin and the others. "Hurry up and greet the deputy county governor." Swoosh! The 8 city lords stood up one after another and bowed respectfully to Jun Changshao. Greetings, Deputy County Governor. The Deputy County Governor was equivalent to the second in command. Naturally, the city lords would follow his orders. Yun he took a sip of wine and said, "When I'm not around, you can ask Deputy County Governor Jun for help. He has the authority to make all the decisions." The 8 city lords' mouths twitched again. Have you ever been around in the past few years? They finally understood that the county governor wanted to hand over the entire county to Jun Changshao. If he could build a sect to the level of a second-rate sect in a short period of time, there would definitely be no problem for him to manage Azure Sun County. Support. Full support. Jun Changshao was speechless. This Azure Sun County is yours. If you let me decide everything, why are you still the county governor? You might as well give up your position. Smack! Yun he placed the county governor's waist token on the table and said, "If you want to be the county governor, I'll give it to you now." Jun Changshao almost fell over. The 8 city lords were also a little dizzy. Handing over the position of county governor just like that? Wasn't that too much of a joke? Kid. Yun he's expression suddenly turned serious. Azure Sun County is only a grade 9. Even with a powerful sect of all times like you, it's inevitable that we'll be looked down upon when we're outside. As a local, can you bear with it? This guy is setting a trap. I can't accept it. I can't accept it. Swoosh. Yun he stood up and looked at the Azure Sun County's clan lords. Are you willing to be called the lower grade 9 for the rest of your lives? His words instantly stirred everyone's emotions. The clan lords clenched their fists tightly. Their eyes were shining as they answered the county governor's question. No. Jun Changshao. Yun he shouted. As a resident of Azure Sun County, are you going to tolerate the fact that your fellow county governor is naturally shorter than others when he's outside? As soon as he said that, everyone looked over. There was a pleading look in their eyes. They were begging Jun Patriarch to take over Azure Sun County. F***CK. This guy is really good at stirring up the emotions of the crowd. County Governor. Jun Changshao kept the deputy county governor's waist token and poured wine into a big bowl. He raised it and said, "I'm not convinced by anyone but you." She had no choice but to agree to it. Come. Yun he stood up and said, "After drinking this bowl of wine, Azure Sun County will be under your management from today onwards. Don't let everyone down." Chapter 660. After a drinking session, Jun Changshao became the deputy county governor of Qingyang County. After it was over, he sat in the main hall and covered his head. Did I drink too much? He didn't drink too much. He was fooled by Yun he. Jun Patriarch, who was usually eloquent, had met his match. Patriarch. Li Luochio said, "Managing a county is not like managing a sect. You have to be mentally prepared." Jun Changshao broke down. "I'm just finding things for myself to do." Deputy County Governor. Xia Guangquan walked in and said, "Do you work in the sect or in the city? Is there a difference?" "The difference is that we can report to you if there's anything." Did he really think of himself as the county governor? You and Yin, he have already drank the oath wine. How can he not see you as the county governor? Jun Changshao was speechless. Then I'll work in the sect. However, don't come to me for small matters. Yes. Xie Guangquan left. In the next few days, the 8 city lords would run to the sect of all times when they had nothing to do and hand over some necessary information, such as population statistics and power statistics. You have a good plan, I have a ladder. Jun Patriarch handed all these matters to Li Qingyang and the others. In fact, the county governor of Qingyang County ignored government affairs all year round, and the 8 city lords could still operate normally. He could completely be a hands-off shopkeeper. However, what worried Jun Patriarch the most was, how could he upgrade a 9th-class county to an 8th-class county? This was also the real reason why he made him the deputy county governor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken so righteously at the banquet. Forget it, Jun Changshao said. Let's take it one step at a time. He didn't have the intention to develop the county for the time being. Instead, he still focused on the sect. Masterly, Jun Changshao called Li Luoqiu over and said, "Order the members of Drizzle Hall to search for all records related to the demon sect from 10,000 years ago. Even if it's unofficial history, don't let them go." A mysterious organization with a mask had appeared one after another. He had to figure this out as soon as possible instead of remaining passive. A few days later, the records of the Demon Gate were sent to the sect of all times. Jun Changshao had nothing better to do, so he carefully read through the records. In the end, there was no record of the remaining members of the demonic sect. Troublesome. Not being able to find any clues made him very depressed. Patriarch. Right at this moment, Yi Xingqian walked in and said, "I'm going to challenge the Earth Series geniuses." Jun Changshao agreed. However, he reminded him, "Be careful of the masked darkness sect." Yes, Yi Xingqian was not worried, because the Taishan Sutra could hide one's aura. As long as he hid, even Wu Sheng might not be able to find him. Xiao Ziji did not go with his good friend. Instead, he continued to cultivate in the sect. As for the other disciples, they also began to cultivate as usual, striving to break through to a higher level. The next day, not only did Mu Changhong come to visit, but he also brought 100,000 spirit stones. He didn't think that the sect of all times would challenge the Lily Holy Sect. In the end, not only did they win, but they also defeated the various sects of the Eastern Radiant Prefecture. They really brought honor to the southwest Yangzhou. Naturally, he couldn't come empty-handed. Jun Changshao put down the spirit stones and said with a smile, "We're all family. You're being too formal with gifts." Family? The smile on Mu Changhong's face became even wider. Obviously, he misunderstood the meaning of Jun Patriarch's words. "Jun Patriarch," he said with a smile, "after winning the Lily Holy War, your sect's name will spread in the Starfall continent." Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Jun's original intention was to bring my disciple Xiao Ziji to seek justice. I didn't think about anything else." "Bah, bah, bah," Mu Changhong said. "It's not necessarily a good thing to be in the limelight. Therefore, Jun Patriarch has to keep a low profile." Yes, Jun Changshao agreed. The things that he had done recently were indeed too high profile. Now that there was no epic mission, he had to keep a low profile. To be honest, other than when his disciple was bullied, Jun Patriarch did not want to be high profile. He only wanted to develop the sect steadily. It was a pity. Some missions forced him to be high profile. For example, Shirlu's mission. Defeating the disciples of the various sects of the Eastern Radiant Prefecture would give him a mission number. For the reward and breakthrough, he had to be high profile. Originally, I yearned for the life of a peasant woman living in the mountains. But the system just had to force me into prostitution. So it's my fault? The system said. Of course, Mu Changhong said. If the sect of all times can get good results in the dragon and tiger battle in half a year, I will reward you with another 200,000 spirit stones from my own pocket. 200,000 spirit stones? Jun Changshao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said proudly, "City Lord Mu, please rest assured. Since the sect of all times is participating, we are aiming for the championship." Look, how could they keep a low profile? Mu Changhong and his daughter met for a while and then left. Next, the heads of the Chu family, Hu family, and other major families of the Heavenly Mandate Royal City came to congratulate them with lavish gifts. The sect of all times had such a strong performance, and their children had become a member. They were extremely proud. Son, before leaving, the Chu family head patted Chu Xianan on the shoulder and said in a meaningful tone, Cultivate well in the sect of all times. Don't embarrass your father and June Patriarch. Yes, Chu Xianan said with a firm gaze. In the beginning, coming to the sect of all times made him so sad that he wanted to die. Now he was deeply infatuated. Hua Ling and the others were the same. They had fallen in love with the sect of all times and had completely regarded themselves as a member. The sect established by Jun Changshao seemed to have a kind of magic. Even if they were unwilling to join, as long as they integrated into their lives, they would be deeply immersed and unable to extricate themselves. Of course, it could also be said that this was the law of true fragrance. For example, the supreme elder of the extreme coldness palace, although he was just a servant sweeping the floor, after interacting with a group of energetic disciples for a long time, his mentality had changed a little bit. All right, after the heads of the major families left, Jun Changshao said, "Hurry up and cultivate and prepare for the dragon and tiger battle that is about to be held." City, Lord Mu valued the sect of all times so much. Naturally, they couldn't let him down. The system said unhappily, "It's more like we can't let down the 200,000 spirit stones." Half a month later, the latest gathering of elites list was released. Yi Xingchen, who was at the top of the mortal list, rose to 49th place in the Earth list, instantly causing a huge uproar. Junior brother Yi is awesome. Even I want to challenge the geniuses on the gathering of elites list. Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others' hands were itching. However, considering that the dragon and tiger battle was about to begin, they all dismissed the idea. Patriarch Li Luoqiu quickly walked into the main hall and said, "The latest gathering of elites list has been released. Our sect of all times is ranked 100th. What's the total ranking?" Jun Changshao asked. 100. Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. That means our sect of all times is at the bottom of the gathering of elites list? That's already very impressive. Li Luoqiu said, "Sects that can be on the list are at least third-rate sections. Our sect of all times is in the top 100 as a fifth-rate sect. It's definitely a first." Jun Changshao smiled and said, "Now that you mention it, I feel a little accomplished." Chapter 661. The latest issue of the Hero Seeking Rankings was released, and the sect of all times was on the list. The entire Starfall continent was in an uproar again. A newly risen sect, a fifth-rate sect, was actually able to enter the top 100. This was definitely an unprecedented feat and a record. Good, good, good. After seeing the list, Mu Changhong excitedly slapped his thigh. Ever since the Hero-Seeking Rankings was released, no sect in southwest Yangzhou had been able to enter the list. The sect of all times was undoubtedly a great honor. After the martial artists in the prefecture found out, their admiration for the sect of all times was like a torrential river that flowed endlessly. They had really brought honor to southwest Yangzhou. Alliance Master. Within the Noble Chi sect, Xin Tong held the newly released list and said with trembling hands, "Wan, the sect of all times has entered the hero-seeking rankings." Qin Haoren sat at the head of the table and said bitterly, "I have already received the news." This alliance master, who used to be Jun Changshao's enemy, seemed to have aged a few decades compared to 2 years ago. Right now, the sect of all times was like a great hall that stood above the clouds. He and his 100-sect alliance were like tiny ants that were not even worth mentioning. Moreover, Qin Haoren had also received the news. Just a few days ago, the Azure Sun County Chief appeared in the sect of all times and appointed him as the Deputy County Chief. He was in charge of a sect that was on the list and was also the second in command of the county. How to play, how to compete. Qin Haoren had already accepted the reality. His attitude towards the sect of all times was, no matter what, he had to avoid them and not provoke them. Sect Master. A subordinate entered and said, "Someone sent a letter." After Qin Haoren opened the letter and read it, He slumped onto the chair and said dishearteningly, "What will come, Sect Master Chin. I, as the Deputy County Chief, announce. From today onwards, Azure Sun County prohibits all non-official alliance groups. Please disband the 100 Sect Alliance within 3 days. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Signed by Jun Changshao." Qin Haoren and the 100 Sect Alliance had been keeping a low profile recently. But that didn't mean that Jun Patriarch had forgotten about this old enemy. Today, he finally found an opportunity to get rid of him. As the Patriarch of the Sect of all times, he could intimidate Alliance Master Qin and make him disband obediently. However, as the Deputy Prefectural Governor, he was more justified. "Not bad. I want to play you fair and square. You have no choice but to submit." Dismissed. After an intense battle of thoughts, Qin Haoren disbanded the 100 Sect Alliance that had been established for close to 100 years. This meant that the forces that had once been enemies with the Sect of all times had completely disappeared in the long river of history. With Jun Changxiao's current strength, he could easily wipe out all the sects led by Qin Haoren. Disbanding the 100 Sect Alliance was already considered merciful enough. "I have to join such a powerful sect. I heard that if you want to become a disciple of the Sect of all times, you have to go through a strict test. Let's go to Azure Sun County." As the Sect of all times became more and more famous, many martial artists from other prefectures rushed into Azure Sun County, hoping to pass the test and become a disciple. Patriarch. On the day of the recruitment, Ning Duxing said, "There are 10,000 people who signed up this time." So many? Jun Changshao was surprised. After defeating the Lily Saint sect and being ranked 100 on the Heroes Seek list, the Sect of all times' reputation had reached its peak. Naturally, it would attract many young people who did not belong to any sect to sign up. Not only martial cultivators, there were also many talents who were proficient in various sub-professions. It was not impossible to join the Sect of all times, but they had to go through a strict test. In the end, after the test, there were more than 2,000 people who became disciples. Among them, there were young people with good aptitudes. There were also many geniuses who were proficient in medicine and herbs. As usual, after the new disciples entered, the various halls began to recruit them. Among them, Li Luochio was the most enthusiastic. After all, the Patriarch needed to develop intelligence, and the Drizzle Hall was far from having enough manpower. With the addition of the new disciples, Jun Changshao obtained more than 2,000 contribution points, which exceeded the limit again. He could only open the system store. What should I buy? After thinking for a while, he clicked on the intermediate store. Ever since he bought the goods in the advanced store, Jun Patriarch had not shopped in such a low-level store for a long time. After getting used to eating fish and meat, he would definitely not be used to eating salted vegetables and radishes. "Oh, right." Jun Changshao patted his head and said, "I was rewarded with a title for completing the hidden mission earlier." As he spoke, he opened his independent panel. Host, Jun Changshao. Luck 10. Title, Chivalrous Warrior. Title Attribute, Luck plus 10. Available title, Famous Replace. Replace. The title changed to Famous, and the luck increased from 10 to 100 points. F***CK? Jun Changshao said in surprise. It increased by so much. The system said, "Don't get excited. Maybe the maximum luck is 10,000 or 100,000 points." Get lost. There was nothing good to buy in the intermediate store. Jun Changshao did not hesitate to click down, only to see the previous goods quickly disappear, and then a new one appeared. Yes, there was only one item. The other boxes were all empty. What the F***CK was. This item did not have any name, and there was a big on the icon. What's the situation? Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. After refreshing the store so many times, this was the first time that only one item appeared in the store. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spawning a supreme item. A notification sounded in his ear. Supreme item? Jun Changshao said blankly, "What's that?" The system said, "Supreme item will spawn under a certain probability. After purchasing it, there is a high probability that it will be a martial arts-related item." Jun Changshao said, "What's the small probability?" "There's nothing. F***CK. Jun Changshao said, "Isn't this the lucky draw?" "You can think of it that way," the system said. Jun Changshao was silent. After a while, he clicked on the item with a question mark. In the end, there was no introduction, and the price was 5,000 contribution points. So expensive? If you think it's expensive, you can choose not to buy it and just refresh it. Jun Changshao, although he did not have much confidence in his luck since he had gotten a supreme item, why not take a gamble? What if the goddess of luck came? Ding! The host has spent 5,000 contribution points and obtained a supreme item X1. It has been transferred to the space ring. Ding! Sect contribution points 19543200000. Not only did he spend the contribution points he got from recruiting disciples, he also spent a few hundred points. No problem. He was not short of money, so he could spend as much as he wanted. A box with a question mark appeared out of thin air in the space ring. How do I use it? The host can open the box by placing your palm on it. Oh! Jun Changshao stretched out his hand and placed it on the supreme item. Buzz! In an instant, the area where his palm touched the item suddenly rippled with golden light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an indestructible underwear X1. Indestructible underwear X1. Indestructible socks X1. Chapter 662. Hearing the notification, Jun Changshao's facial muscles instantly stiffened, and then he roared in his heart, "What the hell are underwear and socks?" "It means that they will never wear out and can be worn until death," the system explained. "Damn!" Jun Changshao broke down. "If I wear them all the time, how smelly will they be?" No, it's not a matter of smelly or not. I spent 5,000 contribution points to get these items. Isn't that a huge loss? Based on the current situation, the system said weakly. The host is indeed at a loss. Jun Changshao wanted to cry, but had no tears. At this moment, another notification sounded in his ear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the supreme reward. Life and Death Secret Realm X1. Buzz! Underwear, socks, and something similar to a whirlpool appeared in the spatial ring, along with an instruction manual. Life and Death Secret Realm? Jun Changshao was stunned. The first thing he thought of was the Time and Space Secret Realm, so he said, "Does it have the same function?" "This is good stuff." The system said, "Even if you have enough contribution points, you may not be able to buy it." "Is that so?" Jun Changshao took the instruction manual with some doubt. After reading it carefully, he was ecstatic. "This is definitely good stuff." The instruction manual explained the function of the Life and Death Secret Realm in detail. In fact, this secret realm was similar to the Time and Space Secret Realm, but it was not a place to cultivate, but a place to experience life and death. Warriors who entered would go through all kinds of cruel tests, and if they succeeded, they would gain benefits and even break through to the next realm. Break through to the next realm. These 4 words were extremely dazzling. However, what really made Jun Changshao ecstatic was that the secret realm was closely related to him. If his disciples entered and passed the test, they would gain a certain percentage of contribution points. It could help his disciples break through to the next realm, and he could also gain contribution points. This was definitely a good thing. At that moment, Jun Patriarch almost couldn't help but dance on the spot. He continued to read the instruction manual. Although the Life and Death Secret Realm was named after life and death, those who entered would simulate their bodies, and even if they didn't pass, they would not be hurt. Just like the training tower, the real body would be outside, and the virtual body would experience the test inside. In terms of levels, the life and death secret realm from the vast universe was definitely much more powerful than the training tower. Jun Changshao grinned and said, "The sect of all times has an additional training program." At the end of the manual, there were some things to take note of. Life and death secret realm is extremely dangerous. You may not really die, but you will be weakened for a long time. Do not enter if you are not powerful enough. TSK, with the space-time mystic realm, so what if he failed? Regarding this matter, June Patriarch didn't care at all. Instead, he couldn't wait to go to the back mountain and take out his life and death secret realm. Buzz, buzz, space distorted, gradually forming a vortex. The life and death secret realm and the space-time secret realm were right next to each other, and the two whirlpools were only a few meters apart. Ding! Side quest activated. A mission at this time? Jun Changshao opened the system panel and saw the mission. Please bring 50 disciples into the life and death secret realm and pass the easy mode elite mission. Easy mode? There was no introduction in the manual. Since there was a mission, Jun Changshao had to do it. Without hesitation, he gathered the 50 inner disciples, including Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji. Su Xiaoma said in surprise. Patriarch, why is there another mystic realm? Jun Changshao said, "This is the life and death secret realm. You will experience life and death inside, and if you succeed, you will increase your realm." Increase your realm? The gazes of Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others immediately became heated. Of course, Jun Changshao said again, "If you fail, you will die immediately." Su Xiaoma and Li Fei opened their eyes wide. Jun Changshao didn't tell the disciples the truth, mainly to create a sense of crisis, so that they could focus on facing all the difficulties after entering. Scared? No. All the disciples shouted in unison, since they knew that this life and death secret realm could increase their realm. They wouldn't be afraid, even if it was a narrow escape. Good. Jun Chang smiled and said, "Let's go in and explore." Yes. All the disciples shouted in unison. Shua. Jun Changshao entered the life and death secret realm first. Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others followed closely behind. Unfortunately, Yi Xingqin was on the earth rank outside, or he would have gone in with them. Wang. In an illusory land, the space was slightly distorted, and Jun Changshao appeared out of nowhere. This was not a real body, but a phantom formed by some kind of energy. Because it was a 100% imitation of the body, it looked exactly like the real one. Xiu! Xiu! As soon as he stabilized himself and looked inside, 3 lines of words appeared in the air. Please choose the following mode: easy mode, normal mode, hard mode, hell mode. Tisk, tisk. Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, "It's like playing a game, and I have to choose the difficulty. Normal mode." The side mission asked him to take his disciples through the easy mode, so he definitely wouldn't choose the hard mode for fun. Ding! Loading easy mode. 10%, 20%, 50%. Ding! Loading complete. Easy mode activated. I wish the challenger a smooth pass. Xiu! The scene in front of Jun Changshao changed, and he was instantly in a dark and damp forest. Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, and the rest of the 50 inner sect disciples stood behind him. Each of them looked at their unfamiliar surroundings in astonishment. Patriarch. Su Xiaoma said, "What is this place?" "Don't ask." Jun Changshao said in a low voice, "Hurry up and be alert." There was a disgusting smell in the forest, and there were definitely a lot of ferocious birds and beasts. Roar! Suddenly, an angry roar was heard. A huge bear suddenly stood up in the distance, and its eyes were flashing with a crazy red light. A low-rank 3 Earth Spirit Bear. Li Qingyang said with a frown. Jun Changshao grinned and said, "If this is the easy mode, then it's too easy." A spirit beast comparable to a rank 3 Martial King was not bad, but he had 50 Martial King inner disciples with him, and each of them could beat it to a pulp with a punch. Roar! Roar! At this moment, angry roars came from 3 other directions, and one by one, more Earth Spirit Bears stood up. There were more than 100 of them. This June Patriarch was stunned. 100 spirit beasts comparable to a rank 3 Martial King. This was a formidable lineup. Rumble. The earth trembled, and the whole world seemed to dim. Oh my God! Li Tian and the others raised their heads and their eyes widened. In their field of vision, a ferocious beast, even bigger than the Earth Spirit Bears, appeared. Its height was as big as a cliff in front of them. Patriarch, Li Qingyang said in a low voice, "This is a middle rank 6 Earth Spirit Bear Beast King." Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched violently. If this was the easy mode, wouldn't the normal mode, hard mode, and hell mode be even more terrifying? Roar! Roar! The Earth Spirit Bear roared and rushed over. Rumble! Because of its huge size, the whole earth shook violently as if it would collapse at any time. Clang! Jun Changxiao took out his weapon and shouted, "Babies, let's fight!" Chapter 663. Clang! Clang! Li Qingyang and the others took out their weapons. Their eyes were full of fighting spirit. Although they had fought with a group of masked men before, they were too weak. Now that they were facing a group of spirit beasts that were comparable to rank 3 Martial Kings, they could definitely fight to their heart's content. If it were other cultivators, the first thing they would think of when they saw so many giant spirit beasts charging at them was to run away, because it was too unrealistic. Go! Li Qingyang shouted. Whoosh! Whoosh! Su Xiaoma and Li Fei gathered spiritual energy on their feet and kicked. Bang! Bang! 2 giant earth spirit bears were kicked away as soon as they got close to them. They fell to the ground with their teeth bared. Fortunately, these spirit beasts had thick skin. If it were a rank 3 Martial King, they would have been seriously injured. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Li Fei flew over and used the immemorial shadowless kick to kick the chest of the fallen spirit beast. Ta! When it fell to the ground, the chest of the earth spirit bear was caved in and it had lost all signs of life. Li Fei's kick had killed a 3rd-grade spirit beast that specialized in defense. Li Fei's legs, which were imbued with leg strength and athlete's foot energy, were truly terrifying. Boom! On the other side, Su Xiaoma flew up and swept the air. The light condensed by her spiritual energy blew away a earth spirit bear that was about to approach her. "Junior brother Li," he shouted, "I'll leave it to you." Okay. Li Fei tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and leaped into the air. Before the spirit beast could land on the ground, he executed the ancient shadowless kick again. Boom! The earth spirit bear was kicked to death again, and several of its companions were sent flying. It was undeniable. Low-rank 3 spirit beasts were very powerful. However, in front of martial kings like Su Xiaoma and Li Fei, they could only be abused. Roar! Roar! In another direction, more earth spirit bears rushed over. Ta-ta! Yang Yuhua rushed over with her bare hands. First, she caught the arm that was as thick as a tree. Then, with a sudden force, she flung the huge monster away. It could be said that he had the strength to pick up mountains, and his aura was unparalleled. Sword force graceful. Whoosh! Before the earth spirit bear landed on the ground, Zhou Hong's sword had already been unsheathed, forming a sharp sword aura, instantly cutting the former in half. ZZZ! Blood sprayed out, splattering on the mountain rocks. Is it so real? Jun Changxiao was stunned. In his opinion, everything in the secret realm should have been transformed by some kind of energy. He didn't expect the simulation to be so realistic that he could even smell the stench. The more real it was, the more he could, the easier it would be to invest. My babies, fight to your heart's content. For the time being, he didn't plan to make a move. Instead, he would let his disciples deal with these spirit beasts. Shua, Shua, Long Ziang Li Tian, and the others unleashed their full power. Because there was no one else nearby, they did not even use the hidden cultivation technique and directly opened up their martial king realm. Huff! In an instant, the entire mountain forest was filled with the auras of over 10 martial emperors. If the martial artists who were watching the battle in the Lily Holy Sect saw this, they would be so shocked that their eyeballs would pop out. This was the strength of the disciples of the sect of all times. Challenging the Lily Holy Sect was just child's play. It was impossible for them to treat it seriously. Roar! The Earth Spirit Bear Beast King, which was as tall as a mountain wall, rushed over and condensed a powerful force in its arms. This spirit beast was comparable to the 6th stage Wu Huang. Its strength was very explosive. When it attacked, one could clearly see that the space was distorted. Oh no! Su Xiaoma and Li Fei's faces changed slightly. Their performance was the most eye-catching, and they had successfully attracted the Earth Spirit Bear Beast King's hatred. Huff! The arm that was pressing down was very thick, and the area it covered was very wide. It would be difficult for Su Xiaoma and Li Fei to dodge in time. Ta! Xiao Ziji rushed over from the side. Ka! Layers of black iron-like armor suddenly appeared, and his whole body was fully armed. Very handsome. Boom! The Earth Spirit Bear Beast King's heavy fist had already smashed down, and the entire ground cracked, raising clouds of dust. Xiao Ziji, who was wearing the spirit armor, stood straight on the spot, holding the heavy fist with both hands. Ka! The ground cracked, and his feet caved in again. Ah! Xiao Ziji's veins popped out. He raised his hand angrily and directly threw the Earth Spirit Bear Beast King's fist out. Sect of all times #1 meat shield. Its defense was really strong. Roar! The Earth Spirit Bear Beast King raised its arm again and punched down crazily. This kind of spirit beast was comparable to an emperor-level spirit beast, and its every move seemed to be able to destroy the world. Come! Xiao Ziji opened his arms, and earth-colored spirit energy condensed in his palms. This was the second element that he had comprehended after cultivating the 5 elements heaven reflection technique, and it was called Earth. Huff! The Earth element's spirit energy quickly condensed and formed a thick earth wall in front of Xiao Ziji. Boom! The fist with tens of millions of kilograms of force smashed on the wall, and it was instantly shattered. Taking advantage of this time, Xiao Ziji quickly retreated. He could not help but vomit blood, and a trace of bitterness appeared in his eyes. Although his body was strong, it was still very difficult for him to withstand 2 attacks from a middle 6th rank spirit beast. It was already very good. If it were other martial kings, they would not be able to withstand 1 punch and would be directly smashed into meat paste. In fact, it was not that Xiao Ziji was abnormal. He mainly relied on the spirit armor and the earth element, or else he would not have been able to withstand the attack. Whoosh! The Earth Spirit Bear Beast King attacked again. Its powerful strength and speed made it impossible for Xiao Ziji to dodge. Absolute Ice Seal! Lu Qianqian flew over and waved her hand lightly in the air, and an extremely cold aura rippled, attacking the Earth Spirit Bear Beast King. Crack! In an instant, the giant beast was covered by a layer of ice. After inheriting the legacy of the Ice Monarch, this woman could directly seal the Earth Spirit Bear Beast King in ice. The fist that was about to hit Xiao Ziji stopped abruptly 5 feet away. Junior brother, Xiao, get out of the way! Whoosh! Xiao Ziji did not hesitate and hurriedly used the cloud treading steps to escape. Red sky flame cut. 7 mysterious sunglow break. Whoosh! Su Xiaoma and Li Fei, who had dodged early, used the most powerful martial arts of the sect of all times, condensing the most powerful flame cut and crimson light beam. Long Ziang, Song Xianzhou, and the others who had just killed the Earth Spirit Bear Beast King jumped up and also used the red sky flame cut and 7 mysterious sunglow break. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All kinds of flame cuts and light beams were shot from different directions. Crack, crack, crack. The ice around the Earth Spirit Bear Beast King was shaken off, and then it completely broke free and was mercilessly attacked in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the explosion resounded in the forest, and all kinds of beautiful lights dispersed the dark environment. Roar! The Earth Spirit Bear Beast King, who had been attacked by all kinds of martial arts, let out a painful roar, and then took a few steps back, its mountain-like body swaying as if it was about to fall. Its body was strong, but it could not withstand the attacks of so many monstrous martial kings. Kill it while it is weak, Jun Changshao shouted. Whoosh! Whoosh! Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and almost 50 other inner disciples flew up, condensing all kinds of light beams, and attacked the Earth Spirit Bear Beast King. Chapter 664. If there were only 4 or 5 of them, they might not be able to defeat a 6th-class spirit beast. However, when 5 super martial kings unleashed their strongest martial skills, their power was extremely terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. All kinds of lights hit the Earth Spirit Bear Beast King again, forcing it to retreat step by step until it finally fell to the ground. Whoosh! Zhou Hong jumped into the air and grabbed the hilt of his sword with one hand. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dense sword chi burst out like sharp blades, tearing the Earth Spirit Bear Beast King's body apart. Whoosh! Blood spurted out like a fountain. Li Qingyang, Xiao Zuiji, and the others continued to attack with Crimson Heaven's Raging Flame Slash and 7 profound Sunglow Break. Boom! 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 In the end, the Earth Spirit Bear Beast King, which was comparable to 6th-class Wu Huang, was killed by the combined efforts of the disciples of the Sect of all times. This was extremely terrifying. Even if they were ordinary martial kings, even if there were so many of them, they might not be able to defeat a high-level spirit beast that specialized in defense. Others could not, but the disciples of the Sect of all times could. Although they were only low-level martial kings, their strength and martial skills were extremely terrifying. When they gathered their strength together, they would definitely explode. Jun Changshao was very satisfied. Although my disciples' strength is not high, they can rely on their numbers to defeat their opponents. When Elder Wei and the others planted more herbs, refined more martial king elixirs, and cultivated more martial king disciples, they could really do whatever they wanted. The death of the Earth Spirit Bear Beast King terrified the remaining dozens of Earth Spirit Bears. They twisted their huge bodies and ran away. The transformed spirit beasts actually knew fear. Jun Changshao said, "Kill them all." Whoosh! Whoosh! Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji rushed over with cloud-treading steps. In a very short time, the group of spirit beasts comparable to martial kings were all killed. Buzz! When the last Earth Spirit Bear Beast fell to the ground, the scene in front of them suddenly changed. Everyone appeared in the yellow sand area. "It's not over yet," Jun Changshao said in surprise. "Sha sha sha." The sand on the ground trembled, and pitch-black scorpion beasts crawled out. In a short period of time, there were tens of thousands of them. Looking down from above, it was a dark mass. People with trypophobia would definitely feel dizzy. Jun Changshao stood in the air and muttered, "This should be a new trial." Shishishu, shishishu. The densely packed scorpion beasts crawled over along the sand and dust on the ground. The tip of their tails shone brightly, and in an instant they shot dark green needles at the Sect of all time's disciples. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. "Be careful," Li Qingyang said. "This light is poisonous." Buzz, buzz. The disciples did not dare to be careless. They activated their spirit armors one after another, forming a defensive armor around their bodies. Ding! Ding! The needles shot out explosively and blasted onto the armor, leaving behind a lot of dark green juice that emitted a pungent stench. It was indeed poisonous. However, it was still difficult to shake the armor formed by the disciples' martial skills. "They're all wiped out," Jun Changshao said. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei were the first to rush over again. The two of them did not rely on their legs. Instead, they unleashed their fire attribute and merged it with the scorpions, releasing it without restraint. Whoosh whoosh! The scorching flames spread and burned the scorpion beasts into ashes one by one. They were large in number and poisonous in their own right. However, they were not very strong and could not withstand the intensity of Su Xiaoma and Li Fei's flames at all. Seeing that, the other disciples followed suit. In an instant, the yellow sand region was enveloped by scorching flames, as though it had turned into a flaming mountain. Moments later, the tens of thousands of black scorpion beasts in the desert were completely burned to ashes. Shu. When the last one was burned, 6 gigantic scorpions that were 30 to 40 feet tall crawled out from the ground. They had a circle of eyes on their heads and looked extremely sinister and strange. Their strength was at the level of a middle second-grade spirit beast. In other words, they were comparable to 6th second-grade Wu Huang. Go! Li Qingyang and the rest spread out without hesitation. The 50 inner disciples of the sect of all times instantly surrounded the 6 gigantic scorpions. Bang! Bang! Dazzling lights flashed frequently. Given the strength of the disciples of the sect of all times, although the 6 gigantic scorpions were quite strong, they were still killed one by one within an hour. Phew! After it was done, many disciples began to pant. They had fought 2 consecutive battles with emperor-level beasts and had consumed a lot of their spirit energy. If there were any left, they were afraid that... Buzz! At this moment, the scene changed again. The originally boundless desert turned into a boundless sea. The disciples of the sect of all times were on an extremely small island. It's not over yet. Jun Changshao frowned. After 2 battles, the disciples' physical strength could not keep up. If they were to fight at a higher level, they would definitely not be able to keep up. Whoosh! 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 Waves rolled up in the sea, and ferocious beasts that looked like flying fish shot out like arrows. Without a doubt, a new round of life and death training had begun. Although the disciples of the sect of all times were slightly tired, they still had the strength to fight. Thus, they all unleashed their cultivation to fight. Half an hour later, the 3rd stage of the training had ended. Many disciples sat on the ground, panting heavily. The number of flying fish was more than the scorpions. They had to defend and fight at the same time, so the consumption of spirit energy increased rapidly. It should be over. Seeing that the scene did not change again, Jun Changshao muttered. As expected, after waiting for a while, a notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the host for leading the disciples through the simple mode of the life and death secret realm. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the disciples of the sect of all times in the secret realm erupted with the aura of a breakthrough. What's going on? Su Xiaoma was stunned. Although Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were surprised, they hurriedly sat down and began to stabilize their minds to adapt to the rhythm of the breakthrough. Whoosh! Whoosh! The others sat down one after another. Whoosh! Whoosh! The aura of a breakthrough became stronger and stronger. After reaching the peak, it began to converge. Song Xianzhou, Li Tiantian, and the other disciples smoothly broke through from 1st grade Martial King to 2nd grade. I broke through. I broke through too. How did I break through so easily? The disciples were excited and confused. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others also broke through. Not to 2nd grade, but to 3rd grade. They were the first batch of inner disciples to become martial kings. Later, when they went to challenge the Lily Saint Sect, they also broke through one grade. Whoosh! After the disciples broke through, a whirlpool appeared on the island. Jun Changshao said, "The training in the life and death secret realm is over. Follow me back to the sect." Patriarch Su Xiaomao grinned and said, "Can we enter again?" "Wait for 3 months." Jun Changshao said, "According to the manual, each person could only enter the life and death secret realm once every 3 months. Of course, it was not like one could break through every time they entered. The further they went, the less rewards they would get. In the end, there would be nothing at all. To put it bluntly, the purpose of the life and death secret realm was for the disciples to gain experience. The experience points would decrease with the number of times they entered. Whoosh! Whoosh! All the disciples walked out of the secret realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission. You have received 5,000 contribution points. Ding! Contribution points 245 for 320000. Ding! 50 disciples have passed the life and death secret realm. Host has received 50 contribution points. Ding! Contribution points 245,932,0000. Ding! Contribution points overflow. Hearing the notification, Jun Changshao almost fell to the ground. 50 disciples had entered the life and death secret realm and only received 50 contribution points. 1 point per person was too little. It's already quite a lot. The system said when all the disciples have passed, the host will receive more than 10,000 contribution points. Jun Changshao's eyes lit up and said, "That makes sense." P.S. Kid Boots said that 10 is to make up for the shortfall. Once again, since the date was posted, I have updated at least 3 times a day. If there are fewer updates, I will explain and make up for it as soon as possible. If anyone has doubts about this and thinks that 10 is too little, they can join the group. I will use the daily update schedule to slap them in the face. Skirt 702705427. This is definitely not a recruitment advertisement. 10 is a big deal. Here, Jianghu Godan sincerely wishes the readers a happy year of the pig, a family reunion, and all the best. Chapter 665. Every time a disciple passed the trial, they would give Jun Changshao some contribution points. Although the reward was not much, there were many disciples in the sect of all times. If they took turns to enter and pass the trial, they would get more than 10,000 contribution points. Not to mention, life and death secret realm could be entered once every 3 months, which was equivalent to having a fixed income of contribution points. There was no need to rely on missions. Awesome. Super awesome. No. Jun Changshao said the disciples who went in all broke through. Why didn't I get any experience points? The system said, because the host didn't do anything. The rule of life and death secret realm was that if there was effort, there would be rewards. If the warriors who entered did not do anything, they would not get any experience points. All right. Jun Changshao was helpless. Qingyang, let the disciples enter the life and death secret realm in batches. Remember, you must enter as a group and choose the easy mode. 50 inner disciples, all of whom were Martial King level, were almost exhausted. If the disciples with lower cultivation base chose the normal mode or higher, they would definitely enter. After receiving the order, Li Qingyang immediately acted. On the same day, thousands of disciples gathered at the entrance of the life and death secret realm, discussing how to form a group. As an experienced person, Li Qingyang told the situation inside to his junior brothers and suggested that they should enter in batches of 50. Go! Chu Xunan, Hualing, and the other students from the gathering hall formed a group and entered first. Their strength was not as high as Li Qingyang and the others. After choosing the easy mode, although there were many beasts, their levels were not very high. Even so, after passing all 3 trials, they all collapsed on the ground. Hualing breathed heavily and said, I thought I was going to die. Hoo-hoo. Suddenly, a surge of majestic energy gathered in his dantian. He was startled at first, but then he said with joy, I'm going to break through. No one paid attention to him. This was because everyone was bursting with the power of advancement. After a while, Chushunan and the others all broke through one level. The whole process could be said to be easy. This was the awesome part of the life and death secret realm. As long as one passed and participated, one's level would increase unreasonably. However, if there were advantages, there would naturally be disadvantages. Once one failed to enter the life and death secret realm, one would have to bear the side effect of weakening. The 2 batches of disciples that entered in succession were strong enough to clear the stage without any mishaps. However, some of the groups that entered after that were not so lucky. Roar! Roar! Inside the secret territory, a group of 50 Sect of all times disciples was surrounded by hundreds of beasts. They had already made it to the 3rd stage, but their physical strength was clearly running out. Senior brother, a disciple said weakly, We can't go on. Damn it. The leading senior brother gripped his cold-edged sword tightly, his eyes flashing with determination. Even if we die, we have to kill a few more. Roar! Roar! The beast roared and rushed over. Kill! Kill! The disciples of the sect of all times who still had strength raised their weapons and charged forward. None of them were afraid of death. Be an unyielding person and walk with an unyielding momentum. These disciples who were in dire straits perfectly exemplified the motto of the sect of all times. Boom! Boom! Light flashed and energy overflowed. It was a pity that because their physical strength was gradually running out, the 50 disciples who entered were unable to withstand the attacks of the beasts in the 3rd stage and all died. They did not really die, but were teleported to the outside world and laid on the ground like mud. Not only did they fail, but they also deeply experienced death. That feeling made their hair stand on end every time they thought about it. No, how could they still be alive? Didn't the patriarch say that they would die if they failed the challenge? The news that no one would die in the life and death secret territory gradually spread in the sect, making everyone heave a sigh of relief. However, the disciples who continued to challenge the levels would not relax. This was because they hoped to clear the stage and increase their realm. They did not want to fall into a state of weakness and were unwilling to experience death. Whether they could clear the stage or not depended on their strength. Next, the groups that entered one after another were either annihilated or had insufficient physical strength and did not make it to the end. As for the disciples who were eliminated, they would enter the space-time secret territory and use time acceleration to offset the side effects. When they came out, they would be alive and kicking. We must clear it next time. Many disciples who failed the challenge were not discouraged. Instead, they cultivated even harder, and so on. The cultivation atmosphere in the sect of all times became even stronger, and this was what Jun Changshao was most happy to see, because if the disciples did not give up, the sect would become stronger day by day. As for the excess contribution points, he had spent them all on the sect's infrastructure and aptitude elixirs. However, as more and more disciples succeeded, there was also a chance. Every once in a while, he would receive a notification of contribution points. It's a little annoying. Jun Changshao said, Can you block it? In the past, this kind of notification sound was like the sound of nature to him, but now he found it annoying. Dog, you're too arrogant. The system said, I can help the host to accumulate the contribution points obtained from the life and death secret territory temporarily and then give it out at a fixed time. Okay, Jun Changshao said, let's accumulate it first. The notifications were too frequent, and the rewards were not much. It was better to accumulate them and give them out all at once. Under the system's operation, there were no more notifications when disciples passed the life and death secret territory. After Jun Changshao's ears were clear, He began to think about how to refine the various weapons and pills rewarded by the epic mission in the shortest time possible, especially the beginner-grade, soul-molding pill. Weapons and equipment were, after all, just supplementary items. The pills to increase one's cultivation were the key. Jun Changshao made a list and handed it to the procurement hall. The next day, Yi Xingqin returned. This guy had challenged many Earth-class geniuses in a short period of time, and the process was completely one-sided. Junior brother, Su Xiaoma said, "There's another secret territory at the back of the mountain. After passing it, you'll increase your realm. Do you want to try it?" Yi Xingqin's eyes lit up. He changed his route and headed to the back of the mountain. He stopped at the life and death secret territory and walked in without hesitation. "It can't be. Senior brother, you went in alone." "This is too intrepid." The disciples who were forming groups were all dumbfounded. The difficulty of the secret territory was extremely high, and it was obviously a group type. It was really inconceivable for one to go in alone. Disciple Yi Xingqin has chosen the Hell mode. Suddenly, a deep voice came from the secret territory and resounded throughout the entire sect of all times. "Hell mode? Oh my God, is Senior Brother Yi crazy? Let's go and take a look." In a short while, thousands of people gathered outside the life and death secret territory. Jun Changshao was also alarmed. He walked out of the main hall and said with his mouth twitching, "This guy is really courting death." A few minutes back in time, after Yi Xingqin entered the life and death secret territory, he saw the various modes listed in the sky and chose the Hell mode without hesitation. As a former martial emperor, his dignity did not allow him to choose a low-level mode. If he wanted to play, he would play something exciting. Xiao! The scene in front of him changed. Yi Xingqin was in an area similar to a volcano, and his surroundings were filled with a scorching aura. Rumble! After a short while, the ground shook and quickly cracked open. Roar! At this moment, a deafening roar came from the cracked ground, and a huge creature covered in flames slowly appeared. How big was it? Yi Xingqin was like an ant in front of it. Huff! Huff! The explosive flame aura became even more restless with the appearance of the flame beast. Even the space was instantly scorched and shattered. "This is..." Yi Xingqin's pupils suddenly shrank, and he said in shock, "Saint Beast!" Huff! The scorching flames instantly pressed down. Night Emperor thought in his mind, "I'm finished." Chapter 666. How terrifying Hell mode was. The Saint Beast comparable to a martial emperor was the best proof. This was worthy of Yi Aojiao's identity in his previous life, and also worthy of the dignity of one of the 9 martial emperors. Come, fight fair and square. Put on. At the entrance of the life and death secret realm, Yi Xingqin was thrown out. He lay on the ground like a pile of mud, occasionally twitching. A martial king facing a saint beast. Even a fool would know that it would be cold. The most tragic thing was that the saint beast didn't even make a move. Just the flames it spread out had instantly killed Yi Xingqin. Night Emperor, don't cry. Let's stand up and continue. Qingyang. Jun Changshao said, "Carry him back and bury him properly." Bury him? Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. He hurriedly carried Yi Xingqin and placed him in his room. The next day, Xiao Ziji personally brought the nutritious porridge that Lu Wanshi had specially prepared to feed him. Their relationship was like that of brothers. Junior brother. Before Xiao Ziji left, he said, "Don't be discouraged. After you recover, let's challenge the easy mode together." Damn it, Night Emperor said to himself. When I return to my peak, I will definitely trample that saint beast under my feet. Consecutively challenging the Earth geniuses should have been the time to show off, but in the end he died in Hell mode, which definitely made him unhappy. Yi Xingqin challenging Hell mode was just a small interlude. However, it was also a warning to the disciples of the sect of all times, so they would all obediently choose the easy mode. Just like that. Every day, there would be disciples forming groups. Every day, there would be people passing and increasing their cultivation, and there would also be people who failed and suffered the side effects. Half a month later, more than 10,000 disciples entered the life and death secret realm. According to Li Qingyang's calculations, there were 6,000 to 7,000 disciples who successfully passed, and the rest all failed. The elimination rate is a bit high. Jun Changshao shook his head. Li Qingyang said, Patriarch, according to this disciples' analysis, the juniors who passed the trial have all undergone rigorous training in the Tower of Trials. The juniors who were eliminated either did not enter or just started. If you haven't experienced the extreme refinement of your body, you'd better not enter the life and death secret realm. Jun Changshao said, the purpose of the secret realm was to increase one's strength. If one kept failing, although the time acceleration could offset the side effects, it would still be a waste of time. Pass down the order. Jun Changshao said, disciples who have not trained in the training tower for more than half a year are forbidden to enter the life and death secret realm. Yes, Li Qingyang received the order and left. When this rule was spread out, the disciples who had just entered the sect could only obediently start strengthening their bodies in the molding room and the training tower. Because they could only enter once every 3 months, Xiao Ziji and the others continued to focus on their cultivation. However, along with the appearance of the life and death secret realm, the missions in the mission pavilion had also changed. Many of the more difficult missions required one to enter the life and death secret realm to hunt. Jun Changshao said, this is quite up to date. Patriarch, Li Luoqiu said, the purchasing hall's members have already bought the list given earlier. Is that so? Jun Changshao hurried to the purchasing hall and threw the various materials he bought into the spatial ring. He opened the pill pavilion and weapon pavilion one by one and matched them automatically. High grade, True Yang, sword 50. High grade cloud, piercing blade 30. Mid-grade black, iron shield 15. He chose all 3 types of equipment and began to refine them automatically. At the same time, Jun Changshao took out the Truyang sword that he had refined long ago and didn't have time to observe. Clang! The sword was unsheathed and sword light flashed. The Truyang sword was no different from ordinary swords, but the body of the sword was thicker and the blade didn't look very sharp. It gave people a feeling of a heavy sword without a sharp edge. Shua! Shua! Jun Changshao brandished his sword, creating sparks of sword light. After testing it, he said with satisfaction, it's much stronger than the cold ray sword. Nonsense. The system said, this is a high-grade sword. Jun Changshao withdrew the sword and said, if Disciple is equipped with all of them, it will definitely be easier to pass through the life and death secret realm. Back mountain grassland. Xiao Ziji clenched his fists and said with a serious face, Senior Brother Su, are you ready? Su Xiaoma's mouth twitched and said, Patriarch, I think you should raise the shield and let Junior Brother Xiao test it with the sniper rifle. Don't talk nonsense. Jun Changshao said, hurry up and raise it. Su Xiaoma could only raise the heavy shield. This was a black iron shield. This shield was much bigger than the hard iron shield and was very heavy. The shield was carved with complicated patterns, which was quite the style of the European Middle Ages. If Su Xiaoma activated the spirit armor at this moment, coupled with the black iron shield, he would definitely look very handsome. Who? He took a deep breath and said, I'm ready. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Ziji condensed his psionic energy and punched the black iron shield. As a representative of the extreme tempering of his body, the power of his punch was extremely strong. However, Su Xiaoma stood in place without moving an inch. He did not even feel the fluctuations caused by the impact of the external force on the shield. Continue. Jun Changshao said, Bang! Bang! Xiao Zuiji did not hold back anymore. Not only did he exert his physical strength to the extreme, He also used the mountain collapsing and earth-shattering fist. The sound of explosions was like the sound of firecrackers during the spring festival. However, no matter how he attacked, no matter how much he exploded, Su Xiaoma, who was holding the shield, stood in place without moving an inch. Patriarch, Su Xiaoma said in surprise, "This shield's defense is so strong. Let me give it a try." Jun Changshao walked over, his right fist immediately filled with materialized psionic energy, and immediately punched out. Don't bang, thump, thump, thump. Su Xiaoma held the shield and frantically retreated. In the end, he fell dozens of meters away. His eyelids rolled back, and he fainted while foaming at the mouth. Xiao Ziji, I used too much strength. Jun Changshao shook his head. After breaking through the sword and martial emperor realm, even if it was a casual attack, the strength would definitely be more than 10 million pounds. Even with the support of the black iron shield, Su Xiaoma would not be able to withstand it. However, to be able to withstand a punch without breaking, the defense of the black iron shield was quite high. We can mass produce it so that everyone can have one. Jun Changshao touched his chin and said, it was possible, but he lacked the ores to refine the black iron shield, so he had to find a way to buy more. Dong dong dong. A regular sound came from the cafeteria. Ma Yongning stood in front of the stove, waving the kitchen knife skillfully. Wasn't it the new year? Lu Wanshi was preparing to make dumplings for her fellow disciples. Ma Yongning, who had broken through the Saber King realm, was more skilled in using the saber technique. His seemingly casual movements contained profound meanings that even I was not clear about. Hey! Jun Changshao leaned against the door and said, I have a newly refined blade here. Do you want it? Dong! Ma Yongning stopped and said proudly, Patriarch, I will use my own blade. The blade of a swordsman. It was not something that could be changed easily. For example, this kitchen knife of his, even if it was broken, it would still accompany him. Plop! Jun Changshao threw the newly refined cloud-piercing blade over and turned to leave, but he also reminded, the meat must be chopped up. This way the dumplings will have a soul. Understood. Ma Yongning continued to control the kitchen knife to chop. However, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally looked at the cloud-piercing blade that fell to the side, emitting a heavy aura. At this time, if he accidentally chopped off his hand, then it would be a divine work. Shua! Ma Yongning finally couldn't help but grabbed the hilt of the cloud-piercing blade and then brought it in front of him. He licked the surface of the blade with his tongue, and his eyes immediately burned. This blade is not bad! Lick the blade, judge the quality. This was definitely the unique skill of the kitchen knife king. Lu Wanshi walked into the kitchen and found Ma Yongning's kitchen knife on the chopping board, but he was nowhere to be seen. She was puzzled. Uncle Ma, didn't you say that the kitchen knife is your life, and you have to carry it with you? Chapter 667. On the martial arts arena, Ma Yongning waved the cloud-piercing blade, and the blade chi filled the sky. Shua! After a while, he withdrew his blade. He caressed the surface of the blade lovingly, and there was a hint of tenderness in his eyes. The kitchen knife never left his body. That was in the past. Now he officially announced that he had fallen in love with someone else. It wasn't that Ma Yongning wasn't firm enough, but that the cloud-piercing blade was just too much to his liking. That modified kitchen knife had deep feelings for him, but if he met a better knife, how difficult would it be to establish a sincere relationship? It was normal to eat from the bowl and look at the pot. Patriarch! Zhong Yi also tried out the cloud-piercing blade and said, the quality of this blade is much higher than the cold light sword. You are the owner of this blade. Jun Changshao said. Zhong Yi was the captain of the wolf cavalry, so giving him the cloud-piercing blade was also in hopes that he would be able to charge through the enemy lines. Moreover, the effect of a blade in battle was better than that of a sword. Thank you, Patriarch, for giving me the blade. Zhong Yi said excitedly. A total of 20 cloud-piercing blades were refined. Jun Changshao did not give them to the disciples, but instead sent them into the weapon machine and set a price for the disciples to exchange for them with their contribution points. If there were enough of them, he would distribute one to everyone. Now that there were few of them, they could only use their contribution points to exchange for them. This way, they could also increase the enthusiasm of the disciples to do missions. Ores. Jun Changshao returned to the main hall and kept muttering. The weapon and equipment formulas given by the epic quest were undoubtedly excellent, but without enough ores to mass-produce them, it would definitely cause one to collapse. What was even worse was that the ores needed for these weapons and equipment were not of a low level. Not only would it be difficult to buy them from the market, it would also cost a lot of money. If only there were veins that could produce all kinds of different ores. Jun Changshao muttered. The system said, "The host's imagination is good. Don't tell me that there's one in the mall." No. Jun Changshao was immediately disappointed. He opened the pill pavilion and looked at the high-grade qi gathering pill and the low-grade soul-shaping pill. These two were not bad. However, there were also a lot of medicinal ingredients. Jun Changshao had no shortage of medicinal herbs. After all, he had inherited all the seeds of the medical sage of all faces, but it would take time to grow them. Elder Wei. Walking over to the herb hall, Zhang Xian passed the list of medicinal herbs over and said, "Divide another area and plant the seeds of these medicinal herbs." Yes. Elder Wei took the list and said the quality isn't too high. It should mature in a month or two. 1 or 2 months. Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, "It's still acceptable." Huyang City. When Jun Changshao walked in again, the cultivators and commoners in the city lined the streets to welcome him. Now he was no longer the iron-boned sect leader who was despised in the past, but the patriarch of the sect of all times who was revered by everyone. Needless to say, it felt good to be looked at with such respect. They walked straight. Jun Changshao stopped at the AI family's medicine store. This medicine store had just been refurbished, and the entrance was even more magnificent than before. The AI family had always maintained the rule of auctioning pills every month. As the heal pill and body-shaping pills spread more and more, their wealth also accumulated. The pills were provided by Jun Changshao, and they were only responsible for auctioning them. Every month, they would earn a huge profit. It would be strange if they didn't become rich. Moreover, the AI family was also gradually expanding their business. The 8 counties of the Azure Sun County had also opened branches of medicine stores. Jun Patriarch. AI Shang rushed over in a hurry. The AI family's business was getting bigger and bigger, and they couldn't do without Jun Changshao, so they naturally didn't dare to be negligent. AI family head. Jun Changshao laughed. When was this medicine store renovated? A month ago. AI Shang hurriedly made a gesture of invitation, and then ordered the servants of the medicine store to brew the best tea. Jun Changshao sat down, looked at the magnificent interior decorations, and went back to the main topic. AI family head, I came here this time to ask, where's the place that produces ores? AI Shang didn't even think about it and said, Northern Desert State. This was the northernmost state of the Falling Star continent. Although most of the land was desert, the ground was rich in minerals. It's a bit far. Jun, Patriarch needs ores. Not only do I need them, I need a lot of them, AI Shang said. If that's the case, I suggest that Jun Patriarch make a trip to the northern desert state. If you're lucky, you might be able to find an ownerless mine. Yes, Jun Changshao also had this plan. Besides, let's just treat it as a trip. Jun Patriarch. AI Shang handed over a few space ringes and said, These are the herbs and seeds that my AI family has recently collected. Thank you for your trouble. Jun Changshao took it, gave him 2 bottles of heal pill and 1 bottle of body-shaping pill, and then took his leave. Xiao, After leaving the city, he didn't hide anything and directly flew up. After breaking through to the Emperor realm, June Patriarch's strength was unknown for now, but the ability to fly was very convenient. When he was about to fly into the sect, Jun Changshao noticed that many ordinary people in plain clothes had gathered at the foot of the mountain. It wasn't the day to recruit disciples, so what were they doing here? Village chief. In the crowd, a pretty girl said, "Let's go. Brother Anyo should have forgotten about me." Even if this girl was wearing ordinary clothes, it couldn't hide her natural beauty. "No," a gray-haired old man in his 80s said with a walking stick. "Since we're here, we have to find that kid and ask him why he left without saying goodbye, why he abandoned you." "Humph." A rough-looking man standing next to him stared and said, "Don't think that you're so great just because you joined the sect of all times. If you really let my sister down, I'll be the first to stand up for you." The girl said, "Village chief, brother, maybe he just looks like Anyo." "Impossible," the rough-looking man said solemnly. "I've already asked around. That guy must be Anyo." "Anyo." Jun Changshao stood in midair and said, "The sect of all times doesn't have such a disciple." "Brother," the girl said, "if it's really Brother Anyo, it's also a great opportunity for him to join such a sect. If we come here recklessly, we might bring him trouble." "That makes sense." The village chief frowned. "That bastard said that he would marry my sister. A man should keep his promise." The rough-looking man said angrily, obviously determined to find a Nyo for his sister. "That's right. A man should keep his promise." Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling everyone. They all turned their heads to look and saw a young man who had appeared behind them without them noticing. The rough-looking man said, "Who are you?" His tone was much gentler, obviously knowing that this guy who was younger than him was not to be trifled with. Jun Changshao said, "The patriarch of the sect of all times." "He's the patriarch? I didn't expect him to be so young." The villagers started whispering among themselves. The village chief hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "I'm the village chief of Tuer village. I'm here today to look for a disciple called Peanyo." "Peanyo?" Jun Changshao shook his head. "Sorry, my sect doesn't have such a disciple." Hearing this, the girl's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, but she quickly concealed it and smiled. "I told you that you got the wrong person." "Lord Patriarch," the village chief said, "is there really no disciple called Peanyo?" "No," Jun Changshao said, although many disciples might not appear in the main text. Jun Changshao remembered their names clearly, even enough to write a full chapter. "Village chief, brother." The girl said, "Since Brother Anyo isn't here, let's go back." "We can't go," the rough-looking man said firmly. "Peanyo must have changed his name. We can go in and look for him. We can definitely find him." "Okay." Jun Changshao raised his hand and said, "Please follow me to the sect." These people were just simple and honest people. Since they came to the sect to look for someone, they had to cooperate. Moreover, Jun Patriarch was also very curious. This rough-looking man was so confident that Peanyo was in the sect of all times. Who could he be? P.S. Happy New Year. Chapter 668. The villagers from Tuer village had entered the sect of all times. Such a spacious courtyard, such a luxurious building. To ordinary people like them, it was like a palace. They had to thank Li Qingyang properly. After his many renovations and improvements, the sect of all times had been upgraded several times. If it was still the same as before, ordinary people might think that this was a dilapidated temple that had been abandoned for a long time. It's so big. The stone slabs under our feet must be very expensive. How much silver did this cost? The villagers of Tuer village stared with their eyes wide open, looking around as if they were Granny Lu taking a stroll in the Grand View Garden. Our Jun Patriarch was close to the people. If it were any other sect, they would definitely not allow outsiders to enter as they pleased. The girl's brother stared at the disciples of the sect of all times the entire time, looking for Painiu. He only had this one sister. No matter what, he had to find that heartless man. Patriarch. Li Qingyang walked over and asked in surprise, "They are?" His arrival made the coarse man look carefully, then shook his head and said, "It's not that heartless man." "They're here to look for someone," Jun Changshao said. "Who are you looking for?" Painiu. Painiu. Li Qingyang said blankly, "Patriarch, we don't have such a person in our sect." "Impossible." The coarse man said, "That guy must be here." Jun Changshao said, "Qingyang, go and gather all the disciples here. Let them identify them one by one." Yes. Li Qingyang received the order. Soon, more than 10,000 disciples gathered in the training field. There are so many people. One look and I can tell that they're very powerful warriors. The aura that the disciples of the sect of all times unintentionally revealed made the villagers of Tuer village tremble. Although the coarse man was also afraid, he still brought his sister to identify them one by one. In the first row, there were Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and others. However, Pei Aniu was not among them, so he continued to look at the second row. Unfortunately, after spending a long time looking through all the disciples present, he still couldn't find the heartless man he was looking for. He Wudi, the last disciple, had already seen Pei Aniu before he entered the door. He was not looking for Pei Aniu. "Brother," the woman said in a low voice, "I told you, you must have mistaken me for someone else." "That's impossible." The coarse man scratched his head and said, "Someone said that they've seen it before." "Lord Patriarch." He looked at Jun Changshao and asked, "Are all your disciples here?" "They're all here," Jun Changshao said. "Patriarch." Li Qingyang replied, "Junior Marshal Brother, Yi is still recuperating in the space-time secret realm." Jun Changshao's expression froze. Just now, the village chief of Tuer village said that Painiu had left without saying goodbye. Back then, he seemed to have forcefully brought Yi Xingqian back to the sect. Damn, Painiu couldn't be this guy. No. Jun Changshao denied in his heart. He still has some self-restraint. How could he be a country bumpkin? Especially the name Painiu, it's too degrading. "Everyone," he said, "there's still one disciple in seclusion. You can wait for a while." Counting the time, Yi Xingqian had been in the space-time secret realm for more than 2 days. He should be automatically sent out soon. "Okay," the coarse man said. Even if there was only one person left, he would not give up. The girl tugged at the corner of his clothes and whispered, "Brother, let's go. Don't disturb him anymore." She was afraid of finding Painiu in the sect of all times because, with her brother's personality, he would definitely not let it go. Fortunately, there were so many disciples, but there was no one they were looking for. Although it was inevitable that they would feel disappointed, it was also the best result. "Brother Aniu, I know you must have your difficulties. Maybe one day you will come back to Tuer village to look for me." The girl comforted herself with such words every day. Every day, she would go to the stream outside the village to wait. Although she waited in vain every time, she never gave up. If her brother had not found out that his sister seemed to be possessed and ran out of the village every day, he would not have asked around. After learning about Painiu, he would not have brought the villagers to the sect of all times to look for him. No. The coarse man said firmly, "We have to see all of them before we leave." "Brother," the girl bit her lip, and her eyes gradually turned red. "Where?" The old village chief said, "After seeing this last one, we will return to the village." "Yes." Jun Changshao said, "Since it's so far away." At this point, he stopped because the girl, her brother, and all the villagers were looking in one direction. "Patriarch," Li Qingyang said, "Junior brother Yi has come out." Jun Changshao activated his spiritual senses and naturally saw that Yi Xingqian had already appeared at the entrance to the back of the mountain. He also saw the tears in the girl's eyes and the endless anger on her brother's face. If he guessed correctly, this pay Anu, it's him. The coarse man said angrily, It's him, the heartless man. As he spoke, he strode over with a look that clearly said, I'm going to beat you up. Yi Xingqian, who had just walked out of the back of the mountain, saw a man rushing over and said calmly, Where did this vulgar mortal come from? Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the coarse man punched him in the face. Thump! 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 Yi Xingqian staggered back a few steps, and a strong murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He said, You dare to hit me? You heartless man! The coarse man strode forward and waved his fist. You have cheated my sister for so long. Today you must pay the price. Heartless man! Yi Xingqian looked at the patriarch blankly. Jun Changshao also looked at him blankly, as if to say, This is your own romantic history. Why are you looking at me? Bang! Bang! Yi Xingqian was punched twice more. He said angrily, Trash, you are courting death? Bang! Bang! He was punched a few more steps back. Speaking of which, why was Night Emperor so weak? How could an ordinary person hit him? Sigh. Don't mention it. It was not even hell mode. If others were weak, they would recover quickly after entering the space-time secret realm. However, after 3 days, he only had the ability to walk and was still in an absolutely weak state. Otherwise, even a martial king might not be able to touch the corner of his clothes, let alone an ordinary person. Brat! The coarse man raised his fist again and said angrily, You deceived my sister with your sweet words and left without a word. My sister waited for you for so many years. If I don't beat you up today, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Brother! The girl rushed over from behind and grabbed her brother's hand tightly. She cried, Anyo must have his reasons. Sister! The coarse man said angrily, Don't believe him anymore. Don't protect him anymore. Brother Anyo! The girl hugged her brother and looked at Yi Xingqian. Run. Why should I run? Why should I run? Also, who the hell is Brother Anyo? Patriarch. Su Xiaoma said, What's going on? What else could it be? Jun Changshao shrugged and said, That girl is Yi Xingqian's fiancée. He dumped her later and came to find us today. The disciples of the sect of all times widened their eyes. Oh my God, this girl is actually junior brother Ye's senior brother's fiancée. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the disciples either sat down or sat on small benches. At this time, each of them was given a piece of watermelon. They were the perfect audience to watch the show. Chapter 669. Phew! The coarse man panted, his eyes flashing with anger. Yi Xingqian stood a few meters away. Although he had been punched a few times, his body was strong, and there were no bruises on his face. It had to be said, even if he had no cultivation, even if he was abnormally weak, our Night Emperor was more resistant than a punching bag. The girl called Hui, or stood in front of him, protecting him with her weak body. Although there were tears in her eyes, there was determination. Trash! Yi Xingqian said angrily, When I recover my cultivation, I'll tear you to pieces. To be beaten up by an ordinary person was a great humiliation. Sister! The coarse man pointed at him and said, Get out of the way, I'll teach him a lesson. Brother, you can beat a martial emperor, I'll give you a thumbs up. Brother! Hui! Cried and said, I beg you, don't hurt Anyo anymore. Because his sister was protecting him, the coarse man did not dare to rush over. He could only glare at Yi Xingqian with the most angry eyes. Crack! Su Xiaoma cracked a melon seed and said, Patriarch, I didn't expect junior brother Yi to be this kind of person. Yes, Li Fei said he has a fiancée, and he hasn't gone back for so many years. This is too much. They more or less understood the reason from watching the melon seeds, and they despised Yi Xingqian's behavior of abandoning his fiancée. Sigh. We're all standing on one side. He actually has a beautiful fiancée, and he even dumped her. He's utterly heartless. At that moment, not to mention Er's brother, Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others all wanted to beat Yi Xingchen up. That's strange. Li Qingyang was puzzled. Junior brother, Yi is always so proud and aloof. How can he have a fiancée? Maybe he's faking it. Su Xiaoma said, he must be a flirtatious person in private. These words made the disciples' imagination run wild. Yi Xingchen, who was usually serious in speech and manner, was actually a playboy who was secretly seducing young ladies. The scene immediately became vivid. Jun Changshao remained silent. He could tell from Yi Xingchen's eyes that he really didn't know this girl called Could it be, Jun Changshao said, did this guy lose his memory after being hit by a happy soccer ball? He clearly remembered that after participating in the inter-sect tournament, when he brought the disciples back, he kicked the ball out and coincidentally hit Yi Xingchen's head, causing him to faint. In the middle of nowhere, in order to prevent this fellow from being taken away by the wild wolves, he could only bring him back to the sect and kindly accept him as a disciple. Good intentions? The system asked, does the host's conscience not hurt? Jun Changxiao's mind raced. In the end, he came to the conclusion that this kind of melodramatic plot that only appeared in idle dramas really happened to Yi Xingchen. As the instigator, he immediately felt guilty. There was no denying it. His unexpected action allowed the sect to have a disciple with unlimited potential. But if he didn't knock him unconscious and cause him to lose his memory, he would have already gotten married and wouldn't have let a girl down for so many years. Sorry. Jun Changshao said to himself, I'm the one who delayed the two of you. It was not too late. There was still a chance to salvage the situation. Jun Changshao stood up and said, Xingchen, a man should be responsible. Explain to this girl properly. The corner of Yi Xingchen's mouth twitched. I don't even know her. What's there to explain? However, Night Emperor was not a fool. At this moment, he gradually realized something. He nurtured his incomplete soul in the earth's core, then broke through the earth and was reborn. He took over the body of a woodcutter youth. He should be Anyo, the girl's fiancé. Jun Changshao transmigrated and inherited the original owner's memory. Night Emperor's possession was a simple and violent method. The original owner's soul vanished into thin air, and his memory was not synchronized. Yes, as he guessed, the original owner of this body was called Pei Anyo. He was an orphan who grew up without parents and relied on others to feed him. Later, Jun Changshao took away the possessed Yi Xingchen. The villagers searched for him for a long time, but couldn't find him. They thought that he was eaten by wolves in the wild. If Night Emperor hadn't been flying around recently and was accidentally discovered by the villagers of Tour Village, they probably wouldn't have come looking for him. Village Chief. Jun Changshao said, the disciples of the sect of all times are definitely not people who go back on their words. Yi. Since Pei Anyo and Miss Hui'er are engaged, I will uphold justice. Pftah. Su Xiaoma couldn't help but laugh. Pei Anyo. This name was too down to earth. No, his waist muscles were almost stiff from laughing. The disciples of the sect of all times also couldn't help but laugh. After all, Yi Xingchen was their senior brother. They gave him some face and didn't laugh out loud. Jun Patriarch also wanted to laugh. As a patriarch who had to maintain his poise, no matter how funny it was, he wouldn't laugh unless he couldn't help it. Ha ha ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Jun Changshao put his hand on Li Qingyang's shoulder and laughed until tears flowed out. He said, should I call him Pei Xingchen or Yi Anyo? Seeing the patriarch and his fellow disciples laughing so hard, Yi Xingchen was so angry that every hair on his body was about to stand up. All right. Jun Changshao stopped laughing and returned to the topic at hand. Miss Hui'er can stay in the sect. Anyo. Uft. He was also injured during cultivation and needs someone to take care of him. Ah. Hui'er hurriedly turned around and said in a panic, Brother Anyo, you're injured. It could be seen. This was genuine concern, and it was definitely not an act. Xiao Ziji's eyes were filled with complex emotions. Back then, his fiancée brought the elders of the Lily Holy Sect to break off the engagement and brought him great pain. On the other hand, junior brother Ye's fiancée was like heaven and earth. Woman. Yi Xingqian pointed at the door and said coldly, "Scram." Although he had already guessed that this girl was involved with the original owner, he, who was wholeheartedly pursuing martial arts, would definitely not be troubled by love. Not to mention, in his previous life, he was injured by a woman. This was the most heart-wrenching pain in Yi Xingqian's life. He would never be able to get over it. It could be said that Night Emperor's heart, Night Emperor's feelings. At the moment of his death in his previous life, he had completely sealed himself off. In this life, he only wanted to return to the peak, to reach a new height and personally kill that woman. "Anyao," Jun Changshao reprimanded. "What are you talking about?" Jun Patriarch, who didn't know what was going on, thought that he had broken Yi Xingqian's head with a ball. In order to make up for his mistake, he had to matchmake this couple. "Lord Patriarch." The village chief cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your deep understanding." At first, he was very worried when he came to the sect of all times to look for Pei Anyo. But after he came, he realized that Jun Patriarch was actually so approachable. He had seen too many rich and powerful people acting recklessly. It was really unexpected to meet such an amiable patriarch. "Elder," Jun Changshao said, "please don't worry. If Anyo dares to bully Hui, I will be the first to not let him off." Yi Xingqian, "Lord Patriarch." The rough-looking man said, "Can I stay?" He was still worried that Pei Anyo would bully his sister, so he wanted to stay. "Brother," Huir said, "you can go back." She was afraid that if her brother stayed, he wouldn't be able to resist beating up brother Anyo again. Jun Changshao definitely couldn't let the rough-looking man stay because he wanted to give Yi Anyo and Miss Hui a chance to cultivate their relationship. Thus, he waved his hand and said, "Qingyang, send the guest off." Chapter 670. You may not have experienced despair, but Yi Xingqian was in deep despair now because a woman he did not know was standing in front of him with a bowl of porridge. "Brother Anyo," Huir said, "let me feed you." Yi Xingqian clenched his fist and said, "Can you leave and close the door?" Because the patriarch had ordered him not to treat this woman rudely. He would have pointed at the door and told her to get lost. "Brother Anyo," Hui bit her lip and said, "You've changed, you've become a stranger. Don't call me Brother Anyo." Yi Xingqian said coldly, "He's already dead." "I know," Huir said. "You're now Yi Xingqian. You're a disciple of the sect of all times. You've been reborn." Yi Xingqian was speechless. He was obviously telling the truth. This stupid woman must have misunderstood. "Ah, Brother Xingqian," Huir said with tears in her eyes. "You said before that you'll treat me well forever. Is it because you've achieved great success now that you're despising me?" "That's right," Yi Xingqian said coldly. "You're not worthy of me." This woman was too annoying. He could only pretend to be Pei Anyo, a heartless man, so that she would leave tactfully. "Night Emperor, you're so cruel. No poison, no great man, no wine, no banquet." Drip, drip. Hui stood by the bed with a bowl in her hand, tears rolling down her cheeks. She firmly believed that Brother Anyo would not forget her. She waited outside the village for 3 years until she found him today and realized that everything had changed. He was now a disciple of the sect of all times with a bright future. Why would he care about a poor commoner like her? Hui put the bowl on the table and said dejectedly, "Brother Anyo, I'm leaving." "Go, go," Yi Xingqian said. "Don't bother me in the future." He knew that the girl liked Pei Anyo, but after he took over her body, they were destined to be separated by life and death. Speaking of which, wouldn't Night Emperor feel guilty for possessing an ordinary person's body for no reason? The idea was laughable. In his previous life, he had stood at the pinnacle of the continent. Why would he care about an ordinary person? Miss Hui-er. Jun Chang-shao stood at the entrance of the inner courtyard and looked at Hui-er, who was walking over with her head lowered. He said, "I have something to tell you. Actually, An Yo's head was seriously injured and he lost some important memories. He also forgot some important people." Hui-er, who was originally disheartened, suddenly widened her eyes. "So," Jun Chang-shao comforted, "his indifference to you is not because he has a change of heart, but because he really doesn't remember." "So that's how it is, that's how it is." Hui-er came to a sudden realization, and the pain in her heart lessened quite a bit. It's not that Brother An Yo has a change of heart, but he has forgotten everything. I should understand him. Jun Chang-shao said, "From your eyes, I can see that you and An Yo were once very much in love. Unfortunately, God played a joke on you." "Lord Patriarch," Hui-er pleaded, "what should I do?" "It's very simple." Jun Chang-shao put his hands behind his back and said, "Let him fall in love with you again." The system was speechless. Who would have thought that this guy who was destined to be alone for the rest of his life was quite good at teaching others about love? Let me say this again. I, Jun Chang-shao, am not single. I just don't want to pick up girls. Hui-er was silent for a while. She wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and said firmly, "Lord Patriarch, I understand." As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Today, I will make an exception and accept you as a disciple of the sect of all times. From now on, you can cultivate together with An Yo. Jun Chang-shao said, "Thank you, Lord Patriarch." Just like that, Hui-er became a disciple of the sect of all times without going through the assessment. Sigh. Sitting in the main hall, Jun Chang-shao said, not only does he care about the disciple's cultivation, but he also cares about the disciple's marriage. Where else can I find such a patriarch? After becoming a disciple, Hui-er changed into the sect's uniform. Her aura instantly improved. She was not as beautiful as Lu Qianqian, but she was still a pretty girl from a humble family. She was the kind of wife and mother who would lead a good life. Hui-er did not approach Yi Xingqian. Instead, she took the initiative to talk to her senior brothers and sisters to understand Brother An Yo's personality after he lost his memories. In the cafeteria, Yi Xingqian sat down. When he saw Hui-er walk in wearing the sect's uniform, his entire face froze. This woman had not left yet and was even wearing the sect's uniform. Could it be junior brother An Yo? Su Xiaoma leaned over and said with a smile, "She's also a member of our sect now. Let me say this. If you dare to bully junior sister Hui-er, I won't let you off easily." That's right, that's right," Li Fei echoed. Li Qingyang walked over and said in a meaningful tone, "Junior brother Yi, junior sister Hui-er is such a good person. You can't let her down." "Kid," Elder Wei sat next to him and said, "Do you want me to teach you a few moves?" Sigh. The entire sect was worried sick for An Yo. Yi Xingqian clenched his fists. Forget it, forget it. As long as that woman doesn't come to bother me, it doesn't matter even if she's in the sect." After Hui-er joined the sect, she really did not bother Yi Xingqian. Instead, she learned about his habits and so on through her fellow sect members. Brother An Yo likes to cultivate martial arts. I have to work hard too. Brother An Yo likes to eat senior sister Lu's dishes. I can go and ask her for advice. Therefore, when Hui-er was not cultivating, she would go to the cafeteria to ask Lu Wanshi for advice. She even took the initiative to help out in the kitchen. One day, Yi Xingqian ate a mouthful of food. He frowned and said the taste is not right. Lu Wanshi suddenly appeared in front of him. She rested her chin on her hand and said with a smile, "Senior brother Yi, this is junior sister Hui-er's food. How does it taste?" "Pa." Yi Xingqian put down his chopsticks and walked out of the cafeteria. Is it not good? Hui, who was standing in the kitchen, said with a face full of frustration. The entire sect of all times knew that Yi Xingqian had lost his memory. Everyone was actively helping Hui, so that the two of them could develop a relationship that could move one's heart. However, only Yi Xingqian knew. It was not that he had lost his memory, but that Pei Anyo was already dead. However, he could not take the initiative to say it out loud. After all, his reincarnation was the biggest secret in his heart. So annoying. Yi Xingqian stood on the peak of the back mountain, his emotions extremely unstable. Anyo. Jun Changshao appeared behind him and said, "Don't pursue martial arts too much, and don't pretend to be cold-blooded and heartless. Experiencing the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and enjoying life is actually another kind of cultivation. Patriarch, can you not call me Anyo? All right, Pei Xingqian." Yi Xingqian almost couldn't hold back and jumped down from the mountain peak. Jun Changshao could only try his best to provide opportunities for the emotional problems between disciples. Whether or not they could succeed would depend on themselves. A few days later, after arranging everything, Jun Patriarch brought little Long and left the sect. What for? He was going to the northern desert state to look for ores to forge equipment. Before leaving, he sent a sound transmission. "Anyo, I hope that when I return, you and Hui can get back together." Get back together, your sister. The Night Emperor, who had always been proud and aloof, almost couldn't help but curse out loud. On this day, Jun Changshao went to the northern desert state. The entire sect of all times continued to worry about Anyo and Hui. Chapter 671. Shua. Jun Changshao carried little Long and flew toward the northern desert state. It was a very long distance from the southwest to the north. If they didn't fly, they would have to walk for several years. The system said, "Host Yi Xingqian is not simple." Jun Changshao said he must be hiding a secret. He had been thinking about Yi Xingqian all this time and felt that it was not as simple as it seemed. First of all, why would Pei Anyo from Tuer village say that he was Yi Xingqian? If he lost his memory, shouldn't he ask me who I am and where I am? What is this place? Why would he make up a name? Moreover, Jun Changshao guessed that Yi Xingqian should know a martial art above the divine grade, which was why he could surpass Li Qingyang and the others. This was definitely not something an ordinary villager could do. There were some things that could be found with just a little thought. Especially when it came to Yi Xingqian, there were just too many flaws. Could it be that he didn't lose his memory and didn't recognize Hui and the villagers of Tuer village? Jun Changshao said. The system said. Did he recognize the wrong person? Impossible. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "There are so many people here. How could he recognize the wrong person?" The system said, "Then there is only one possibility. His memory didn't disappear, but it was erased by an external force." Continue, Jun Changshao said. The system said, "I guess that a strong person might have met Yi Xingqian and taught him a cultivation technique above the divine grade, forcefully erasing all his memories. Then, how do you explain the name Yi Xingqian?" Jun Changshao said, The system was silent. If it was someone who lost his memory, how could he come up with such a name? Even if he made it up, it couldn't be so meaningful. Jun Chang smiled and said, "Will it possess a body like me and then replace it?" The host's imagination is really wild, the system said. Jun Changshao said, "Didn't I also transmigrate and reincarnate? Since this happened to me, perhaps others can do it too." If the Night Emperor was reincarnated through possession and did not inherit the memories of the original owner, it makes sense that Hui, and the villagers of Tuer village are not involved. At the same time, it also explains why there is a mental cultivation method above the divine tier. It's because it wasn't taught to him by someone else. He brought it with him. The system said, "That makes sense." Jun Changshao continued, "Yi Xingqian's way of doing things is clearly different from his peers. In my opinion, he's not a transmigrator, but the system said, "the reincarnation of a powerhouse." Not bad. Jun Changshao said, "The system said, it's not impossible for a powerhouse to be reborn in such a high-level realm." Actually, Jun Changshao did not only suspect Yi Xingqian, but also He Wudi. This was because this guy was also more experienced than his peers. His cultivation speed was just too frightening. If Yi Xingqian is really a powerhouse reborn, then he and Pei Aniu are two different people. It's naturally impossible for him and Hui to be together, the system said. "I can't be sure now." Jun Changshao said, "So I hope Hui can be more proactive and make that guy confess to me." The system fell silent. At this moment, it finally understood. Matchmaking Yi Xingqian and Hui was more like this guy's elaborate scheme to force the other party to confess the secret in his heart. Judging from the past few days, Yi Xingqian was indeed very irritable. Perhaps he would take the initiative to confess in order to get some peace. "Haven't you been searching for information on the Starfall continent?" Jun Changshao said, "Have you found any powerhouses related to Yi Xingqian?" "No." The system said, "Yi Xingqian is very rare in the Starfall continent. Various historical documents do not have a character named Yi Xingqian. Could it be that the name is fake?" Jun Changshao said, "What cultivation base does a powerhouse need to be able to be reborn?" "It's hard to say." The system said, "Some people might not have a high cultivation base. They might be struck by lightning by chance and inexplicably reborn in someone else's body." Jun Changshao broke down. "Are you talking about that? I forgot." The system said, "You were struck by lightning." "Damn." Jun Changshao said, "Right." The system said, "In my search among the 9 great martial emperors who look down on all living things, one of them is called Night Emperor." "Night Emperor?" Jun Changshao said, "Isn't that very common?" In his opinion, Night Emperor, Emperor Ming, Emperor Qing, and Emperor Qi were the most commonly used titles of Xuanhuan powerhouses, just like Xiao, Chu, Long, and Yi. "It is very common," the system said, "but this Night Emperor has already fallen." "Oh." Jun Changshao became interested and said, "How did he die? When did he die?" "He's been dead for a few thousand years. No one knows how he died," the system said. Jun Changshao said, after being dead for so long, if he could be reborn, he would have already been reborn. "What's interesting is," the system said, "Night Emperor had a close female friend called Ling Yao. Not long after he fell, she ascended to the higher realms." Jun Changshao was not interested in the martial emperor's romantic history, so he said, "Search more if you find any information related to Yi Xingqian. Tell me immediately." Shua. A streak of light flew across the sky, covering over 10 miles in a breath. Northern Desert State. It was a state that was 70% desert. In just a day, Jun Changshao brought Little Long Long and flew over, landing in a desert that was filled with yellow sand. The air here was extremely dry. The sun was strong, as if they were in a furnace. "There's no one." Jun Changshao did not see any martial artists along the way. 1,000 miles north, there is a city called Yellow Sand City. If the host wants to buy ores, you can go there to take a look, the system said. After upgrading to version 2.0, its understanding of the falling star continent became more and more comprehensive. Okay. Jun Changshao continued to fly and saw a blurry building in the north. Although the walls of Yellow Sand City were made of stone, they were covered in a layer of golden yellow after being swept by the yellow sand for many years. Shua. Jun Changshao landed far away from the city and chose to walk. Yellow Sand City was very big, but because of the environment, there were not many locals living here. The whole city seemed empty. "Hey." As soon as he entered the city, a middle-aged man with a headscarf wrapped around his head to block the sun said, "You look unfamiliar. Are you here to buy ores?" "Yes. You came at the wrong time. A few big sects are in conflict because of ores. They have been fighting for half a year, and now all the ore shops in the city are out of stock." Phew! He released his spiritual sense and covered the whole city. As expected, many ore shops were closed. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. He came personally to the northern desert state to buy ores, but there was no stock. "Friend," Jun Changxiao asked, "are there any ores in other cities?" Yellow Sand City is the biggest ore delivery point in the northern desert state. If there is none here, there won't be many in other cities. The middle-aged man said, "Let's wait. The ore market will only recover after the big sects have finished." "How long will the fight last?" Jun Changxiao asked. The middle-aged man said, "These sects are on par with each other. Based on the previous fights, it will take at least 2 to 3 years. 2 to 3 years? What a scam!" Jun Changxiao asked, "What sects are they?" The middle-aged man said kindly, "Friend, I advise you not to ask about it, or you will be in trouble." Huff, huff. At that moment, a thick and heavy qi filled the air and completely restrained him. Jun Changxiao looked at him coldly and said, "If you don't tell me, disaster will descend from the sky." Chapter 672. Most of the mineral veins in the northern desert state were controlled by the major sections. Usually, everyone minded their own business and developed their own resources. However, it was nothing more than peace on the surface. Sometimes a little friction would escalate into a fight. For example, half a year ago, a small exploration team of a sect found a small mineral vein. Then another sect came and said that they found it first. So both sides started fighting. At first it was a small fight, but who didn't know some people? Who didn't have allies? As a result, the two sects called one after another to summon people. The small-scale battle instantly evolved into a large-scale battle. According to the statistics of the relevant departments, there were as many as 10 sects involved in the fight, and all of them mainly operated mineral veins. They had been busy fighting for the past half a year and didn't do business. So, Yellow Sand City's mineral veins were seriously out of stock. Of course, there were also forces from other provinces who came to mediate, hoping to restore the supply. But the sects in the northern desert state were as violent as the environment here. They wouldn't stop until there was a winner. It was fine if they fought until their heads bled. But Jun Patriarch was in urgent need of mineral veins. He couldn't wait for 2 or 3 years. No, Jun Changxiao said, "I have to mediate." The system said, judging from the host's hidden attributes, there's an 80% chance that he will be a troublemaker. After so many years, it had a good understanding of Jun Patriarch's character. I can't help but want to say, "Together!" Swoosh! Jun Changxiao was in a hurry. He took off directly from Yellow Sand City. Plop! The middle-aged man who almost got into trouble fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with fear. He is Wu Huang. Boom! Boom! On a sunken sand dune, thousands of martial artists were fighting. Judging from their clothes, they were from at least 10 different forces. Humph! On a high ground far away from the sand dune, dozens of middle-aged and old people stood. Judging from their auras, they were all martial kings. There was even an emperor. The leader was the patriarch of the fourth-rate Tsangsha sect, Feng Feisha. Humph! An old man sneered. How dare they fight with our Tsangsha sect for mineral veins? Did the wind-riding sect eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? This person was a grand elder of the Azure Sand sect. Originally, he was in seclusion. Later on, the sect and the few forces led by the wind-riding sect fought for a long time without a clear victor, so he specially came out of seclusion to help. Opposite them was another group of people, led by the wind-riding sect master. Wu Huang had also come out of closed-door training. Since the beginning of the fight between the disciples and now, Even an emperor-level expert had been alerted. They had truly developed feelings for each other. Boom! Boom! Thousands of people were still fighting fiercely in the sunken sand dunes. Both sides exchanged dozens of blows and then parted while panting. It was unknown how many times they had fought. Although each of the 10 sects had lost a lot of disciples, they were still evenly matched. Old Monster Su, the great elder of the Azure Sand sect, coldly said, "Why don't you and I have a contest? Whoever loses will give up the mine." Bullshit. The Wind Rider sect's Emperor Realm expert, called Old Monster Su, said that mine was discovered by our Wind Rider sect first. Why did your Grey Sand sect have to come and cause trouble? Humph! The Azure Sand sect's Grand Elder said indifferently, "My Azure Sand sect was the first to discover this or vein." Both sides had their reasons. There was no other way. They could only use their fists to speak. Old Monster Su, the Azure Sand sect's Grand Elder, said indifferently, "It's meaningless for you and me to argue about this. Why don't we have a fight?" "All right," Old Monster Su said in a deep voice. "Then let's fight." Swoosh! Swoosh! The two of them flew out at the same time and then hovered in the air. Their powerful auras spread out from each other. The eyes of the martial artists who came to cheer for them immediately lit up. It was rare to see an emperor-level battle. The thousands of martial artists in the sunken sand dunes took the opportunity to return to their respective camps. After all, it was easy to get involved in a fight between experts of this level. Whoosh whoosh! The two powerful emperor-level chi domains were like two huge, ferocious beasts colliding in the sky, causing the space to gradually distort. Judging from the situation, the two of them were evenly matched. If they continued to fight like this, it would be difficult to determine the winner without fighting for 3 to 5 days. Once experts of the same strength fought, the scene would be exciting, but it would take too much time. There were records. The two Wu Sheng had fought for more than 10 years. Not only did their son and daughter get married, but they also had many children and grandchildren. Whoosh whoosh! They were still releasing their chi domains and squeezing the space. Old Monster Su, the Azure Sand sect's Grand Elder, said coldly, "Your cultivation hasn't improved at all these years." "Humph!" Old Monster Su said disdainfully, "Same to you." The Azure Sand sect's Grand Elder raised his hand and said, "I've been comprehending the yellow sand palm all these years. Now that I've comprehended it to the extreme, I'll let you see its power." "Yellow sand palm? My God, that's a Saint-grade martial technique!" Everyone exclaimed. Old Monster Su smiled coldly and said, "I've also comprehended the 10-direction Rakshasa fist to the extreme. Today I'll use you to test it." Another Saint-grade martial technique. The two Wu Huangs both used Saint-grade martial techniques. They were going to fight for real. Retreat! Retreat! Many martial artists were afraid of being affected and retreated a few hundred meters. At this moment, the Azure Sand sect's Grand Elder and Old Monster Su withdrew their chi domains in tacit understanding. They were surrounded by thick spiritual energy. Whoosh whoosh! For a moment, the violent spiritual energy spread for thousands of meters and rolled up the rolling yellow sand, covering the sky and the sun. Yellow sand palm. 10-direction Rakshasa fist. Two vigorous sounds rang out in the yellow sand, and the whole space seemed to be shattered. Whoosh whoosh! The cultivators who had hidden far enough away looked up and saw that in the midst of the dust and sand, a huge killer beast had instantly gathered and then suddenly raised its palm and slammed down. At the same time, light appeared below, and a dazzling golden fist went up to meet it. Crack, crack, crack. Under the interference of the two Saint-grade martial techniques, the space instantly collapsed. Many cultivators watched with rapt attention. They could even imagine the shocking scene that would occur when the two powerful martial skills collided. Wait, what's that? Many martial kings suddenly realized that a young man in white had appeared in the middle of the palm and fist. Damn it! Who is he? Why did he appear in the battlefield? The Azure Sand Sect's Grand Elder and Old Monster, Su, also realized that someone had appeared, but they had already released their martial techniques. Whoosh whoosh! Two different forces pressed down from above and below, forming an impact that was still attacking the space barrier. Whoosh! At this moment, the man in white suddenly opened his arms. His left finger met the Sandman palm, and his right palm met the fist. Bang! Bang! Two loud sounds were heard. The martial artist's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. That was because the young man in white's right finger had gently blocked the Sandman palm, and his left palm had firmly caught the fist. The two majestic forces were rampaging around him, but he was safe and sound. How is this possible? The Azure Sand Sect's Grand Elder and Old Monster Su were dumbfounded. The martial technique that they had painstakingly comprehended had been easily caught by this guy. The most intolerable thing was that in the area where the wind was howling, the other party's hair was not messed up at all, as if it had been drawn with a pen. Whoosh whoosh! At this moment, the man in white's arms were filled with powerful spiritual energy, which turned into a large net that covered the Sandman and the fist. Bang! Bang! The power contracted, and there was an explosion. The palm print and fist print were instantly crushed to pieces. You too. The man in white grinned, revealing two white teeth, and said, "Give June some face and stop fighting." Chapter 673. Although the Grand Elder and Old Monster Su were only first stage Wu Huang, the power of their martial techniques was still quite explosive. The man in white who suddenly appeared not only easily caught it, but also crushed it easily. He was really powerful. That's right. To do such a thing, he must be the patriarch of the sect of all times, Jun Gosheng. He rushed to the scene of the fight as quickly as possible. Coincidentally, the Grand Elder and Old Monster Su were about to fight. At first, Jun Patriarch planned to wait for the two of them to finish fighting before appearing. But seeing that the power of the gathered martial techniques was not bad, he decided to test his strength at the last minute. The Sect testing machine could no longer satisfy Jun courting death. He needed something more exciting. Unfortunately, the Saint-grade martial techniques condensed by the two first-stage Wu Huang did not have any lethality. Sigh. How disappointing. Puff. Puff. The backlash caused by their moves being broken made the Grand Elder and Old Monster Su vomit blood. Their eyes were filled with shock. This young man could casually receive and break their moves. He must be very strong. You too, Jun Changshao said. Can you give Jun some face? Under normal circumstances, the irritable Northern Desert State martial artists would definitely say, "Kid, who are you? Why should we give you face?" But it was different now. Jun Patriarch easily broke the moves of two Emperor-level powerhouses, which deeply shocked everyone. They had to give him face. Old Monster Su suppressed the boiling blood in his body and said, "Who are you?" "The Patriarch of the Sect of all times," Jun Changshao said. Although his words were calm, they revealed an extremely strong, pretentious aura, which directly suppressed the desolation of the Northern Desert State. This was the strongest pretentious realm. He did not want to be pretentious, but his pretentious aura was as bright and outstanding as a firefly in the dark night. Old Monster Su was stunned and said, "You are Jun Changshao." "That's right." Jun Changshao smiled even more brightly. Someone in such a remote place had heard of him. He was really full of satisfaction. "So, it's Jun Patriarch." The Azure Sand Sect's Grand Elder clasped his hands and said, "Excuse me. Excuse me." From the look in his eyes, it was clear that he wasn't just being polite. Instead, he truly admired him. Sect of all times? The top 3 sects of southwest Yangzhou that recently defeated the Lily Sacred Sect. Why is he in the Northern Desert State? The news of him challenging the Lily Saint sect and beating up the disciples of the various sects in the eastern vast state had long spread throughout the continent. Even the warriors of the northern desert state had heard of it. Everyone, Jun Changshao said, isn't it just a mine? There's no need to make such a fuss. Wouldn't it be better if everyone sat down and talked peacefully? As he spoke, he landed on the sand dune. He was here to stop the fight and also to be the peacemaker. The great elder of the Azure Sand sect, an old monster, Su, gave him face and flew down, but neither of them looked at the other. If not for Jun Changshao's appearance, the two of them would definitely have fought it out. Jun Changshao said, "There's no problem in this world that can't be solved. If there is, then let's talk about it over wine." Shwa, shwa. A table, chairs, and a few jars of wine appeared out of thin air on the sand. In the desolate desert, drinking to one's heart's content and singing Desert Camel was really carefree. "Please sit." Jun Changshao waved his hand. The great elder of the Azure Sand sect, an old monster, Su's mouths twitched, but they could only sit down. "Jun Patriarch, old monster," Su said, "why did you come to the northern desert state?" He definitely did not think that this guy came from southwest Yangzhou just to stop the fight. Jun Changshao opened the mud seal and gave each of them a jar of wine. He said, "Try my southwest Yangzhou's specialty wine first." What kind of show was this guy playing? Although the great elder of the Azure Sand sect and old monster, Su, were depressed, they could only pretend to be polite because they were afraid of Jun Changshao's strength. "Both of you," Jun Changshao said, "the conflict between the two of you originated from the mine. If you give it to me, all the problems will be solved." Uft, uft. The great elder of the Azure Sand sect, an old monster, Su, spat out their wine. Give the mine to him? Why not go to the sky and stand side by side with the sun? Jun Patriarch. Old monster Su's mouth twitched. "Please don't joke around." Gulp. Jun Changshao drank a mouthful of wine and said with a very serious look, "I'm very serious." He needed ores. Instead of going to the ore store to buy, it was better to dig from the mine. However, to be so thick-skinned and ask someone to give the mine to him, wasn't it too shameless? The system was already used to it and was too lazy to complain. Jun Patriarch, the great elder of the Azure Sand sect, said in a deep voice, "You're going too far." The sects of the northern desert state relied on the mine to become rich, and they did not hesitate to fight. How could they give it to someone else? Of course, Jun Changshao said, "I won't take it for free. I'm willing to pay the two sects a fee." Hearing this, the great elder of the Azure Sand sect and old monster, Su's eyes turned gentle. This kid was very strong, and they definitely did not want to provoke him. If he gave them the same amount of money, they could still accept it. Jun Patriarch, old monster, Su said, "How much do you plan to give?" "That depends on what kind of mine it is and how much there is," Jun Changshao said. Old monster, Su said, "According to the preliminary exploration of my sect's disciples, this should be a sand sculpture stone mine, about 300,000 caddies." Sand sculpture stone? It happened to be one of the necessities for refining equipment. There were many refining materials for the Truyong sword, cloud-piercing saber, and black iron shield, and sand sculpture stone was among them. This item was quite rare in the southwest Yangzhou, and it was mainly imported from the northern desert state. "Both of you," Jun Changshao said, "what's the market price of sand sculpture stone?" 10,000 taels per caddy. 10,000 taels? Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. If he wanted to buy the mine at the market price, he would have to spend 3 billion. Of course, the great elder of the Azure Sand sect said, "Jun Patriarch wants to buy this mine. He definitely won't buy it at the market price." Particular, Jun Changshao said, "Both of you, please give me a straightforward price." This, the great elder of the Azure Sand sect and old monster, Su looked at each other. Obviously, in terms of money, the conflict between the two seemed to have been resolved. The two sects were not willing to submit to each other for the sake of the mine. It was not a solution to continue like this. It was better to take a step back and sell the mine to Jun Changshao, then split the money equally. Since Jun Patriarch wants it so much, we'll give him 1 billion, Old Monster Su said. That's right. The Azure Sand Sect elder agreed. 1 billion for a sand sculpture stone mine of 300,000 caddies was really not expensive. It was mainly because of Jun Changxiao's strength and the fact that he was the patriarch of the sect of all times. If it were any other sect, they would definitely not be able to take it away without one. 5 billion. It's too expensive. Too expensive? The Azure Sand Sect elder and Old Monster Su's mouths twitched. Jun Patriarch, 1 billion for a mine. We're already giving you a lot of face. How about this? Jun Changshao raised a finger and said, I'll give you 10,000. Shua, the great elder of the Azure Sand Sect, stood up, unable to suppress his irritable temper, and said angrily, Jun Patriarch, you're sending a beggar away. Old Monster Su's face also darkened. 10,000 taels for a sand sculpture stone mine. Did he think he was a fool? Don't misunderstand. Jun Changshao put his hands together on the table and said, The 10,000 I'm talking about is not silver, but 10,000 natural spirit stones. Chapter 674. 10,000 taels for a load. The Tsong San Sect's Grand Elder and Old Monster Su thought that this was an insult to their intelligence. However, when Jun Changshao explained that the 10,000 taels were not silver, but 10,000 natural spirit stones, they all widened their eyes. Jun Patriarch. Old Monster Su thought he had heard wrongly and said, You mean, that's right. Jun Changshao said, 10,000 natural spirit stones. These calm words revealed a pretentious aura of wanting to beat him up. The expressions of Old Monster Su and the Tsong San Sect's Grand Elder changed, and then they looked at each other. 10,000 natural spirit stones were not much, but in terms of value, it was far more than 10,000 artificial spirit stones. As for the price, in the Falling Star continent, no one dared to casually use natural spirit stones as a currency, because this was the most precious martial arts resource in cultivation. An artificial spirit stone was worth around 10,000 taels. Natural spirit stones were many times more effective than the former, so it was possible to estimate the price. The two of you, Jun Changshao said, I don't like to waste time. If you feel that it's appropriate, quickly reach an agreement. Suitable, suitable. Old Monster Su and the Tsong San Sect's Grand Elder said in unison. Both of them were Emperor stage experts, so they naturally knew that the value of natural spirit stones was far greater than money. Draw up the agreement. After doing business with AI Shangyao for a long time, Jun Patriarch also went through the proper procedures. Old Monster Su and the Tsong San Sect's Grand Elder were both experienced businessmen. They quickly took out a piece of paper and began to write a business contract. Shua, Shua. Jun Changshao threw over 2 space rings and said, In order to prevent the two of you from arguing about the distribution, I will make the decision on my own. Each of you will have 5,000 natural spirit stones. Old Monster Su and the Tsong San Sect's Grand Elder naturally did not care. After receiving the ring, they sent their consciousness into it and confirmed that the 5,000 spirit stones inside were pure natural. Then they happily signed and stamped their names. Such a small amount of spirit stones was enough to make the two Wu Huang overjoyed. The sect of all times could occasionally receive a certain amount of spirit stones to cultivate. How enviable was that? Seriously, the reason why the sect of all times was able to rise in such a short period of time was largely due to the discovery of the spirit stone vein in Mount Ironbone. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for them to achieve what they had today just by relying on the spirit gathering formation and other martial arts facilities. June Patriarch. Old Monster, Sue pointed ahead and said, "The mine is just a few dozen miles away." Yes. June Changshao nodded. Before coming to this area, he had already captured the existence of the mineral vein in advance. "The two of you," June Changshao said, "since the deal is done, there's no need for you to make such a big fuss. Why don't you all go back?" June Patriarch, the great elder of the Tsang San sect, and Old Monster, Sue stood up and cupped their hands. "We'll take our leave first." "I won't see you out," June Changshao said. Soon the Azure Sand sect and Wind Riding sect left with their disciples and helpers. Along the way, they would definitely talk about how the patriarch of the sect of all times had come to the northern desert state from southwest Yangzhou just to buy a mine with natural spiritual stones. Rich people are really capricious. With the departure of the martial artists from the various sects, the originally tense atmosphere in the area gradually returned to normal. TSK. The system said, "It's hard to imagine that the host would use resources of equal value to buy a mine. Otherwise," June Changshao said, "the system said, I thought that the host would use his strength to make them willingly give up the mine for free." "I thought about it too." June Changshao shook his head and said, "But the consequence of doing so would be to attract more trouble." With his current strength of the double emperor of sword and martial arts, it was not impossible to threaten the two sects to give up the mine, but it would also incur the wrath of the northern desert state, making enemies everywhere. That was not a wise move. The system said with emotion, "The host has grown up and is sensible." "To be exact," June Changshao said, "I have money." This made the system speechless. "Fine. You have money. You are amazing. You can do whatever you want." Whoosh! June Changshao flew up and landed in front of the newly opened mine entrance, dozens of miles away. "With a large amount of sand sculpture stones and other ores, I can mass produce all kinds of weapons and equipment," he muttered as he walked into the mine. The mine was very deep. After walking for about a few hundred feet, he saw pieces of sand sculpture stones embedded in the cave walls. If not for the fact that the northern desert state had enough professional prospectors, even with strong spiritual senses, it would be impossible to find the ores underground. Whoosh! Whoosh! June Changshao released his spiritual senses, which seemed to have turned into a large hand, gently peeling off the sand sculpture stones and storing them in the interspatial ring. Mining ores was a technical job. Even June Changshao, who was the double emperor of sword and martial arts, could not do it casually. Therefore, it took a few days to dig out all the sand sculpture stones in the cave. Just as June Changshao was about to abandon the mine, he suddenly found a three-colored ore at the bottom of the mine. "Tricolor stone," the system said. June Changshao dug it out and found that there were many more. He asked in surprise, "Is there more than one type of ore in this mine?" The system said, "The northern desert states' underground ores are very rich. It is not surprising that there are many types of ores in this mine." June Changshao laughed. 10,000 natural spirit stones for two types of ores did not seem to be a loss. "The tricolor stone is of the holy grade," the system said. "Holy grade." June Changshao's eyes lit up. "Then I must have made a fortune." Although the tricolor stone was not a material needed to refine equipment like the Truyong sword, it was still a very high grade or at the holy grade. Dig. June Changshao continued to mine. 3 days later, he had dug out 50,000 pounds of tricolor stone. June Changshao thought that was the end. However, he continued to mine downwards and to the left and right. He found a few more ores of different grades. Among them, there was an ore that happened to be compatible with refining equipment. The system said, "The two sects probably did not expect that this seemingly small mine actually had so many different types of ores. If they had thought of it, how could I have picked it up with just 10,000 spirit stones?" June Chang laughed. The main reason was that the sand sculpture stone was at the top, successfully hiding the aura of the other ores. The two Sect's exploration teams did not find any other types of ores. Sect Master June could be considered to have picked up a bargain when it came to a small mineral vein that actually hid a profound mystery. A few days later, this small mine was completely dug out. Jun Changshao tried to search for a while more. After confirming that there were no more ores, he left reluctantly. After a round of inventory, he found a total of 6 types of ores in the mine. The sand sculpture stone was the most abundant. The other ores weighed around 50,000 to 60,000 pounds. The tricolor stone was of the highest grade. If he bought it, he could make up for June Patriarch's loss of 10,000 spirit stones. Of course, he would definitely not sell it. Maybe in the future he would need this kind of holy grade ores for equipment recipes. It's been half a month. After walking out of the mine, Jun Changshao touched his chin and said, "The sects that fought before should have recovered their ore supply. I can go to Yellow Sand City to take a look." Whoosh! Using the power of flight, he headed to Yellow Sand City at the fastest speed. Chapter 675. When Jun Changshao first came to Yellow Sand City, there were very few martial artists in the city. The streets were covered with yellow sand, as if it was an abandoned ancient city. When he came the second time, there were many martial artists in different clothes walking on the main street, and the closed-door shops were already overcrowded. The Azure Sand Sect and the Wind Riding Sect had been fighting for so long that the entire industry was paralyzed. Now that the conflict had been resolved, it was natural for business to resume as usual. The forces from the other provinces had always been short of supplies. Knowing that everything had been restored, they would definitely spare no effort to purchase. Every ore shop was filled with forces from other provinces. They were currently bargaining with each other, and their faces were flushed with anger. Those who did not know would think that there was going to be a conflict, and that there would be a fight at any time. It's quite lively. Jun Changshao stopped at an ore shop. Before he walked in, the passers-by all looked at him with disdain. Jun Changshao was in a hurry to come to Yellow Sand City to purchase ores, so he did not pay attention to his appearance. At this moment, he was covered in dust and looked like a miner. In fact, he was a miner. After all, he had been mining alone for half a month. In this world, miners were the same as servants and maids. They belonged to the lower 9 classes. Suddenly appearing in a high-end business street, they would naturally be ostracized. Jun Changshao did not care about the gazes of others. He walked into the ore shop with his head held high. "Hey, this little miner is quite arrogant," everyone muttered in their hearts. "Shopkeeper." After entering the ore shop, Jun Changshao took out a list of materials and said, "Does your shop have these ores?" The shopkeeper looked up and said, "Do you not know how to look?" The shop had just opened, and there were too many martial artists from the other provinces who came to purchase ores. It was too busy, so it was naturally difficult to pay attention to a miner. As expected, clothes make the man, saddle makes the horse. If June Patriarch changed into decent clothes and used magic hair gel to make his hair shiny, he would definitely be recognized as a rich young master from a large family. All right. Jun Changshao looked around the shop. There were many ores of different quality on the shelves, and there were some that he needed. "Shopkeeper." Jun Changshao picked up a piece of ore and asked, "How much of this ore do you have?" The shopkeeper said, "A total of 20,000 caddies." 20,000 caddies is fine. Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, "I want all of them." These words were spoken very loudly, and the cultivators from the various provinces who were present to pick the ores heard them clearly. "All of them?" Everyone looked over. The look in his eyes seemed to be saying, "Brother, the level of this ore is not low. Can you afford it?" "Brat." At this moment, a man who had just entered said, "My Scarlet Fire sect will take all of these 20,000 kilograms of spiritual starstones." Scarlet Fire sect? The warriors in the shop immediately showed respect in their eyes. The Crimson Fire sect was a 4th-rate sect in the northwestern He province. Their overall strength was about the same as the Azure Sand sect. It was said that they were inextricably linked to the second-rate Crimson Flame sacred sect. Elder Chui, the shopkeeper, hurriedly walked out of the counter and said with a trembling smile, "How come you have the time to personally purchase ores?" From being neither cold nor indifferent to grinning from ear to ear, the speed at which he changed his expression could be said to be super fast. Jun Changshao was speechless. F***CK, this is too realistic. Sorry. Jun Changshao said, "I saw the spiritual star stones first. If you want to buy them, go to another shop and look around." This brat was quite arrogant. Elder Chui of the Crimson Fire sect's face instantly darkened. If it were other sects or forces, he might give in. However, a dirty miner was actually so uncooperative. He really could not tolerate it. "Dear customer," the shopkeeper said, "my shop has a contract with the Crimson Fire sect. We have the priority to purchase any ores." Jun Changshao said, "If that's the case, why are you putting the ores out for sale?" "This, don't explain." Jun Changshao said, "Since it's on the shelf, it's for everyone. It has to be first come, first served." Spiritual starstones were one of the necessities for refining equipment. He would not give in. "Brat," Elder Chui said in a low voice, "are you looking for trouble?" "I'm looking for trouble?" Jun Changshao shrugged and said, "Everyone, you can judge who's looking for trouble." The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. The agreement between the ore shop and the Crimson Fire sect for the priority to purchase the ores was made up by the shopkeeper. His goal was to sell the ores to Elder Chui. In theory, it was reasonable to sell the ores to this dirty fellow since he came first. However, to snatch ores from a fourth-rate sect, wasn't that just courting death? "Brat," Elder Chui's face darkened. "Which sect are you from?" Elder Chui was worried that this fellow's background was not ordinary since he dared to go against him. Hence he asked in advance. Jun Changshao seemed to have seen through his intentions. He did not say that he was from the sect of all times. Instead, he said indifferently, "I don't belong to any sect. I'm just an itinerant cultivator." Elder Chui pointed at the door and said coldly, "Scram." With that one word, the aura of a martial king spread out. The ore shop was instantly filled with killing intent. Elder Chui, calm down. Calm down. The shopkeeper hurriedly calmed down. Then he looked at Jun Changshao and urged, "Dear customer, why aren't you leaving?" Jun Changshao said, "Sell these spiritual star ores to me, and I'll leave immediately." "Brat," Elder Chui said coldly, "you're challenging my temper." Whoosh whoosh. The aura of a martial king intensified. The Wuzong level customers in the shop were shaken to the core. The shopkeeper was afraid that Elder Chui would really destroy the shop. Hence, he hurriedly said, "Dear customer, if you don't leave now, no one in this world can save you." "Shopkeeper, how?" Elder Chui said coldly, "Please prepare the spiritual star ores." All right. The shopkeeper said, "I'll go now." "Wait a minute." Jun Changshao stopped him. He looked coldly at Elder Chui and said, "I saw these ores first. Do you dare to take one?" Was this brat threatening an elder of the Crimson Fire sect? He had guts. Elder Chui sneered and waved his hand. The aura of a martial king spread out and enveloped the spiritual star ores on the shelf. Then he pulled them over. "Do you think I don't dare to?" Boom! There was a loud explosion. A ripple visible to the naked eye exploded from the ore shop. The martial artists passing by were so frightened that they retreated. Some even staggered and fell on their butts. What was going on? The crowd calmed themselves down and looked at the ore shop. Inside the shop, Jun Changshao stood in front of Elder Chui and punched him in the chest with his right fist. "You!" Elder Chui's eyes were wide open. The pain from his chest was disturbing his consciousness. He could not form any words at all. Plop! His body fell to the ground, and his eyes gradually lost focus. He died just because he tried. Elder Chui. The shopkeeper's eyes were filled with shock. He's dead? Oh my God! This guy killed an elder of the Crimson Fire sect. The martial artists in the shop exclaimed. Jun Chang Xiao retracted his fist and looked coldly at the shopkeeper. I want all these spiritual star ores. Are you selling them or not? Plop! The shopkeeper was so frightened that he fell to the ground. He took out an item from his space ring and said in a trembling voice, Ma, Patriarch, something big has happened in the shop. Please bring people over. Chapter 676. The fact that Jun Changxiao was willing to spend money to buy the mineral veins meant that he did not like to use violence to solve everything. However, this did not mean that he was honest. Elder Chui of the Crimson Fire sect did not care about who came first and insisted on using his status to buy the mineral veins that he wanted. Therefore, he could only reveal his brutal side. To be honest, from the beginning, Elder Chui had been challenging Jun Changxiao's temper. No one in the world could save him. It was very accurate. However, Elder Chui was the one who could not be saved. He wanted to try and get the spiritual starstone. He had to die immediately. The martial artists present did not see Jun Changxiao's attack as it was too swift and decisive. However, this did not stop them from feeling shocked and terrified. He killed a martial king in one move. This guy who looked like a miner was actually a hidden expert. It was no wonder he dared to go against the elder of the Crimson Fire sect. It was no wonder he could remain so calm after releasing the aura of a martial king. In the outside world, when the martial artists saw Elder Chui lying on the ground without any signs of life, they all widened their eyes. I've long heard that the northern desert states' martial artists are hot-tempered and would fight at the slightest disagreement. Today, I've seen that they live up to their reputation. The one who died was an elder of the Crimson Fire sect. His cultivation had reached the level of a martial king. It can't be. Who is this young man? He doesn't look familiar. He shouldn't be from the northern desert state. Not from the area. Shopkeeper Hao has already used a voice transmission jade to inform the Azure Sand Sect Patriarch. He should be here soon. An elder of the Crimson Fire sect was killed in his own shop. This is definitely going to be a big deal. The martial artists from the various states who were here to purchase the mineral veins gathered at the entrance of the shop. They had forgotten the purpose of their visit and were all spectators. This matter was not over yet. When the Azure Sand Sect Patriarch arrived, it would definitely be more lively. Call for help? Sure. Jun Changxiao sat at the counter in the shop and said, Then let's wait and see if the sect in charge of the shop is willing to sell my mineral veins. He was still so arrogant after killing someone. The martial artists who were watching the commotion were full of admiration. As for shopkeeper Hao, he was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly. A Crimson Fire sect elder had died in the store. If they were to pursue the matter, losing their positions was a small matter. But losing their heads was a big matter. Shua. Not long after, the patriarch of the Azure Sand sect, Feng Feisha, hurried to the scene of the incident with several disciples. The ore store opened once again, and many big customers came to purchase from it. He just so happened to be busy socializing in Yellow Sand City. It's not. At noon, he even had a drink with a few big shots from other counties. He had already woken up, but he couldn't understand why shopkeeper Hao would suddenly send a message saying that something big had happened. What was it? Could it be that the people from the Wind Riding sect were here to cause trouble? The Wind Patriarch is here. The cultivators gathered outside the door to watch the excitement quickly opened up a path. Feng Feisha walked straight ahead. Before he even entered the ore store, his spiritual senses were the first to spread out. He caught a glimpse of a person lying inside, and his expression changed drastically. Wasn't this the Scarlet Fire sect's Elder Chui? Why is he lying on the floor of my shop? Did he drink too much? No. There was no sign of life. Dead. Feng Fei Sha almost jumped up in shock. The Azure Sand Sect and the Crimson Fire Sect were old business partners. Now that Elder Chui had died in the ore store, this was a very serious problem. Shua! Feng Fei Sha quickened his pace and stepped into the store. He said angrily, "How Jianzhong, what is going on?" Seeing this, the cultivators outside the door immediately realized that the show was about to begin. The perpetrator didn't take the opportunity to slip away and even sat on the counter in a high-profile manner. He was truly an admirable man of steel. The patriarch! Shopkeeper Hao instantly revived on the spot with full health and said, "It's him. He killed Elder Chui." Him. Feng Fei Sha looked in the direction of the finger, and his eyes immediately locked onto Jun Changshao, who was sitting on the counter. He said angrily, "Brat, how dare you in my shop?" He spoke very quickly at first, but when he saw the person's face, he suddenly slowed down and exclaimed, "Jun Patriarch!" Half a month ago, he was also a concave sand dune, so he naturally recognized the patriarch of the sect of all times. The patriarch? That guy is the sect master. The cultivators outside, who were watching the show, were all surprised. Jun Changshao said, "If I remember correctly, you should be the patriarch of the Azure Sand Sect, right?" That's right, that's right." Feng Fei Sha hurriedly smiled and said, "This humble one is Feng Fei Sha, the patriarch of the Azure Sand Sect." The originally furious face suddenly turned into a cheeky smile, which made shopkeeper Hao and the other cultivators widen their eyes. Could it be this brat is very capable? Jun Changshao said, "Jun would like to ask Patriarch Feng if the sect has set up a preemptive right with the Crimson Fire Sect." Preemptive right? Feng Fei Sha said with a blank face, no. Shopkeeper Hao suffered another blow to his soul. He was paralyzed on the ground, and his face was extremely pale. The fact that the patriarch was so afraid of this young man meant that not only was he powerful, but he was also very capable. Shopkeeper, how is most likely doomed today? Big brother, if you are so awesome, why don't you dress up nicely and come in looking like a miner? Aren't you just looking for trouble? Since there is no preemptive right, June would like to ask if the two of us have taken a liking to the ores. Is there a first come, first serve? Jun Changshao asked. Of course, Feng Fei Sha said. Jun Changshao pointed at Elder Chui and said, Jun came first, so he came later. Who should the ores be sold to? This, Feng Fei Sha hesitated for a moment and said, I will definitely sell it to Jun Patriarch, who came first. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing this side quest. You have gained 2,000 contribution points. Ding! Contribution points 198,992,0000. Nice. Jun Changshao said to himself. When Elder Chui forcefully bought the ores, the system had already given him a side quest. The content was, let the Patriarch of the Azure Sand Sect come and judge who should buy the Spirit Star ores. This quest was a little tricky. Jun Patriarch was stunned for a moment before he took action to deal with Elder Chui. When he came in, he already knew that the shop was run by the Azure Sand Sect, so he made a big deal out of it and alarmed the Patriarch. However, wasn't he too heavy-handed? Hearing Jun Changshao's words, Feng Fei Sha also realized that Elder Chui must have had a conflict with him over the purchase of ores and was killed. Brother Chui, you could have provoked anyone, but you had to provoke the patriarch of the sect of all times. If he could come back to life, Brother Chui would definitely cry and say, King didn't know that he was the patriarch of the sect of all times. Jun Changshao said, the Spirit Star ores were first seen by Jun. Are you going to sell it to the patriarch? Buy. Feng Fei Sha said without hesitation, since the Grand Elder and that old monster Su were so respectful. He definitely did not dare to be negligent. Your shopkeeper lied and said that he had the right to buy the ores first, and did not want to sell them to Jun. This is a bit of a bully. Jun Changshao said. Feng Fei Sha anxiously said, this Feng will definitely deal with it seriously. Shopkeeper Hao's face became even paler, and he realized that he was really unlucky today. Jun Changshao said, "Jun is not a person who holds grudges." The corners of the martial artist's mouths twitched. "That's right, you don't hold grudges, because the elder Chui you have a grudge with has already been killed." "How about this?" Jun Changshao said, 20,000 kilograms of spirit star ores. Jun will buy it for 10 silver taels. Does Patriarch Feng have any objections? 10 taels? Everyone almost fell. With this price, it wouldn't even be enough to go out and drink a cup of tea. Pa. Jun Changshao put 10 silver taels on the counter and said, "If Patriarch Feng cannot make the decision, you can invite the Grand Elder over. Jun does not mind having a chat with him at the table." Although these words were said gently, Feng Feisha could hear that it was a warning. If he did not agree, he would call the Grand Elder over for a discussion. "Jun Patriarch," Feng Feisha said seriously, "talking about money will hurt feelings. 20,000 kilograms of spirit star ores. This Feng will give it to you for free." Chapter 677. Feng Feisha was also a smart person. Jun Changshao was covered in dust and looked like a miner. Shopkeeper Hao must have looked down on him, which was why he purposely said something about priority purchase. As for the conflict with Elder Chui, it must have been because of this. 20,000 caddies of spiritual star stones wasn't too expensive. In order to appease Jun Changshao, Feng Feisha was naturally willing to give it away for free. The martial artists outside were dumbfounded. Who exactly was this kid to make the patriarch of the Tsangsha sect be so careful and even give away the stones for free? "Thank you." Jun Changshao took back the 10 taels of silver. Look, didn't he just earn back a little of the 10,000 natural spiritual stones he lost earlier? System. Using the system's mission as an excuse to extort ores from others. Was this guy's face made of stone? Hurry up and prepare the spiritual star stones. Feng Feisha glared at Shopkeeper Hao. Yes. Shopkeeper Hao went to prepare the stones in fear. Soon, he handed over the ring with the spiritual star stones. "Remember." Jun Changshao took the ring and said, "We are all customers. Don't treat them differently." Remember. Beads of cold sweat dripped from Shopkeeper Hao's forehead. His hands were trembling violently. If he could survive and still be a shopkeeper, he would never dare to look down on customers who came to buy things. "Patriarch Feng," Jun Changshao said, "where is the Riding Wind Sect shop?" "The one with the best decoration in the north is the Riding Wind Sect's ore shop," Feng Feisha said. "Goodbye." Jun Changshao cupped his hands and left the ore shop under everyone's gaze. Phew! Feng Feisha raised his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Losing a few spiritual starstones was nothing. As long as he didn't provoke that guy, he was lucky. "Patriarch," Shopkeeper Hao said with a trembling voice. "What about Elder Chui's body?" Speaking of Elder Chui, Feng Feisha's face turned ugly. Although he was killed by Jun Changshao, he died in his own shop. How was he going to explain it to the Crimson Fire Sect? "Don't care about him. I will take care of you first," Feng Feisha angrily said. Since this had happened, the person responsible must be found. Shopkeeper Hao was about to cry as he said, "Patriarch, whoosh!" Just then a ray of light flew in from outside and hit Elder Chui with great precision. Feng Feisha's expression changed drastically. The sudden stream of light was too fast for him to catch. If it was a hidden weapon attacking him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wow! Suddenly, Elder Chui spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he gasped for air as if he had almost suffocated to death. Feeling his life force gradually emerging, Feng Feisha was shocked. "You're still alive!" That's right. Elder Chui was still alive. It was nothing more than Jun Changshao's fist hitting the vital meridian, binding his entire body into a state of suspended animation. Now that the side quest was completed and he didn't have to spend any money to get the ore, this guy who had nothing better to do could be considered to have completed his mission. Phew! Elder Chui regained his composure. Enduring the excruciating pain, he asked, Feng Patriarch, who is that guy? He still had his hearing, even when he was dead. It was undeniable that the kid was very strong, but he couldn't take a punch for no reason. Feng Fei Sha saw the hatred in Elder Chui's eyes. He shook his head and said, Elder Chui, I suggest that you and your sect don't mess with him. Otherwise, even if you have the support of the blazing holy sect, it won't do. This sentence surprised the martial artists who had not left. Even a second-rate sect couldn't do it? This guy called June Patriarch, did he have a lot of power? Patriarch Feng. Elder Chui was stunned. Who is he? The patriarch of the sect of all times. Feng Fei Sha said with a serious expression, Jun Chang Shao. What? Elder Chui almost jumped up in shock. He's the sect leader of the top 3 sects? He asked in shock. Oh my God, that young man just now was Jun Chang Shao. No wonder Patriarch Feng was so polite when he saw him. The martial artists on the street widened their eyes, who in the northern desert state hadn't heard of the sect of all times. They especially remembered that not long ago they had trampled the lily holy sect under their feet. The anger on Elder Chui's face disappeared instantly. Even a second-rate sect had been defeated. His fourth-rate Crimson Fire sect didn't have the courage to face the sect of all times. Therefore, he was almost killed by a punch. He had suffered a loss. While everyone was still in shock, Jun Changshao was already sitting in the VIP area of the Riding Wind Sect's or store. A beautiful woman handed him a cup of tea with a smile on her face. Jun Patriarch, the Riding Wind Sect's sect master, smiled. What or do you lack? As long as we have it, we'll sell it to you first. He was also in Yellow Sand City. Knowing that someone had committed a crime in the ore store next door, he came to watch the show. To be exact, he came to laugh at the Azure Sand sect. But he never expected that the perpetrator was Jun Changshao. When he walked out and said that he wanted to come to his own store, he was very enthusiastic. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he went to the Azure Sand Sect's store first. Otherwise, his own shopkeeper wouldn't have treated him well. Sect Master Song. Jun Changshao handed over the list and said, Do you have these ores? Sect Master Song took it and looked at it carefully, then said, Jun Patriarch, we have all these ores, but there aren't many of them. I'll take all of them, Jun Changshao said. Sect Master Song said, Please wait a moment. I'll order people to prepare them. With Feng Feisha as an example, when all the ores were prepared, he took the initiative to say, Jun Patriarch is in charge of a large sect at such a young age. I admire you, so I'll give all these ores to you for free. Please don't mind. He knew how to do things. Thank you. Jun Changshao didn't stand on ceremony and shamelessly accepted all the space rings. He cupped his hands and said, Patriarch Song, Jun needs more ores. Why don't our 2 sects establish a partnership? He would only need more ores in the future. He couldn't come to the northern desert state to buy every day, so he had to find a business partner like the AI family to stabilize the ore supply. Sure, Sect Master Song said, to be able to take out 10,000 natural spirit stones so casually. This Jun Patriarch definitely didn't lack money. If they really established a business relationship, it would definitely be very profitable. Jun Changshao pointed at the list and said, Soon my sect of all times will open branches in the northern desert state. At that time, if there are business dealings, I'll let them take the initiative to contact me. You're welcome at any time. Sect Master Song said so, but in his heart he was stunned. He actually wants to open a branch in the northern desert state. Is he trying to build a network across the entire continent? Not only did Jun Changshao want to build enough branches in the various states and counties, but he also wanted to open up beast material stores everywhere. Actually, beast material stores could also be used as intelligence points. However, the branches could not only obtain intelligence, but also recruit many itinerant cultivators. Therefore, he made a separate division. Those in charge of intelligence would continue to do so, and those making money would continue to make money. He had to do both. I'll take my leave. Jun Changshao left the ore store and went to a few other stores. The other ore stores were called over by the Azure Sand Sect and the Wind Riding Sect. Therefore, when he visited them one by one, he was treated as a VIP. June Patriarch, don't talk about money. June Patriarch, these ores can't be sold anyway. Since you need them, I'll give them all to you. June Patriarch, please take back the money. June Patriarch. Go Sheng visited a few ore stores and accumulated a lot of materials needed to refine weapons and equipment in his interspatial ring. How wonderful! Sigh. Walking on the street, June Patriarch said awkwardly, the sects in the northern desert state are too polite. They don't want money for this and that. I'm a little embarrassed. Just a little? The system couldn't take it anymore. Tui. Chapter 678. It wasn't that the sects of the northern desert state were being courteous, but that Jun Changshao had gone to mediate the fight. The shock of fighting Tu Wu Huang's saint-level martial arts was too great. If the previous rumors about the Eternal Sect were just hearsay, then the experts of the 10 great sects, including the Azure Sand Sect, saw it with their own eyes. As long as they didn't do anything too outrageous, they would definitely try their best to curry favor with them. Furthermore, the ores Jun Changshao bought were rare in other states, but very common in the northern desert state. The sects naturally wouldn't care. Using ores to gain favor with the top 3 sects was definitely worth it. Of course, Jun Patriarch wasn't really shameless. At night, he held a banquet in the best restaurant in Yellow Sand City, inviting the sect leaders who gave him the ores. Some of the Patriarch weren't in the city. After receiving the news, they immediately put down everything and came to the banquet. At that moment, on the 3rd floor of the brightly lit restaurant, the leaders of the top 10 sects who mainly dealt in ores gathered. It was a bit funny. Half a month ago, they were still divided into 2 camps, fighting over ores. But now they were sitting together peacefully. The banquet began. Jun Patriarch raised his cup to thank them one by one. At the same time, he hoped to establish business relations with the top 10 sects and send different ores to the sect of all times every once in a while. Sect leader Song was a bit depressed. He originally thought that it was only his sect doing business with the sect of all times. He didn't expect the other sects to have a share as well. No problem, Feng Feisha said straightforwardly. The other sects all agreed. In their eyes, the benefits of doing business with the sect of all times were secondary. The real benefit was to establish a relationship. Top 3 potential. Currently in the limelight, they would definitely curry favor with such a sect instead of offending them. Of course. Jun Changshao said, Jun won't mistreat anyone. No matter how much ores there are, I'll buy them at market price. He sincerely wanted to do business because the sect of all times still needed to develop in the future. If others could give him face and give him free ores, why would they give him free ores every time? Fists would only make others submit, not convince others, so he had to follow the rules. Come, let's do it. Come. Jun Changshao and the upper echelons of the northern desert state were drinking and having fun. If the elders of the various sects in the northwest He Prefecture, the northeast Lu Prefecture, and even the eastern Hao Prefecture saw this, they would definitely have the urge to cry. In our earth domain, he was either causing trouble or challenging others. Even his disciples dared to flaunt their prowess in the royal city. Why is it that when he is in the northern desert region, he is indulging in debauchery with the elders of the various sects? I thought this guy would be a troublemaker, but I guessed wrong, the system said helplessly. Based on its understanding of Jun Changshao, if it were to recklessly mediate the fight, the most serious consequence would be that it would become the enemy of the entire northern desert state. Going to Lu Prefecture in the northeast and eastern Haozhou in the east were examples. And the result? Not only did he get along well with the sects of the northern desert state, he even almost became sworn brothers on the spot. "This man is too hard to guess," the system said. Ding! Ding! After a round of drinking, Jun Changshao heard the notification that the equipment had been refined. The ores he obtained for free from the various ore shops could be used to refine quite a few Truyong swords, black iron shields, and other equipment. Phew! Jun Changshao used his spiritual energy to force out the alcohol and said to himself, "It's time to return. Everyone," he swallowed his dantian and shouted, "Jun will be leaving first." His voice pierced through the clouds and reverberated in half of the northern desert state, waking up many martial artists who were in deep sleep. Who left? Many people were confused. Whoosh! Jun Changshao flew through the sky with the little dragon in his arms. There was a smile on his face as he faced the wind. Feng Feisha and sect leader Song watched him leave and said, "That guy finally left." They were very familiar with Jun Changshao's matters and had also concluded from their experience. That was, as long as he went to other regions, something bad would definitely happen. In Lu region in the northeast, he caused trouble for the extreme coldness palace. In eastern Hao region, not only did he cause trouble for the Lily Saint sect, but he also caused trouble for other sections. Therefore, when he appeared in the northern desert state and Yellow Sand City, Feng Feisha and the others immediately became nervous. They were afraid that if they did not treat him well, something would happen again. The Crimson Fire sect's elder Chui was almost killed. All in all, the sects that understood Jun Changshao firmly believed that this guy should not be provoked. In the sect of all times, the most irritated person was Yi Xingchen. In the past half a month, did not pester him and was completely transparent. The main reason was that Night Emperor had a fiancée for no reason, which made him really unhappy. In his previous life, he was hurt by a woman. In this life, he would not make the same mistake again. Huff huff! Yi Xingchen was in the 5th level of the training tower, enduring the torture of his soul to maintain absolute calmness and cold-bloodedness. Don't deliberately pursue martial arts, and don't pretend to be cold-blooded. Experience the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and enjoy life is actually another kind of cultivation. Jun Changshao's words suddenly rang in his ears. 7 emotions and 6 desires? Yi Xingchen clenched his fist and said with a cold gaze, "I don't need it." Ah, the corrosion of his soul reached its peak, and he finally could not hold on any longer. He let out a tragic cry. The next day, Jun Changshao returned to the sect. As for the matter between Yi Xingchen and he chose to wait and see. In fact, after guessing that this disciple might be a reincarnated expert, Jun Patriarch could understand why he did not choose to accept this additional fiancé. Yi Xingchen was Yi Xingchen, not Pei Niu. Since there were no feelings between the two, there would naturally not be any results. Qingyang. Jun Changshao sat in the hall and said, "Did anything happen while I was gone?" Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, "Everything is normal." Oh, Jun Changshao responded and said, "Oh right, I remember that you also have a sweetheart." Yes, Li Qingyang said. His sweetheart was also an ordinary girl. Her father and family had never accepted her and had always tried their best to stop them. Now that you're a martial king, why don't you look for her? Jun Changshao said, "I'm not strong enough." Li Qingyang said, "I hope to break through to a higher level." Jun Changshao walked down and patted him on the shoulder, encouraging him, "Work hard." After returning to the sect, Jun Changshao called Li Luoqiu over to discuss plans to continue expanding the branch, especially the northern desert state. The northern desert state is too far from the southwest Yangzhou. This will take some time, Li Luoqiu said. Yes, Jun Changshao said, the beast material store also needs to be expanded. The sect needs more funds. After making a deal with the sect in the northern desert state, buying ores would definitely require a large amount of money, so there must be an absolute guarantee in this regard. Yes, Li Luoqiu nodded. Li Qingyang was in charge of internal affairs, and she was in charge of external affairs. Jianya, the Ning brothers, and the other F4 members of the sect of all times focused on teaching disciples. Speaking of teaching, it reminded me of Shangguan Xinyao. This 100,000 wise, while studying formations, she also studied martial arts. During this time, she also created many martial skills. Jun Chang Xiao told her to save up first. When she had enough, she would help to perfect them all and then exchange them for martial skills in the cultivation technique pavilion. Ding! Ding! Inside the martial skill pavilion, the refined Truyang sword, cloud-piercing blade, and black iron shield were all placed inside. There were quite a few of them, at least 1,000 of them. Jun Changshao set the price and told the disciples that if they wanted to obtain them, they could exchange for them with the contribution points from completing missions. Just like that, everyone was even more motivated to do missions. Sigh. After everything was done, Jun Changshao leaned on the chair in the main hall and stretched. It's still a long time before the dragon and tiger fight for hegemony. Are we just going to wait like this? Chapter 679. Jun Changshao stuffed all the weapons and equipment into the weapon machine and marked the price. If the disciples wanted to get them, they could only do sect missions to earn contribution points. The sect of all times was now on the right track in terms of sect missions. There were disciples going in and out of the mission pavilion every day, because they were not related to sect construction missions. Even if they were completed, they would only be rewarded with contribution points. Jun Changshao did not get any rewards. It did not matter. As long as the disciples could benefit from the missions, he did not care. Junior brother Xiao. Su Xiaoma said, "Let's go do the missions." High-level inner sect disciples, like them, would occasionally go to the mission pavilion to clear the high-level missions. Because the difficulty was too high, ordinary inner sect and outer sect disciples could not solve it. Let's go. Xiao Ziji agreed. After settling the grudge with Morong Xan, although he was still cultivating desperately, his mentality was much more relaxed than before. Should we call junior brother Yi? Su Xiaoma said. Xiao Ziji said, he's not in a good mood recently. I think we should forget about it. Su Xiaoma said helplessly, he has such a beautiful fiancée, but he always has a sour face. Junior brother, Yi doesn't know how lucky he is. Maybe he has his reasons. As the two talked, they had already entered the mission pavilion. At this moment, many disciples were gathered in front of the mission board, looking at the dazzling variety of missions. Second senior brother, Su Xiaoma shouted, "You're here too." Yes. Li Qingyang crossed his arms and said, "There's a 6-star mission recently. Do you want to do it together?" 6-star? Su Xiaoma hurriedly looked at the mission board. Usually, the most difficult mission on the mission board was only 5-star. It was very rare for a 6-star mission to appear. As expected, at the top of the list, a 6-star mission was listed. The mission was to eradicate the Black Dragon Evil Sect at the border of the Southern Barren State. Black Dragon Evil Sect? Su Xiaoma touched his chin and said, "Evil forces." "Do you want to go or not?" Li Qingyang asked. "Go," Xiao Ziji and Su Xiaoma said in unison. All right. Li Qingyang clicked on the button to accept the mission, but it indicated that the difficulty of the mission was very high and required 5 disciples to accept it. 5 disciples? Su Xiaoma said in surprise. Looks like this mission is a bit unusual. I'm going too. Hiwudi walked over from behind. Jun Changshao placed all kinds of weapons in the weapon machine. When he saw them, he felt an itch in his heart, so he decided to do missions to earn contribution points to exchange for them. Sure, Li Qingyang said, we're still missing one. Second senior brother, Yao Menjing raised her hand and shouted, "Can I go with you?" This, Li Qingyang furrowed his brows. Is that okay? Yao Menjing's big eyes were pleading, and her small appearance made it hard for anyone to refuse. Junior sister, you can go. Thank you, second senior. However, Li Qingyang added, you must control your aura and not release it casually. Yao Menjing said, I will control it. Let's go. After gathering 5 people, Li Qingyang accepted the mission to eliminate the evil Black Dragon sect. However, as he was a steady person, he didn't immediately go down the mountain. Instead, he went to the Drizzle Hall to collect information about this evil sect. Evil Black Dragon sect? Li Luoqiu rubbed her chin and said, a 5th-rate evil sect in the southern, desolate province. The Patriarch is a rank 5 martial king. He has 4 elders under him, and they are all martial kings. As for disciples, they have about 4,000 to 5,000 people. Li Qingyang said, there are actually 5 martial kings. No wonder it's a 6-star mission. This evil sect is not simple. Li Luoqiu said, as far as I know, they cultivate a special evil technique that can rapidly increase their cultivation. Is that so? Li Qingyang frowned. Moreover, Li Luoqiu said, the evil technique they cultivate is mainly to extract human blood. Su Xiaoma said in surprise, so cruel? More than just cruel, Li Luoqiu said. In recent years, many villagers in the southern, desolate province disappeared overnight. Their whereabouts are still unknown. Li Qingyang frowned. Is it the evil Black Dragon sect? Li Luoqiu shook her head and said, there is not enough evidence to prove it. However, many sects in the southern, desolate province guessed it was them. TSK. Su Xiaoma said, this is truly a cruel evil sect. So, Jun Changshao walked into the Drizzle Hall and said, that's why it appeared on the mission board as a mission. Patriarch. The disciples hurriedly bowed. Jun Changshao said, the sects in the southern desolate province do not have evidence and do not dare to take action. Let the sect of all times do it for the heavens. I'll leave this mission to you guys. You must eliminate them. Yes. Li Qingyang, Xiao Zueji, and the others said in unison. They walked out of the Drizzle Hall and called the Hurricane Wolf over. Before leaving, Jun Changshao said, when dealing with the evil sect, there is no need to be open and above board. As long as you can get rid of them, you can use any method. For example, he looked at Xiao Ziji and said, field cannon. Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma's mouths twitched. The overbearing field cannon that the Patriarch gave Xiao Ziji almost blew up the 4th-rate extreme cold palace. Dealing with a 5th-rate evil sect would be a piece of cake. Patriarch, I understand. Xiao Ziji said, go and come back quickly. Jun Changshao said, do not waste time. Yes, Li Qingyang ordered and left the sect of all times on the Hurricane Wolf with his 4 junior brothers. Patriarch, Li Luoqiu, who was standing behind, said, Menjing is also going. I'm afraid it is a bit inappropriate. Jun Changshao said, the day will come when a baby eagle will leave its mother's embrace and learn to use its own wings to fly in the sky. All right. Li Luoqiu did not say anything else. Jun Changshao said, how are the preparations for the northern desert province branch? They have arrived and are choosing locations in the various provinces, Li Luoqiu said. Okay. The border of the southern desolate province was a long stretch of deep forest. Because of the environment, it was very damp and dark. Whoosh! Whoosh! For silhouettes flew over and landed on a large tree like ghosts. Not far in front of them, there was a group of buildings by the mountain. It was brightly lit and there were occasional noises. The signboard hanging on the buildings was engraved with the words, Black Dragon Evil Sect. Second, senior brother. Su Xiaoma said telepathically, this is the place. Li Qingyang released his spiritual sense. As soon as it entered the sect, it was bounced back by a force. He frowned and said, There is a sect-protecting formation. Yao Menjing said. Where is senior brother Shao? Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and He Wudi were present. Shao Ziji was the only one missing. Junior sister. Su Xiaoma pointed in a direction behind and smiled. He is there. Yao Menjing looked over and saw senior brother Shao on the high slope. She was puzzled. Why is he not coming over? Junior sister. Su Xiaoma said, You must cover your ears later. If you can't, then seal your hearing temporarily. Yao Menjing was puzzled. Whoosh! Shao Ziji, who was behind them, waved his hand and summoned the field cannon. He then put his foot on the barrel and aimed the cannon at the evil dragon evil sect. Everyone, seal your hearing, Li Qingyang said telepathically. Su Xiaoma had already completely sealed his hearing before he said that. He even subconsciously covered his ears. Yao Menjing was puzzled, but since her senior brother said so, she would definitely do it. So, she sealed her hearing and covered her ears, staring at the field cannon. What is that? He Wudi was also looking at the field cannon. Bang! F***CK. My ears. Chapter 680. Jun Changshao handed the field artillery to Shao Ziji. This 2nd Battalion commander fully utilized the highly lethal weapon, especially when he put his foot on the barrel. He was so handsome that no one could compare to him. After a simple check, he fired the artillery. It was extremely fast. The artillery shell was condensed by a high-grade crystal core, and its power was even stronger than the explosion at the extreme cold palace. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and Yao Menjing had blocked their hearing, so they were not affected. He Wudi, who was unprepared, was so shocked that his ears were buzzing, and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. When he saw the light shooting out of the cannon, shaking the space and leaving long traces in the air, he was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. What kind of treasure is this? It can burst out such a strong power. Although he had been cultivating in the sect for a long time, he had never seen such a high-tech product from another civilization. Boom! The artillery shell drew an arc and blasted into the sky above the evil Black Dragon sect with a thunderous force. The space shook violently, and the invisible protector sect was instantly shattered into nothingness. Even the 4th-rate extreme cold palaces array could not withstand it, let alone a 5th-rate evil sect. However, the first artillery shell only shattered the array and did not affect the evil Black Dragon sect. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, streams of black light flew out. They were the 5 Martial King experts, led by the patriarch of the evil Black Dragon sect. If a terrifying force suddenly broke the formation, they definitely wouldn't be indifferent. What a strong, evil aura. Yao Menjing's eyes lit up, and she was eager to fight. During this period, she had been cultivating the Bloody Cloud scripture and had become a genuine evil cultivator. She was very sensitive to martial artists with similar attributes. In theory, evil cultivators were actually a branch of evil cultivators. Because their path was not so extreme, they were able to survive in the Falling Star continent. Li Qingyang saw the fighting spirit in Yao Menjing's eyes and said, Junior sister, you just need to watch. Leave these people to me. Okay. Yao Menjing nodded. Even if she really wanted to fight with the heretic cultivator, she would still listen to her senior brother and suppress the urge to do so. Go. As soon as Li Qingyang opened his mouth, He Wudi, whose ears were buzzing, rushed over. After training in the sect of all times for so long, he rarely had the chance to fight. Today he had to have a good fight. Shua! Shua! Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma followed closely behind, taking out their cold ray swords. When the patriarch of the evil Black Dragon sect and the 4 elders saw the 3 martial practitioners flying out from the dark, their eyes immediately filled with intense killing intent. There was no one else in the forest, so they must have been the ones who attacked the sect-protecting formation. Kill him. The patriarch of the evil Black Dragon sect said coldly. Hoo. At this moment, Hiwudi had already rushed in front of him. His right fist suddenly pierced through the void as he performed the landslide fist. This speed, this power. Even Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma were stunned. Not good. The patriarch of the evil black dragon Sect's expression changed greatly. He subconsciously condensed a wall of air in front of him, but it was too late. He only saw the iron fist penetrate the condensed spiritual energy and directly hit his face. Fast, ruthless, accurate. Bang! The patriarch of the evil black dragon Sect flew backward like a cannonball, smashing through rocks and trees in succession before finally falling on the stairs in front of the Sect gate. Die! At this moment, an elder circled around like a ghost. He condensed a pitch-black attribute in his hand and stabbed at him in the shape of a cone. Shwa! Hiwudi suddenly turned around and threw a punch. The back of his hand collided with the tip of the black cone and tyrannically shattered it. What? The elder's face turned pale with fright. The evil martial technique he condensed was focused on sharpness, but this guy shattered it with just his fist. How hard was he? Bang! At this moment, Hiwudi's fist, which had never failed before, smashed heavily on his chest. The explosive force of millions of kilograms sent him flying hundreds of meters away. He sent two martial kings flying with two moves. Powerful. Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma's mouths twitched. They didn't expect this last disciple's strength to be so explosive. He was not inferior to junior brother Yi at all. Bang! After correcting himself, the 2nd Battalion commander Xiao Ziji fired the field cannon again. With a loud bang, the cannonball turned into a stream of light and accurately landed in the outer courtyard of the evil Black Dragon Sect. The disciples of the evil Black Dragon Sect, who were ready to kill their way out, saw the stream of light that represented death, and despair appeared in their eyes. At this moment, they realized that they were going to die. Boom! The cannonball landed and exploded on the spot. At this moment, if Zhan Dejuan was here, he would definitely feel very comfortable, because what he liked most was to use explosions to express what art was. Whoosh! Whoosh! The explosion's energy rubbed against the air, giving rise to a dazzling light. The darkness in the forest was instantly dispelled. When everything dissipated, there was a huge pit in the ground. Broken limbs were scattered everywhere, and blood mixed with the mud. It was a tragic sight. Without the protection of the Sect's grand array, the outer courtyard of the evil Black Dragon Sect was directly razed to the ground. Thousands of disciples died on the spot. As for those who survived, they were paralyzed with fear in the inner courtyard. Just what kind of terrifying power was this to be able to cause such terrifying lethality? No. The patriarch of the evil Black Dragon Sect was so angry that his eyes were about to pop out. The elders' eyes were red. They didn't care how many disciples died. What they cared about was that the symbol of the sect, the main hall, was gone. You destroyed my sect. I won't rest until you're dead. The patriarch of the evil Black Dragon Sect roared angrily. All the bones in his body crackled and his skin quickly turned black. Hiwudi frowned slightly. Whoosh! The patriarch of the evil Black Dragon Sect suddenly appeared in front of him. His eyes emitted a gloomy light, and his completely black hand suddenly attacked. It was extremely fast. Hiwudi was caught off guard and was directly sent flying. Junior brother He, Li Qingyang and Su Xiaomo exclaimed. Whoosh! At this time, the 4 elders of the evil Black Dragon Sect also appeared in front of the two. Their skin was all black, and their eyes were shining with gloomy light. They looked like 4 demons from hell. Not good! Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma felt that something was wrong. They instantly condensed their spirit armor and armed themselves with a solid armor. Boom! Boom! At this time, the 4 elders condensed their gloomy power and blasted the 2 down like cannonballs. Brush! Brush! Xiao Ziji used Cloud Walk and flew over. His arms suddenly opened, and a strong spiritual energy burst out and turned into 2 big hands. He firmly caught the two senior brothers, who were about to fall to the ground. Die! The four elders rushed over, and their dark palms seemed to be blessed with armament hockey. They suddenly bombarded the void and suddenly formed a powerful streamer cannonball. Ta! Xiao Ziji stepped on the ground and stretched out his arms. The thick earth attribute instantly erupted, forming a huge and hard wall in front of him, not only to protect himself, but also to protect Li Qingyan and others.